Every home has its own story to tell. You never know what to expect. But one thing is certain, your home is nothing less than ordinary. It is the most essential reminder that you will always have a safe place to go home to after each day. And with the right partner to build this with, you know that your home has a solid foundation you can trust. Yes, there were so many moments of bliss along the way, and everything was possible as long as you had each other's love and support. And in those moments, you knew right there and then, you had found your home in each other's arms. When everything looked so perfect, and you got the best things in life with a little dash of surprise along the way, you sometimes ask, what could ever go wrong in this perfect home? When all you ever wanted was to provide only the best for your home, no matter what it took, and regardless how big the sacrifices you had to make. When you only wanted to witness the simple joys of life together. When you've forgotten that the very source of your inspiration was just right under your nose, waiting to be noticed. When sometimes you tend to sacrifice who truly matters in life. Since you are too confident that she will always be there when you get home. When you tend to neglect the people you love for the things you thought they needed. When, before, a simple bath time can be so much fun and you forget the time passing by when you're all together. When before, you are willing to carry all the burdens together, since you know that you have each other no matter what. Life was simple. When before, you didn't mind the mess, since you had each other's back to clean it up afterwards. Love was always constant. You have inner peace within the comfort of each other's love. From the moment you open your eyes to welcome a new day. Everything was perfect at a glance. You always saw the beauty in all corners of the room. When all you need is to open your eyes and see that the most important thing in building a home is just staring right back at you.
Don't worry, we'll fix this. We'll fix this.
You build your own home. You create timeless memories together. Your constant partner in building timeless homes.
We have a mission. A vision. To build with intention. For every structure we create stands on integrity, driven by excellence, fueled by innovation. Rooted in Malasakit. We don't just build nor erect buildings. We create communities, support dreams. We transform lives. raising the bar with our globally competitive services. Crafting a better tomorrow for Filipinos. Building with intention. Stepping into a sustainable future demands trust. And we are Dayton. Your trusted builder.
Got an event just around the corner? For organizers, managing events with endless details, sudden changes, and surprises can feel overwhelming. But with GevMe as your complete registration solution, you stay in control from start to finish. Start with custom registration forms tailored to your needs, making signups effortless, organized, and optimized. As your attendee list grows, assign roles, build workflows, and manage every detail. When event day arrives, no need to stress. Watch attendees check in seamlessly through QR code, ID card scanning, or facial recognition. As your event unfolds, rest easy, as GevMe captures real-time registration data all in one place, allowing you to track every attendee touchpoint and follow up effectively. And when it's time to wrap up, GevMe's flexible payment system ensures revenue collection is smooth and easy. Ready to take the next step? Let GevMe power your next event.
Welcome to LDR, where dreams come true. Exceptional events just for you. Young and vibrant, our team's so keen. Innovative, make an emphasis. Your vision, our innovation. LDR event solutions, celebration. Your vision, our innovation. LDR, it's a perfect creation. Since 06 we've the way. From local scenes to global sway. ACT summits and grand affairs. LDR's magic everywhere. Your vision, our innovation. LDR event solution celebration.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ang pambansa.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we officially begin, we would like to ensure that everyone is familiar with the guidelines for today's event. There are in place to make our time together productive, enjoyable, and seamless. To provide clarity on these important reminders, we invite to watch a short video outlining the house rules. Please direct your attention to the screen and let's all take a moment to familiarize ourselves with this essential guidelines. Thank you.
House rules for the International Contract Management Forum 2024. To ensure a smooth and enriching event, please follow these guidelines. General conduct. 1. Maintain professionalism and respect for all participants. 2. Avoid any form of inappropriate or discriminatory behavior. Registration and entry. 3. Always wear your badge for access. Replacements are available at a fee. During sessions. 4. Be punctual and silence your devices. 5. Recording or photographing sessions without permission is prohibited. Engagement and networking. 6. Keep questions relevant and concise during Q&As. 7. Network respectfully, honoring others' time and boundaries. Venue etiquette. 8. Keep the venue clean and respect all spaces. Health, safety, and emergencies. 9. Follow any health protocols and familiarize yourself with emergency procedures. Feedback and complaints. 10. Use feedback channels to share suggestions or report concerns. Thank you for contributing to the success of the forum.
We are thrilled to introduce our host for the International Contract Management Forum 2024, Janina Van Hoven. With over 15 years of experience in the entertainment industry, Janina has been a captivating host for events and TV since 2010. She has traveled locally and internationally, bringing her charm and expertise to various shows, events, and gigs. Apart from hosting, Janina is a talented commercial and theater actress, both locally and internationally, as well as a successful model. She is also a businesswoman and entrepreneur, a marketing consultant, and a passionate PWD advocate. And very recently, she was absorbed into their family construction business as a general manager for construction works and property management. Once again, let's give a big round of applause. Would you please welcome Miss Janina Van Hoven.
Hello. Hello, hello, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Janina Van Hoven, and I am thrilled to be your host for today. I hope everyone is having a wonderful morning so far. Thank you again for joining us. I guarantee you today will be a jam-packed event. We have the best of the best industry leaders and wave makers of the industry. And today and tomorrow will be filled with many learnings, a lot of engaging material, and I hope little tidbits for you to take home. So welcome once again to the International Contract Management Forum 2024 with the theme Opportunities and Challenges in Sustainable Infrastructure Projects. Now, before we begin, and I guess just to get the energy going about in the room, I'd like to invite everyone. Please take a look to your left and to your right and say good morning and welcome. Good morning and welcome. Yes, now that we've fostered the energy and environment of togetherness, which is why we are here today, I would like to call on, and to officially start the forum, I would like to call on and to welcome the President of the Philippine Constructors Association, Inc. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Ronaldo R. Elipanio for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Janina. A very good morning. A very good morning to everyone. To our distinguished guests, industry partners, valued participants, and everyone with us this morning. It is with great honor that we welcome you to this prestigious International Contract Management Forum 2024 on opportunities and challenges in sustainable infrastructure projects. This event was organized by International Federation of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Association, or IFAUCA, and hosted by the Philippine Constructors Association in collaboration with Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, and Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board. It is our aim to bring together thought leaders, practitioners, policymakers, and innovators from around the world under a shared commitment to shaping the future to be more resilient, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. Infrastructure, being the backbone of our development, serves as a bridge to people, strengthens our economy, and ensures progress. As such, we have a great responsibility of meeting today's needs while safeguarding tomorrow's resources. We have now reached a point where this no longer is a choice, but a necessity. This morning, we will explore timely themes, namely business opportunities in local projects, contractors licensing and registration, project implementation modes, risk allocation and management, and dispute resolution. Over the coming sessions, we will hear from experts and panelists who will share their insights, case studies, actionable strategies, and more importantly, sustainable best practices. I encourage you all to actively engage, share your experiences, and contribute to the ideas and innovations that will emerge from our discussions. More importantly, let us use this forum to forge new connections, challenge conventional thinking, and inspire one another to achieve excellence. Together, we have the power to turn challenges into opportunities and to pave the way for a sustainable future. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, and I wish you all a productive, fruitful day.
Thank you again very much. Thank you, Mr. Elepanio, for setting the tone and the expectations for our event today. Now, moving on, let's hear a message from the President of the International Federation of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Associations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to direct your attention to the screen for a very special message from Mr. Kenneth Liu.
Theme of today's forum, opportunities and challenges in sustainable infrastructure face the significant role industry plays in making the future sustainable. Today, we are here to examine key aspects of contract management, risk allocation, project implementation, and dispute resolution, critical areas that directly contribute to the success of our infrastructure projects. Across our members association, we see remarkable progress in the adoption of innovative approaches, improving project delivery, enhancing risk management strategies, and effective dispute resolution. All these align with global sustainability standards. A strong example of this can be seen in Singapore. The Singapore Construction Mediation Center, SCMC, established in 2019 by the Singapore Contractors Association Limited, SCAL, actively promotes mediation as a preferred method of dispute resolution. By encouraging early amicable resolutions of conflict, the SCMC helps to ensure projects stay on track, prevent costly delays, while promoting collaboration among stakeholders and clients and partners. The emphasis of sustainable construction directly reduces downtime and fosters long-term partnership. It is also through such approaches and strategies that we can ensure our projects are not only successful in their execution, but also contributes positively to the community they serve. Today's forum is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to come together, share ideas, and tackle evolving challenges and opportunities we face in the construction sector. By exchanging knowledge and learning from each other's experience and building meaningful connections, we are laying the groundwork for stronger collaboration that will drive our industry towards greater sustainability. The conversation we have here today plays an essential role in shaping the future of our sector, helping us work together to meet the demand of a world that is constantly changing. As we explore various topics today, from contracts management to dispute resolution, let us remember our collective effort to make an impact on our industry. I encourage all of you to engage in meaningful discussion, share ideas, and collaborate towards solutions that will continue to drive sustainability in the construction industry. I look forward to seeing many of you at the 47th IFOCA Convention in Singapore next year in April 2025, built on the theme Embracing Construction of Tomorrow, where we will explore the intersection of innovation, sustainability, and construction. As we push forward, I anticipate many exciting opportunities ahead for everyone. Our effort to transform our sector, processes, and people will allow us to confront new challenges and seize the opportunity that lies ahead. I wish you all a fruitful forum today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liu. And next, we have a special message from the President of the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Attorney Arthur P. Otea.
Stakeholders in the construction industry. I represent the APICAM, which is the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators. That's the part of the construction industry which deals with dispute resolution. While all these excellent engineers and architects and builders and contractors are able to spruce up the environment with high-rise buildings for our progress and development, unavoidably there will be a dispute, and you will need a forum for dispute resolution. Sometimes in a contract, everybody starts as friends, but then somehow in the process of implementing the contracts, the equality among the parties are disturbed. The equality, the equilibrium, and you will need a forum that will resolve the dispute. You don't want a situation where you see two parties and one party dominates the other, and then the other party will just suffer in silence. If you are married, you know what I'm talking about. So now we have a dispute resolution process, and that's the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission. It is engaged in arbitration of construction disputes. It is dedicated to the resolution of construction disputes. And those people who are actively engaged in resolving these disputes are the members of PICAM. These are the accredited arbitrators. And the beauty of submitting a dispute to the CIAC, where you will see the PICAM arbitrators resolving the disputes, the beauty of resolving the dispute through that forum, instead of through the courts, our arbitrators come from these different disciplines. You have engineers, you have lawyers, you have architects. So you know that the resolution of disputes will be resolved by people who understand the industry. Unlike if you go to court. Because I've been going to court for the past 40 years. If you go to court, you have a judge, and the judge is bright, but the judge is a generalist. The judge will not understand. We are all lawyers. We were never taught in law school what is structural integrity. But if you submit that issue to an engineer, he knows what is the issue, if the issue is structural integrity. So that's why if you have a dispute like this submitted in court, the first thing that the court will do is to appoint an expert who will assist the court in resolving the dispute. These experts are the members of PICAM, so you don't have to go out of the forum. Therefore, we are grateful that PICAM is part of this activity, because it's not only that we will share what we know about dispute resolution, we are also happy to learn from the actual professionals who will do all these buildings, this improvement in the environment. And now, part of our theme is the byword now in this generation, sustainable. Unlike before, we just build and then get paid. Now, we are also conscious of the sustainable quality of our project. And we have to update ourselves as arbitrators. We cannot just stay stagnant in the rules. And that's why when we sit with engineers and architects and builders and quantity surveyors, we can only learn from them, and that will improve our contribution in the dispute resolution process in the construction industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Now, as Attorney said, we have a lot of guests who have joined us today, and because of that, the next portion of our program is actually awarding a plaque appreciation, o diba? Aga-aga, and we will already be giving awards. Now, to help us in distributing the awards, may I please call on Engineer Levi V. Espiritu, the Executive Director of the International Federation of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Associations, Inc. May I call on, once again, Engineer Levy to join us on stage. Let's give him a round of applause, Engineer Levy. Thank you, sir. May I ask you to stay at the center of the stage, po? Now, for our first awardee, ladies and gentlemen, our first plaque is presented to Mr. Ronaldo R. Elepaño, the President of the Philippine Constructors Association, Inc. Mr. Elepaño, your dedication to advancing the construction industry and your inspiring leadership continues to empower professionals and organizations across the nation. From everyone, sir, thank you for your invaluable contributions and, of course, for being a beacon of innovation and progress. Can we give him a round of applause? For for all of those who would like to take photos and videos, please feel free to do so. We have the two very, very handsome and distinguished gentlemen ready for pictures at any moment. Thank you, sir. And now our second awardee. Our second plaque is presented to Attorney Arthur P. Otea. Wow, very shocked po si attorney. Thank you, sir. Attorney Arthur is the president of the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators. Attorney Otea, thank you for your dedication to promoting fair and just practices in construction arbitration, which has paved the way for a more harmonious and equitable industry. Thank you, sir, for your contributions and for sharing your expertise with us. Once again, let us give our awardees a round of applause. And thank you very much also, Engineer Levy, for joining us on stage. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to session 1. Is everyone ready to learn a little bit more about the industry, to gain some new insights? Can I hear a yes if we are ready? Yes. Breakfast must have been good this morning. Yes. Our first session focuses on opportunities in Philippine infrastructure projects. And our first presenter is Miss Melissa de Guzman Feliciano. Miss Melissa is a licensed environmental planner with a distinguished career in master planning and strategic corporate management. As CIAC's former chief strategist and urban planner, she led the planning of CIAC's 7 flagship projects aimed at transforming the Clark Civil Aviation Complex into the Clark Aviation Capital. She is the head of the Clark National Food Hub Task Force, where her leadership has been pivotal in securing key milestones, such as the approval of the Public-Private Partnership Center's project development and monitoring facility support for the project, advancing the transaction advisory services of the Asian Development Bank, and formalizing MOU agreements with the Department of Agriculture, Department of Trade and Industry, U.S. Agency for International Development. Wow. And the list goes on and on. University of the Philippines Public Administration Research and Extension Services Foundation Regulatory Reform Support Program for National Development, the Maharlika Investment Corporation, and the Philippine State Agricultural University. Ms. Melissa's expertise has been instrumental in updating the Master Development Plan for the Clark Civil Aviation Complex and conceptualizing the 7 flagship projects for 2023 to 2028. One of her notable achievements includes securing NEDA board approval for the Clark International Airport's new terminal building, a project that she championed alongside the Department of Transportation and later completed by BCDA. Under her strategic planning guidance, the Clark International Airport achieved its highest operational figures in 2019. Ms. Feliciano has been recently appointed as the head of the new Business Ventures Unit. She is the managing head of CIAC, the chairman of the Committee on Decorum and Investigation, and the vice chairman of the Asset Disposition Program, Committee on Anti-Red Tape, and the Risk Management Committee. Ms. Feliciano also serves as a Philippine Air Force reservist with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, holding the role of Directorate for Logistics of the 2nd Air Force Wing Reserve. She is a member of the Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners and serves as a board member of the PIEP Pampanga chapter. Her academic background includes an MA in National Security Administration from the National Defense College of the Philippines, a BS in Business Economics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and an Airport Operations Diploma from Airport Sales International. And after that 5-minute introduction, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Miss Melissa de Guzman Feliciano.
Good morning, everyone. I have to apologize. I think they sent over my CV. So anyway, I'm Melissa Feliciano from the Clark International Airport Corporation. Because some of you might not recognize or is not familiar with our agency, please allow me to give a really brief background about SEAC and what the company does and why we're pursuing the projects that I will be presenting in a few minutes. So SEAC, or the Clark International Airport Corporation, is a state-owned enterprise. We are a government-owned and controlled corporation. Basically, we are a government agency with corporate powers. We are under the Bases Conversion and Development Authority, which is the agency that has the mandate to convert previous military bases into commercial developments, and also having oversight over the Clark International Airport. We are an attached agency of the Department of Transportation as well. So I guess you're all familiar with Clark and how strategic it is. And this map just highlights how really strategic Clark is. So as you can see, we are at the center of all of these infrastructure development projects that are happening right now. We are well connected to our local road networks, both through the going down south and up north. You have NLEX, TPLEX, and then we are even connected to our seaport at Subic through the SCTEX. And of course, at the heart of it all would be the Clark International Airport, providing unparalleled access to both domestic and international markets. And then pretty soon, around 2029, you'll see that we will be also connected through the rail project of the NSCR, and that's for the passenger rail. And right now, there are also talks already to pursue the cargo rail, which is the Subic-Clark cargo rail project. So that's how strategic Clark is right now. And just as a background, Clark, some of you think that Clark is, for those of you who are familiar with Clark, you think Clark is just this zone, which is the main feature of which would be the Salakot entrance, and that it's just a zone where about 4,400 hectares. But in fact, Clark is a massive area. It's at 31,000 hectares, and it's composed of and being managed by 3 agencies. So you have the BCDA, which is the Bases Conversion Development Group, the CDC, the Clark Development Corporation, and of course, SEAC. So all in all, these projects comprise Clark. These companies manage Clark, and it has been so strategic that we have actually attracted the attention of various governments, including the United States and also Japan. In fact, recently, there was a tripartite agreement between the Philippines, US, and Japan to develop the Luzon Corridor, of which Clark is a very strategic player in that development. So Clark, in a nutshell, we are at 4,400 hectares. And currently, we have about 1,000 locators responsible for bringing in about $5.7 billion in investments and employing about 140,000 workers in the zone. And Clark has really been known for its ease of doing business. There's no red tape in Clark, and we pretty much operate like our own LGU. So we have all of these global players located in Clark, including FedEx, SIA Engineering, we have Texas Instruments, Metrojet from Hong Kong, UPS, and the like. So again, from previously operating the airport, until 2019 when it was privatized. We have now slowly shifted to developing the area around the airport, which is, so that's our role right now, which is to develop the lands outside of the airport for commercial development. And that would be the crux of my presentation as well. So I guess this is a trend that you're all familiar with. Right now, airports are not just about transportation or ferrying people to and fro. It's more of the experience and encouraging people to explore the areas and the development surrounding these airports. And it has been able to bring forth a lot of development surrounding these airports and giving birth to what are known as airport cities. So right now, that's the goal for Clark, to turn it into an aerotropolis and encourage all of the growth that would be happening in this airport city. So from being the old operator of the airports, again, we're moving towards having an integrated economic ecosystem which combines aviation, logistics, commerce, and urban development. And of course, this can be attained through holistic urban development, an aviation-centric growth mindset. Of course, we will retain our global competitiveness and even strategic partnerships. So again, what we're launching right now is the Clark Aviation Capital, and we have several projects for that. And the center would be aviation, business tourism, and agro-logistics. So we're going to present to you the 7 flagship projects, which aims to transform Clark into a global civil aviation logistics hub. The 3 big projects would be PPPs, public-private partnerships, because we want to leverage private investments for this. The first one would be a national food hub. The next would be a world convention and events hub. And the third, of course, would focus on sustainability, which is urban renewal and heritage conservation program. So the first would be the Clark National Food Hub. And basically, it's what the name suggests. It's a food hub that will be located in Clark, and potentially it will be replicated all over the country. And this is fully supported by the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Trade and Industry. Again, with our friends from the PPP Center, we have engaged the Asian Development Bank for the transaction advisory services for this project. So they're doing the FS for the project, and they're going to help us all the way to the tender. And it will contain various components that is usual in a food hub. So it would have cold storage, warehousing, logistics infrastructure, and a processing zone. So in fact, this supports the national agenda of the government, which is to pursue food security and also improve the agricultural value chain of the Philippines, and aligns with the various plans of the government as well. And the goal really is to use the airport so that we will be able to compete globally in terms of food production and export. So ferrying high value and low volume products through the air, and then the big volume, lower value products through the sea, and the rest will be distributed through our expansive road networks. So our goal is to complete the project by the second quarter of 2028. And then our second project would be a World Convention and Events Hub. Again, this would be through a PPP. It will also have several components. It will have a convention center similar to the World Trade Center that you have here. It will have an indoor sports arena. So it's not just going to be a sports arena, but it will be a multi-use arena. So it can be used for the entertainment industry as well, to house concerts, etc. And it will also have an airport outlet mall, a decent airport outlet mall, because that's something that we do not have here in the Philippines. So basically what we want to bring in would be business tourists. We're going to make Clark as a destination because it's really not known for, it's not a natural destination. It doesn't have beaches. It doesn't have any of those things. So what we're going to do is we're going to build all these attractions to bring in all our guests. And then, of course, at the heart of it, we want to pursue public transportation. So we will be having the intermodal mobility terminal, which would combine all forms of transportation all in one zone. So you have the people coming in from the airport, then they'll have access to the rail, and then you have the buses, etc. And all of our projects basically have the same timeline. We're being pushed to complete all of them by the second quarter of 2028. And again, at the heart of all of our developments would be environmental sustainability. So we take our environmental stewardship role very seriously. So this is a big part of our projects in the next few years. So Clark is known for its rich history. So we want to celebrate this through open parks and public spaces to bring people out so that they can enjoy the outdoors and at the same time learn about Clark. And at the same time, we want to address the water shortage problem, the looming water shortage problem in Pampanga. So we're going to develop a water catchment area. It's going to be through a river park, and it will recycle gray water for the use of the entire zone. And also we're going to have an aviation park, which will showcase the first carbon capture dome in the Philippines. Basically, we want to pursue carbon offsetting within the zone. So next we have the aviation campus. So currently there's a shortage of skilled workers in the Philippines. So what we want to address is that gap. And since the Philippines has always been known to export its people, this is a new industry that we're exploring together with the Department of Transportation. Again, it has several components as well. It might be through PPP, it can be through ONSOL. It's still something that we're exploring at the moment. And of course, as an airport, we are also expanding our role as an MRO hub, maintenance, repair, and overhaul. And again, this will include a lot of the employment of a big workforce. So this is we're also going to open up a new expressway exit. So pretty much like NAIA X, there's going to be a Clark direct access link so that your access to the airport won't be so much as a roundabout way to get to the airport. At the same time, we're going to expand all of our roads to ensure that the carrying capacity will be adequate for the influx of the tourists and all of the investments that will be coming into the zone. Our other projects would be the construction of a second runway. This would help address the concerns of our logistics partners and all of the developers within the zone. And at the same time, we are also going to build a new headquarters, which will be located at the center near the airport. So all in all, this is the vision of what Clark would look like in the next few years up until 2028. As you can see, it's very, very strategic. You have the airport at the center. Right across would be the new terminal for the rail. And then right across would be the transit-oriented development, which would house the convention center, the arena, the airport mall, and all other developments within the zone. And then you'll have a new expressway exit that would allow for the seamless transitioning of all of the vehicles going to the Clark. And of course, you have the Clark National Food Hub, which would be the core project of SIAC in the next few years. So with that, I end my presentation. Time's up has been flashing for a few minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Melissa. Now, as we had mentioned a while ago, one of the aims of the convention today is so that we can foster engagement and foster the community that we've built. So I'm sure a lot of you have comments, suggestions, questions for our speakers. Don't worry, please hold on to your questions. If you need to write them down, please do write them down, because after the speakers all present this morning, we will have them back up here on stage, and we can all direct our questions to them later on. Especially, Miss Melissa had a lot of things to say, a lot of very interesting and exciting projects for Clark, so I'm sure we will have a lot of questions for you later, ma'am. Now, moving on to our next presenter. Please hold on to your seats. This is a 10-minute introduction. Another long CV awaits us. Our next presenter, if there is a model for woman infrastructure in an organization that is dominated by male officials, it is definitely Undersecretary Maria Catalina E. Cabral, who has made history as the first female rank and file employee to reach the level of Undersecretary at the Department of Public Works and Highways, the government's engineering and construction arm. I think that alone deserves a round of applause. Yes. Now, as the Undersecretary for Planning and Public-Private Partnership, or PPP, Undersecretary Cabral oversees the DPWH's infrastructure planning and programming, as well as the PPP projects that the department implements. Undersecretary Cabral is a licensed civil engineer who holds 2 doctorate degrees in business management and public administration and is a PhD candidate in urban and regional planning at the University of the Philippines. She has also completed 3 master's degrees in business and strategic economics, as well as certificates from Wharton Business School and Harvard Kennedy School in data analytics, government digital transformation, and public policy, and recently, the Executive Program Accelerated Artificial Intelligence, or AI, from Mohammed bin Zayed University in Abu Dhabi, UAE. She holds the distinction of being the first female president of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers for 2017 to 2018 and served as the national president of the Road Engineering Association of the Philippines from 2019 to 2021. And now in 2021, she also held the professorial chair in engineering science and technology at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Her competence, excellence, and commendable track record have earned her numerous awards and recognitions, including the 2021 PEZA Galing Pinas Ecozone Partnership Award, the 2020 Excellence Award from the Philippine Federations of Professional Associations, the 2018 Most Outstanding Alumni Award from the College of Engineering, and the 2021 Most Outstanding Alumni from the University of the East. She was also named the 2021 Outstanding Professional of the Year in Civil Engineering by the Professional Regulation Commission, or the PRC. Additionally, the JCI Senate Philippines named her one of the 5 outstanding Filipino awardees laureates for government and public service in 2022. She has also received the Manila Times Global Excellence Award in 2023, the 2023 Brand Asia Award as Top Leader of Excellence in Humanitarian and Public Service, the 2023 Philippine Resilience Award for Women, and the 2024 Circle of Excellence Awardee Asia CEO Woman of the Year. How many smiling? I think we're all getting impressed by the second. Undersecretary Cabral is also a commissioned officer in the Reserve Force of the Armed Forces of the Philippines with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Philippine Army. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a resounding applause to Undersecretary Dr. Maria Catalina E. Cabral.
Good morning po. Unang-una ko, nagpapasalamat ako sa nagpahiram sa akin ng kasi maginaw. Ang lamig. Anyway, thank you po, no? And again, as always, I'm here to represent the Department of Public Works and Highways to share with you. I'm asked to present 5 key projects of DPWH. Dala-dala ko pa naman yung buong strategic program namin. 5 lang. So, I will focus on these 5 key projects. In fact, many of these are transport. No, later in the afternoon, I'm asked to naman to present in AmSham in Makati on flood management in Metro Manila. So, but that's another story to tell. So, if you're ready, I am thanking also the organizer for inviting DPWH as always. And today, I am very honored to share with you the DPWH vision and initiative for sustainable development. Earlier, sustainability was mentioned, and it always is. It's part of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the President's administration. And of course, some key projects of DPWH. Let me focus on transport projects because this is the catalyst of economic development and connectivity, physical connectivity. There are actually 5 sectors of the infrastructure, and in the Philippine government, DPWH is one of the major players in infrastructure. In fact, we are implementing this year alone nearly, it's more than 1 trillion pesos worth of infrastructure budget. More than 60% of the total public spending of the government for infrastructure, together with DOTR and other infra agencies like BCDA, as earlier mentioned, among others like DepEd for school buildings, DA for farm to market. Public Works and Highways is a major key infrastructure agency that will drive economic growth. So these initiatives that I will present to you this morning aims to reduce travel time, improving road safety, and propel economic development so that we will have a brighter future, not only for this generation, but the generations to come, our children's generation, and our children's children's future. So, Public Works and Highways, we are an agency that is mandated to design, contract, maintain infrastructure projects, primarily national roads and bridges and flood control. In fact, we are the engineering and construction arm of government. So we have 5, as you can see, we have major programs. And one of these major programs is Traffic Decongestion Program, where it focuses on improving and expanding the national road network. We are in charge of the national road network, and other local government is in charge of the local roads and bridges along the country. So we are building bypasses, diversion roads, high standard highways and expressways. And we are also into providing seamless and inclusive connectivity with our national and local linkages through improving the road network that will connect and increase the capacity of the primary road in the country, mainly Maharlika Highway. Maharlika Highway, if you are familiar, spans from Ilocos region, from the north in Laoag City, all the way to Mindanao in Zamboanga City. That is our national road, primary, N1 as we call it, Maharlika Highway for everyone of you who are familiar and you can base it. So it's more than 3,000 kilometers that connects the inter-island provinces of the country. We are an archipelago, and therefore we are an island. Many of the country's structure are island provinces. So we want to connect the major islands primarily through our connectivity program by linking national and local roads and bridges. We are also improving our infrastructure via our Resilient and Sustainable program. We will intensify our efforts to address disaster risk through flood mitigation program, our bridge seismic improvement projects, and as well as construction of evacuation centers across the country. In fact, of course, after Christine, Leon, Marce, Nika, Opel, and Pepito, about 7 typhoons that happened in a span of 10 days, we are still busy, repairing all the damages brought by these calamities to our infrastructure. So on top of that, we are implementing our usual program. So we are also partnering with other agencies to promote climate change or climate resilience infrastructure. We have our High Standard Highway Network Development Plan, and this is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 covers about 200-kilometer radius from metropolitan areas like Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and Davao region. And in Davao, in Mindanao, we have the Tagum Davao General Santos Corridor. We are now completing, and we have just completed the master plan and starting to implement the phase 2 of this high standard highway. And this approach will help decongest traffic, of course, enhance environmental sustainability, support economic growth by connecting economic zones, tourism destinations with Department of Tourism, production centers with the Department of Trade and Industry master plan. We have our master plan. We have our blueprint, our resources, and of course, the expertise of the industry, plus our international partners to position us, the Philippines, to transform our vision into reality. So allow me to show you the High Standard Highway Network Development Program of DPWH that will impact travel time across the country. Travel time from Lawag City in the north, going to the south all the way to Zamboanga City, will be dramatically reduced or decreased. Using Maharlika Highway, that trip will take you approximately 2.5 days at the fastest, With the implementation of the High Standard Highway Network 1 and 2, phases 1 and 2, travel time will be cut to just about 1 day and 7 hours. Travel time from Lawag all the way to Bicol, just alone up to Bicol, normally will take us more than 1 day, 24 hours, will take you after we finish South Luzon extension from Toll Road 4 to Toll Road 5 all the way to Sorsogon, and extending the T-Plex in the north all the way to Ilocos, will only take us roughly 20 hours from Ilocos to Bicol. Building this high standard highway and expressway, we are prioritizing Maharlika Highway. It has a total length of 3,000 kilometers. Very important Maharlika Highway. Why? Because this is the lifeline of the country. Remember Yolanda, I'm sure the Gen Z here will not recall Yolanda. But Yolanda happened in 2013. Cut accessibility from Metro Manila to Tacloban and, gave us the challenge on how to deliver relief and recover Region 8 post-Yolanda. We need to widen Maharlika Highway from the existing 4. Many of the sections are still in 4-lane. Now we're widening it to 6-lane. Of course, right-of-way is very challenging. That's another session for us to discuss and make cuento. But we need to ensure that Maharlika Highway, at least the main trunk line, is widened enough to be able to access from the National Capital Region all the way to Mindanao. In 2024 alone, we have appropriated more than 48 billion pesos to rehabilitate the entire Maharlika Highway. And we are going to prioritize that again for 2025 DPWH budget. One of the priority projects under the High Standard Highway Network Program of DPWH is the 45-kilometer Davao City Bypass project, which involved the construction of 2, not just 1, but 2.3-kilometer mountain tunnel. The longest tunnel, actually, hindi naman siya first, kasi ang first yung nasa maiksi lang, nandito sa Cavite, what's that? Yes, that one, less than 300 meters. Less than 300 meters. This is the longest mountain tunnel. Actually, after widening Maharlika Highway, the thrust now is go tunneling. because we don't have any more spaces to widen. It's really tough acquiring right-of-way, especially in urban centers. So what do? We either, well, the engineers among us will understand. You either go up, you either go down, you either go around, or bore the tunnel, bore the mountain. So we have to find the technical solutions. But the technical solution is the easiest part. Yung engineering, there's always an engineering solution. The biggest challenge is not only the budget, but the social and environmental acceptance. That includes right-of-way, of course. So one of the game-changing projects of the DPWH in Luzon is the Luzon Spine Expressway Network Program that aims to reduce travel time from Ilocos, as I said, in the north, to Bicol in the south from 20 hours now to just about 9 hours once we finish. Imagine, Ilocos to Bicol, 9 hours. Ma'am, I was often asked, how do we do that? Of course, again, I'm only limited to how much time allotted. I want to discuss how we can reach Bicol region in 9 hours from Ilocos, but I'd like to focus on two major projects under this program. And these are the NLEX Connector Road projects and the TPLEX Extension Project, which are both PPP. So I think our next speaker is the PPP representative. So they will discuss to you the mechanics of how we develop PPP now under the new PPP code. So the completion of the 18-kilometer Skyway, which we are now enjoying, cut travel time from Buendia to Balintawak from 2 hours to just about 15 minutes. Of course, it's toll. So you either go down via EDSA or take the Skyway, cutting your travel time to just about 15 to 20 minutes. In addition to this, we are completing the NLEX connector that will connect to the Skyway. This 7-kilometer, 7.7 4-lane elevated expressway extending to the NLEX southward from segment 10, that's C3 Road in Caloocan, all the way to PUP in Santa Mesa. So if you're familiar with Espanya, nadadaan po ba kayo dun sa merong, di ba? That's the one that is elevated above the national rail tracks. So the private sector is building on top of the Philippine National Rail without obstructing the PNR operations. That is technology. So once we complete this, travel time from SLEX, that's the South Luzon Expressway, to the North Luzon Expressway will now be reduced from 2 hours to just about 20 minutes. So imagine mo, you don't need to go via EDSA, which and the next initiative is the extension of TPLEX. So you remember you're now using TPLEX. So TPLEX phase 1 terminates at Rosario. Tama po. We have now awarded and ready to construct the phase 2 of TPLEX from Rosario all the way to San Juan, La Union. San Juan, La Union, is the surfing capital of the North. So travel time from Rosario to San Juan, La Union from 1.5 hours to just about 30 to 40 minutes. And the phase 3 of TPLEX that will further extend it up all the way to Lawag City will be part of the Ilocos High Standard Highway project phases 2 and 3. And by the way, the engineering design is already being prepared by the private proponent. You know, I see a lot of young people in the room, with all due respect to the people in front. And of course, to myself. Baka naman sabihin nyo, di ba, nilalaglag ko po kayo. You know, this generation, we are now into technology, and whether we like it or not, technology is here to stay. And we are now in the age of advanced technology, artificial intelligence. So, we in DPWH, we're embracing naman new technology. Ayan, panaynaw ang sa akin ng sabi niya, 5 minutes. Di bale po, bira nyo lang naman akong maimbita, di ba? Bahala na yung kasunod. So we are embracing new technology. In fact, we are using digital twin technology for the NLEX Lex connector to monitor traffic, assess road condition, and plan maintenance. This digital twin is like, a twin that is digitally. So people, the inspector, don't have to go on site. You can actually see, but you have to get all the data. The robustness of the AI is good only up to the data, based on the data that you upload. Of course, it has to be accurate, verifiable, obtainable, and the person who is using it. So we are going to use this because it also promotes efficiency, technology, hindi na natin kailangan mag-inspect doon physically, and we are going to use this for major projects of DPWH, particularly on the next TPLEX extension. This digital twinning that we have done for our project has won for DPWH the 2024 Bentley Going Digital Award. It was just awarded last October, in Canada. It's an international organization that recognizes initiatives of government and agencies on promoting digital technology. And we're doing it for infrastructure. So hindi naman po nahuhuli ang public sector, especially in government, when we adopt technology for infrastructure development, including construction and maintenance. We are also building bridges across, not only across the region, across the country, but also in Metro Manila, via our Metro Manila Logistic Improvement Program. Here we are building 11 bridges crossing Pasig River, Marikina River, and Manggahan Floodway. And we would want to decongest EDSA. And we have finished 3 projects, three bridges across Metro Manila. The one is Rockwell, that's the Estrella Pantaleon, the Binondo Intramuros, and the BGC Ortigas Link Road Project were already completed. We're building 11 more. And one of the major project of DPWH that is addressing climate change is our Metro Manila Seismic Improvement Project. Sa mga hindi po technical, seismic is addressing, earthquake movement. And we do not want to get caught on top of Guadalupe Bridge, that's right across EDSA. If ever the big one, and I don't know if you're familiar with, and if you have heard the big one ever happened in Metro Manila in our lifetime. JICA studies said that Metro Manila is ripe for the big one. And we want to upgrade and retrofit and strengthen all bridges crossing Metro Manila. Because the JICA study said Metro Manila will be divided into quadrant. Mahati daw tayo if ever a magnitude 7 or more earthquake will happen in Metro Manila as a result of the big one. That's the West Valley Fault. Okay? So we're now upgrading major bridges and particularly Guadalupe Bridge that's around EDSA. Allow us to strengthen Guadalupe. Guadalupe is more than 50 years old. And you don't want to be caught if ever the big earthquake, the big one happened, and you're on top of EDSA driving. So we are rehabilitating Guadalupe Bridge, and our project management office has already prepared the traffic management plan that will involve the construction of a detour, temporary detour, for both northbound and southbound, to be completed before any component of the main bridge starts. So hindi naman po namin papabayaang isara lang ang Guadalupe. We will build the temporary detour, north and south. We will retain at least the existing number of lane of the main bridge. So the maximum closure of the outer bridge and the duration of the main bridge rehabilitation will be strictly limited to 17 months after we build the detour. Okay? And then we are going to connect the major islands of the country, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, with our construction of 12 short and long span bridges with a total length of 18 kilometers. And one of this, as everyone already is familiar, I'm sure you have heard this many times, is the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge crossing Manila Bay. 32 kilometers, that's the longest bridge, if ever. Longer than ano? The one in Tacloban. This is going to be the longest bridge ever after completion, and the biggest, most expensive single project of DPWH that will be implemented, aiming to reduce travel time between Bataan in the north to Cavite in the south from 5 hours if you go by land to just about 45 minutes, bypassing Metro Manila. So you don't have to go to Metro Manila. You can cross the bridge and you can reach both ends, Bataan, Cavite, in just 45 minutes. The engineering design is 100% completed. There's now procurement evaluation going on. I think two packages have already been bid out. I think both the approaches. And this is ODA project. And construction will start sometime in March 2025. I mentioned to you our flood management program. Under this program, we are implementing projects that will strengthen the capacity of the community to prevent and mitigate adverse impact of disasters and climate change. The Philippines is located in the Pacific Ring of Fire. And as such, in fact, ang latest study this year is that we are number one. Not happy about being number one because number one in the most disaster-prone, highest risk exposure. And we have been at the top 3 for the last 3 years. Kung naalala ko, last year yata o 2 years ago, the number 1 was Vanuatu. Narinig niyo na ba yung country na yun, Vanuatu? Pero lagi po tayo nasa top 3. And now, we are number 1. So, number 1 in not so good way. But yes, we have to accept that. And we are now adopting and preparing program to address climate change and disaster risk management projects. So the flood management program is one of this. And together with this, there's now a pronouncement by the President to make sure that water, which is a primary source, rainfall, marami tayo niyan. But in some areas, you have drought. So we have to make sure that water is properly managed by way of integrated water resource management principle and river basin approach. So together with DNR, they are managing environment, and the Department of Agriculture with irrigation. We are now designing flood control projects to incorporate multifunction. What does that mean? Meaning, hindi lang flood control. Kasi kami flood management. Hindi kami what do you call this? Hindi kami in charge ng farm to market. Hindi kami in charge ng irrigation. We are managing the flood. But kailangan ng ibang agency ng flood. DA needs water for their irrigation, for their food production. Department of Energy needs water for their power projects. Local government needs water for their drinking water supply. kailangan treated. Eh yung water namin, tinatapon lang namin yan sa river, sa Manila Bay, sa ocean, sa seas. So what we're going is designing the flood control to divert the water to irrigable areas, to treatment plant, water treatment, so that they can use it for other purposes. That is Integrated Water Resource Management Program. And one of this is the Flood Risk Management Project of Cagayan de Oro River. So we have 18 major river basins. You know, I could mention some: Pasig River, Cagayan River, Pampanga River, Bicol River, Mindanao River Basin, among others, Iloilo River. Those are 18 major rivers, many of them. The differentiation of major river is the catchment area. So more than 1,400 square kilometers catchment area is major river system. 40 square kilometers to 1,400 is principal river. So ano yung nagpapabaha? Example, Metro Manila. Major principal natin, Pasig River. Pero bakit ho nagbaba kahit wala naman dinadaanan ng Pasig River? Because marami ho tayong community flooding. Marami yung problema ang flooding. So Pasig Marikina, Laguna Bay River Basin is the 7th largest river basin in the Philippines. Catchment area, more than 3,000 square kilometers. So ang coverage niyan, Laguna Bay and Pasig Marikina River. So ang combined catchment area is 3,900. Silted na po ang marami sa river natin. Laguna Bay, for one, is already silted. So we have all the tributaries feeding into the principal river. And if clogged ang tributary, ay babaha din at mag-overflow ang main river. So we have our Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Project that will mitigate flood damages in Metro Manila. Overflow. We can discuss a whole lot of issues for flood management, but since we're running out of time, just going to run down what we're doing with Pasig Marikina. Next slide. So nagde-dredge kami, we're doing revetment, we're completing phase 4. Tapos na ho yung phases 1, 2, 3. Phase 4 will be finished sometime in 2029. You know yung question na lagi niyong naririnig, ang laki-laki na nang ginagastos ng gobyerno sa flood control. Bakit baha pa din? Because the effectivity and efficiency of flood control will have to be felt if the entire project is fully completed. Of course, the engineering is only one component. Huwag kayong magtapon ng basura, please. Opo. At saka ang mga LGU natin, so sanitation, traffic, among others, yung ating mga septage and sewerage, di ba? Tapon sa Pasig River, informal settlers, among others, Metro Manila, wala na po tayong space. So, marami pong problem. But engineering has to be in place. Drainage in Metro Manila are already overly capacitated. So, meron kaming phases 5 and 6, ongoing na rin po. At part po nito, if I'm not mistaken, is yung Marikina Bridge project namin from Upper Marikina. So, this is part of the Pasig Marikina River Control Improvement Project. Meron din kaming balak sanang gawin na dam at the upper stream, but since there's already a private sector who built the dam there, we are complementing that with a gate. Of course, the dam will also address the water supply. 5 years from now, magtipid na po kayo sa tubig at ang Metro Manila po, unless we build a reservoir or a dam somewhere outside Metro Manila, kakapusin po tayo ng tubig. So, ang total projects po ng administration ng BBM ay 186 major flagship project, costing nearly 9.68 trillion pesos. 57% of this will be funded by ODA or loan, either with World Bank, ADB, AIIB, Korean, JICA, ano pa? 28% is PPP. and the rest are through local funds. So out of this 186, 135 po dyan ay transport project or physical connectivity project. And out of the 186, 74 po dyan will be implemented by DPWH, costing 2.86 trillion po. Let me cite to you some. Completed na namin yung Summer Pacific Coastal, the flood control project in De Oro, flood control project in low-lying Pampanga Bay. We have a road project in General Santos City, arterial bypass road in Plaridel, Bulacan, and Pangil Bay Bridge. We just opened Pangil Bay, inaugurated last month by no less than President Bongbong Marcos. 37 of them are ongoing right now, while 31 are under pre-construction activities, meaning feasibility or detailed engineering. So before I end my presentation, let me show you a short AVP. Kinompak ko na kasi kulang na po ako sa oras if I want to discuss all the projects of DPWH. To show you the priority programs and projects of DPWH. AVP.
And highways is the engineering and construction arm of the Philippine government. Our primary role is to develop and maintain world-class infrastructure that ensures safety, efficiency, and quality, from national highways to flood controls. The Department of Public Works and Highways is the engineering and construction arm of the Philippine government. Our primary role is to develop and maintain world-class infrastructure that ensures safety, efficiency, and quality, from national highways to flood control systems. Our work is indispensable for the nation's development. Our mission is to provide and manage quality infrastructure facilities and services that are responsive to the needs of the Filipino people. Our core values, public service, integrity, professionalism, excellence, and teamwork are the guiding principles that underpin every project we undertake. We are committed to ensuring a comfortable life for Filipinos through our unwavering dedication to delivering safe, reliable, and resilient infrastructure. This vision is supported by our core values. These values are the foundation of our efforts to build the right projects at the right cost and quality, completed on time by the best professionals in the industry.
The backbone of an economy is its infrastructure. We must keep the momentum and aspire to build better, more. Infrastructure development spending will be sustained at 5 to 6% of GDP. By committing to construct and finish critical infrastructure projects on time, on schedule, and under budget. Continue streamlining your procedures, preventing delays in costs and overruns, and enforcing transparency measures in all government projects and transactions. You are not alone in this. The entire government is there working with you to bring the synergies that we can bring together to make the government more efficient. It is true that synergy between the government and the private sector will always be a defining factor in the overall development of the country. So we will not stop here. We will continue to develop a highly interconnected road network that will facilitate our country's rapid, inclusive, and sustained economic growth.
The Philippines is entering a new era of infrastructure development aimed at enhancing connectivity and fostering economic growth across the archipelago.
These three milestone projects bring to reality our promise to transform the lives of millions of Filipinos by systematically easing traffic flow in the greater Metro Manila area. With this, we anticipate a significant improvement in the road network connectivity from Kawit to the greater Calabarzon region.
By building essential roads, bridges, and transportation networks, the nation is creating vital links that will reduce travel time and improve accessibility for millions of Filipinos.
With the signed concession agreement for the Tarlac-Pangasinan-La Union Expressway or TPLEX extension project, we are now witnessing another milestone that brings into fruition the Build Better More infrastructure program.
These initiatives are not just about modernizing transportation. They represent a strategic move toward inclusive progress, ensuring that even remote areas are integrated into the national economy.
Of note, we have provided the budget to upgrade 367 bridges and almost 1,600 kilometers of road along our country's longest thoroughfare, the Maharlika Highway from Luzon all the way to Mindanao.
By connecting regions more efficiently, these developments stimulate trade, tourism, and local industries, creating a ripple effect that boosts the economic prospects of entire communities.
Under our Inter-Island Linkage Bridge program, one is the Pangil Bay Bridge, touted as the longest water-spanning bridge in northern Mindanao. This bridge will connect Lanao del Norte to Misamis Occidental.
Improved infrastructure means smoother logistics, faster access to markets, and the ability to attract investments that can uplift both urban and rural areas.
From Central Luzon to Calabarzon, Bataan to Cavite, these are two provinces that currently have more than 5 hours worth of driving between them. With the BCIB, it's projected that 5 hours trip will now become as quick as 30 minutes, reducing by as much 86%, and we're reducing it to maybe 45 minutes of travel.
Shorter travel times lead to more time spent with families, less congestion on the roads, and greater access to essential services like healthcare, education, and employment. This infrastructure transformation is empowering citizens by making their journeys safer, faster, and more reliable, while also promoting sustainable growth across the country.
Once completed, this bridge will help us develop the economic potential of Davao City and the island garden of the city of Samar, as well as enhance its residents' access to employment, education, and other services.
With a focus on sustainability, the infrastructure developments address the challenges posed by the natural disasters and climate change. By incorporating disaster risk reduction measures, they aim to protect communities and ensure that growth is not only rapid, but also sustainable and adaptive to future challenges.
Build Better More is more than just a slogan. It is almost emphatic. Our commitment to ensure that our motivation, our efforts, and our plans are fixed towards one crucial goal: the betterment of the welfare of the Philippines.
Let's build together. Build with unwavering determination, build with excellence, and pave the way for a bagong Pilipinas, a new Philippines, where Filipinos and tourists alike can immerse themselves in our nation's unparalleled beauty and economic prosperity.
Maraming salamat po mula sa kagawaran ng mga paggawain at lansangang pambayan.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Cabral. Thank you for joining us today. We'd like to invite you to the center of the stage po for a quick question and answer, but I have a feeling po we'll have a lot of questions coming in today.
Okay lang ho yun.
Okay lang. So hanggang 10 p.m. po tayo mamaya.
Pwede.
All right, before I open up the floor to questions from everybody here, we actually have some questions that were sent in prior. So, ma'am, our first question is, could you provide an overview of the selection criteria used to prioritize the infrastructure flagship projects? And ano po yung classification niya? Whether it's implementation of government project, how to classify the mode of implementation of these government projects, whether PPP or government finance.
Actually, yung flagship projects, ang criteria po niyan dapat align sa Philippine Development Plan. National Development Plan po ng government. Alam naman po natin yung ambition natin 2040, yung Philippine National Development Plan ng Pangulo, yan po dapat align dyan. Ano ba yung mga priority? Physical connectivity, reduce traffic, reduce logistic cost. So ibig sabihin ho, yung ma-produce natin ay dapat bumaba yung costing. At isa po dyan, para i-address yan, to lower the cost of goods and services is transport logistics. So we need to upgrade the road and make sure that traffic, improves so that cost of bringing this produce from farm to the market also goes down. Second, pagka 2.5 billion po, ay qualified po yan maging flagship project. 2.5 billion pesos. Okay?
So, cost is
costing
also
po.
one of them.
And then, of course, you have to make it economically viable through study. No? Dapat may feasibility study that will show economic viability among others. Having said that, paano din-determine kung ODA yan, PPP, or government funding? Ang difference lang po ng ODA at PPP, both are economically viable. But one is more attractive to the private sector. Meaning, sa private sector perspective, financial viability is more important. So, may revenue po ba yan? Is the revenue that will make the private sector invest? Because at the end of the day, what's more important for private sector is to recoup the investment. So, ang unang titingnan po niyan is the financial viability. But both projects, so, lahat ba ng projects ay economically viable? Yes. Either PPP or ODA economically viable. But not all projects are financially viable for the private sector to invest. At kailangan din po determine ang risk sharing. So meaning, ano ba yung risk? No, meaning, kapag private sector at government, dapat may partnership, kaya nga po, PPP. So, ang government commitment is that, for example, you have to deliver not only the counterpart for payment for right-of-way or for feasibility or for detailed engineering if it's solicited, but also you have to make sure you help the private sector in acquiring permits, among others. So those are partnership of public and private. So risk, may risk po ba yan? Right-of-way, land acquisition, resettlement, among others. So lastly po, pagka GOP, sa GOP kasi budgetary appropriations. So hindi po kaya ng government to fund multi-year big ticket project locally, domestically funded. So what they do is borrow either ODA or get private sector to invest in a project. So yun po yung ating mechanism. And we have NEDA and PPP Center to help us determine if it's viable or may bankability as they would say it. So magkakaroon ng market sounding kung merong private sector interested. One classic example is that we want to rehabilitate Cannon Road. Yan po priority ng DPWH. Meron naman kami study for Cannon Road. Economically viable siya. Pero may private sector bang gusto mag-invest? Malaki ang risk. Kasi mountainous yung terrain. May traffic ba? May dadaan ba? So meron bang willing magbayad? Limited po yung traffic, naaakit ng Baguio. Wala naman po ibang kalsada going to Baguio. So, financially viable, parang wala yatang private sector interested to finance the rehabilitation of Cannon Road. So what do we do? It's important. It's a national road. It's the shortest distance yata from Metro Manila. Fastest, no? Nagtahan, Cannon, ano pa isa? Marcos. So, Cannon Road is the shortest distance. Pero ano yan, kahit summer season po yan, close open. So, we still have to maintain Cannon Road kahit na walang private sector to finance it.
Thank you po. And in situations like that, I'm sure the government has an idea of the different areas that they would like to rehabilitate or to fix. So in situations like that po, do you open it up to the private sector?
Yes.
And then it's sort of like a bidding war or paano po siya?
Yes. Meron po tayong bagong batas, yung PPP code, if we want to go the PPP modality. But first, we have to also get the sense of the market. Meron po bang market interest? So, is the private sector interested to invest in this? Meron po bang revenue streaming? sa private sector, importante yung revenue streaming. Kasi they would invest, it's private money, no? So, we are doing the study to determine economic viability and financial viability for private sector. But of course, determine ano ba yung mga risk. Kasi alam nyo, importante sa private sector, ano yung mga risk sharing. So, kailangan ma-determine muna ano yung mga identified risk. Mayroon po ba yung right of way, social acceptance, LGU, among others. Meron bang legally tenable po yan? So actually, personally, ang criteria ko, dapat legally tenable, walang magdi-disallow na batas. Kasi baka naman no-build zone yan. O may water code, nasa encroachment pa ng tubig, nasa ano pa. So merong batas o walang batas na nagbabawal. Baka naman nipas yan o yung protected zone. O kaya indigenous area. So mahirap-hirap yan. Yan yung mga risk. Second economically viable. Kasi again, the technical viability or technical implementation or technical part that's the easiest. Sa mga inhinyero po, alam namin yan na ang pinakamadaling solution ay technical. The only thing that matters is at what cost. So, may engineering solution at what cost. So, pwede naman. Do you want to invest in, billion project in one area? Siguro, I'll leave an example na lang. Mindanao Rail. Ang tagal na po natin pinag-uusapan yan. Tagal-tagal ko na sa gobyerno. Hanggang ngayon, medyo nasa pa rin, nasa planning stage. Hindi. Nabago na naman yung kanilang direction. Because very hard po, malaki ang risk ng rail.
I guess jumping off that point, na parang the planning stage seems to keep changing and changing. Ano po siguro doon, and I would think that that's an obstacle, a challenge. Ano po yung ibang challenges that DPWH commonly experiences in the construction phase? And related to that, how are they able to marry all the sustainability provisions that everyone now is trying to uphold?
I can only think of probably two kasi mahaba na naman yung usapan natin. Pinakamabigat po talagang challenge sa construction is right of way. Yan po ang because we have one of the tedious right of way law, RA 10752. And there's now a move by executive to amend RA 10752. Nasa third reading na po yata ng Senate. Hopefully that will pass under this Congress. Marami yung amendment. One of the major amendment ng right of way yung pinapropose natin is yung subterranean. Kasi dahil marami na tayong tunnel underneath, mega subway, diba? So kailangan yung subterranean. Sa current RA 10752, hindi malinaw yung subterranean provision. Up to what depth? Okay, among others. Second po na dapat nating i-amend doon yung appraisal. Dahil limited tayo sa land bank, development bank, konti lang naman yung appraiser natin dito. Sa dami ng proyekto namin, amin pa lang yun. More than 30,000 projects every year. Imagine. Yan po yung isa sa pinakamabigat na challenge natin. Right of way, social acceptance. Ang second challenge po ng industry, and I'm speaking not only of DPWH, is skilled worker. So sabi nga po kanina, medyo parang, of course, na ang karamihan po ng mga technical people natin, not only the professional ones, engineers, architects, and the skilled workers, are now being offered for more, with more compensation abroad. So while we have naman abundance of workers or professionals, I'm very happy to say na we have a deluge of young people, professionals. Tayo maubusan yan. But that, again, kailangan natin, of course, to make sure that they are attracted to go back here in the country, work here. But that is where technology comes in. Aside from, of course, the private sector, making sure that they are compensated properly. Siyempre, taasan nyo naman yung sweldo. Kasi may sa government, standardized kami. But that said,
the resources available to them to keep up with what they learn abroad po.
Sagot naman ng private sector, ibayaran nyo naman kami. So, yan po. That is where technology comes in. That is where you have to push for technology. So use AI, di ba? Para ho less manpower, more productivity, more efficiency. Hindi mo na kailangan ng maraming inspector because again, marami po tayong pwedeng gamiting technology, drone among others, para to inspect. You don't need all of you to go there to the project site, inspect among others. So
And
that
it seems like po now, with the rise of Gen Z, there really has been a
Correct.
growth in technology and different ways
so
of...
meron naman pong compensation, but we have to upskill. All of us, not only the Gen Z, but all of us, even, I'm also not part of the young people. But we have to upskill. We have to make sure that we are aware or conscious of what technology it's offering us to make sure that our work becomes more productive. So similarly po sa industry.
And to attract the younger, and to attract everyone to remain here or to come back.
Correct po.
Okay.
But and then hindi tayo kaya ho yung ating job employment, hindi ho tayo mawawala ng job opportunities. Wala, kailangan lang po right matching of the skill and the job available. So yun po yung two major challenge na nakikita ko sa construction industry. Not only with government but also with the private sector.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, time's up, but I think we can open the floor just for one question from the audience. Mukhang we have 10 hands up.
Okay lang, sir.
Okay lang. We have her until the end of the evening. Okay, which one do we choose po? We have around 5 people who raised their hands
Sa Senate nga, inabot kami ng 5
Ma'am,
o'clock
okay.
in the morning.
The lady po wearing orange?
Good morning. Hi, ma'am. I would like to read na lang my question.
Ma'am, taga saan po kayo?
Yes, I'm Geraldine Rivero. I represent Baseline Construction Corporation. It's a small company that is engaged in private construction. So I was so impressed by your presentation just a while ago. DPWH indeed has a long list of promising infra projects that will definitely make the lives of Filipinos from all walks of life better and easier. As early as now, I congratulate you, ma'am, and the whole DPWH team. I was drawn to your discussion on your work on integrated water management as an effective system for flood control and management in collaboration with DENR and DA. However, while it is true that climate change is continuously challenging the disaster resiliency of our country, we cannot discount the fact that a more obvious underlying reason for landslides at areas bounded by mountains and hills and flash floods both in the rural and urban areas is rapid forest denudation and irresponsible mining or quarrying. Now, my question is, does DPWH have a definitive project in collaboration with DENR or any other agencies on addressing forest denudation and irresponsible mining, these being two of the causes of climate change? Because addressing these two conditions will make our highways and bridges more useful to us all. Thank you very much.
Absolutely po, I totally agree. Alam niyo po, sa isang pag-aaral po ng Metro Manila Flood Management Plan that we did post-Ondoy. Again, sa mga Gen Z, hindi niyo alam si Ondoy, 2009 Ondoy. So, but I think Christine was a lot more devastating, a lot more heavier in terms of rainfall. Pero mas damaging po yung Ondoy kasi at that time hindi pa tayo ka-prepared humandle the magnitude of Ondoy. Anyway, agree po, but flood management is more than infrastructure. And more than part of the solution is really reforestation. So kami po ng DNR, meron po kaming recent partnership. Hindi lang po sa lahat ng mga proyekto namin na kailangan ng tree cutting, required po kami mag-replace ng tree, plant ng tree. Batas po yan. But on top of that, meron pong initiative ang both agency, DPWH and DNR, to for every flood control project, we will plant additional trees on top of what is legally required. So meron po kami pilot na gagawin, I think that will be in Pampanga, where we will identify together with LGU and DENR kung saan po pwede magkaroon ng additional tree planting initiative. And ito po yung aming tulong para magkaroon matuloy yung kanilang programang greening. Kasi matagal na po yung programa ng DNR on watershed reforestation. Yan po ay totoo, no? But again, hindi po kami kasi kasama or kami ay ahensya in charge ng regulation ng mining. At kami ho, although yung ibang flood control project po namin ay kailangan po ng permit ng LGU to quarry, no? Kailangan po naman ay sumunod kami ang DPWH, makakuha kami ng ECC. So yan po yung aming regulation. Having said that, yung integrated watershed program namin with DNR will promote and continuously promote starting in 2025 yung additional three planting namin together with them to identify for every flood control project na gagawin namin. A year ago, when I think there's a typhoon that happened and nagsabi po ang Pangulo na dapat ang flood control project ay yung mga tubig ay nagagamit pa rin at hindi nyo naman tinatapon kung saan-saan. At kailangan magkaroon tayo ng additional reforestation program. So directed na po ang DNR at DPWH para ipagpatuloy at i-continue yung watershed program. Again, it's going to take, a while, but we are going to push this with DPWH, our integrated water resource program, our tree planting MOA. We already did the MOA, and our pilot project in Pampanga for this partnership to reforest the forest cover in Pampanga po.
Thank you po. Thank you, Dr. Cabral. And thank you very much for your questions. Now, I know that we have several other inquiries. Unfortunately, we are pressed for time. Pero, Doktora, will you be staying here for a bit?
Kailangan ko pumunta sa dahil meron pang isang
may isang event pa. Perhaps in another event, we'll be able to ask you. But
if you have any questions or, any information you wish to, ask DPWH, you can get in touch through my email. It's cabral.na_catalina@dpwh.gov.ph. So, pwede naman po kayo mag-email so that if you want to know the update on what's happening in, say, Kabataan, Cavite, or Panay Guimaras, Negros project, among others, you can do so and we will provide you the latest update po.
Thank you very much, Doctora. I know you're very busy, so at this moment, I'd like to call on Mr. Ronaldo R. Elipanio, Mr. Levy, and Attorney Otea to present tokens of appreciation. And also, can we please give Doctora Cabral another warm round of applause? Thank you for carving time out of your very busy schedule, ma'am, to be with us. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much. So as we saw, mukhang ang dami pong tanong for our presenters. Don't worry, later on, we do have more questions. Again, for those who wanted to ask Ms. Melissa questions after her first presentation, I hope you held on to that because we'll be calling on our speakers later on for a panel question and answer. However, before that, we will move on to our next presenter. Our next esteemed presenter is Attorney Lester A. Año Nuevo. Lester leads the Public-Private Partnership Centers team in charge of monitoring the progress of PPP projects. He provides technical assistance to implementing agencies in managing and resolving issues and bottlenecks in the course of project implementation and ensures that governments and private proponents' contractual milestones and obligations are complied with. He is involved with estimating the government's financial exposure in PPP projects, in managing the government's contingent liabilities, and in resolving potential and actual construction disputes arising from the implementation of PPP projects. Lester and his team also manage the PPP Center's database of awarded PPP projects. These include all contractual arrangements implemented by national and local government agencies, including government-owned or controlled corporations under various legal frameworks. Lester is a certified PPP professional under the APMG PPP certification program, a guest lecturer of various higher education institutions in Southern Luzon, teaching law on obligations and contracts and alternative dispute resolution. He was admitted as a member of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Attorney Lester A. Año Nuevo.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'll try to be brief and as robust as the previous two presentations. But first and foremost, I'd like to send my congratulations to the organizers, to the Philippine Constructors Association, to the International Federation of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Association, and to the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators for this successful event. I'd like to have a special shout out to our colleague, Engineer S.P. Castro and Attorney Jigs Paraiso, whom we've been working together for operationalizing dispute resolution boards in PPP projects. So I think you'll be having the pleasure of Engineer S.P. Castro's knowledge on know-how on dispute boards and dispute avoidance later on. So I'd like to share to you the presentation that I prepared, or at least the deck that we have prepared. And this is on the PPP Center's effort in developing a healthy pipeline of PPP projects. But first and foremost, I'd like to introduce the PPP Center as the institution. Several years ago, we are just the creation of the executive order, but because of the new law, the PPP Code enacted in 2023, we are now institutionalized as the PPP Center of the Philippines. And we facilitate the implementation of the country's PPP program. And we serve as the central coordinating and monitoring agency of all PPP projects. So we advocate for policy initiatives. We enhance the enabling mechanisms for our key stakeholders. We conduct capacity building for implementing agencies on how to implement PPP projects. An introduction of the new law. We are now tasked to draft policy matter opinions for the approval of our governing board and issue non-policy matter opinions relating to PPPs. So if you do have inquiries relating to PPP projects, whether my proposed project is considered to be a PPP, whether an issue in a PPP project is related to another specific law or another specific issue, you can just send your request to the PPP Center for the issuance of a non-policy matter opinion. Similar to GPPB, when you have inquiries on procurement, so it's the same methodology, it's the same approach to that responsibility. And we also manage the PPP Center's Project Development and Monitoring Facility and Risk Management Fund. So just a bit of an introduction to the Project Development and Monitoring Facility. So this is our pool of resources. So this is a revolving fund which we can use to tap international consultants or even local consultants so that the implementing agencies would not have to use the GAA, but would have to use the revolving fund to tap in consultants for preparatory and transaction advisory services, independent consultants, and other third-party experts as required by law under the PPP code. So that's one of the things that I would like to share to you. And in our, sorry about that, in the new law and previously, the thing with the legal framework before in the PPP, in the Philippine PPP program, it's so diverse, it's so fragmented that it would really depend on whether what type of implementing agency you are, and at the same time, what is the discretion of the implementing agency on what legal framework to use. But now, because of the new law, it's now unified and centralized into one legal framework. And this is the PPP Code of the Philippines. And this is where our investors would really embrace this idea that there's only one legal framework throughout the country for implementing PPP projects. You don't have to look for local ordinances. You don't have to look for specific joint venture guidelines of the implementing agencies, etc., etc. So it's just one framework that we're looking at for ease of doing business, and at the same time, so that the project and timelines are more predictable and reliable. So under the law, the PPP Code of the Philippines was signed in December 5, 2023, and became effective December 23 of last year. And under specifically Section 189 of the PPP Code IRR, all executive orders, laws, decrees, codes, issuances, rules and regulations, and ordinances which are inconsistent with the PPP Code is deemed repealed or modified accordingly. So this is now our framework for implementing PPP projects, and this is where I think we can capitalize on this new framework. So these are just the milestones or the timelines specifically for the PPP, well, the legislative mill or what had happened on the law itself. But just to give you an idea on what introductions or reforms that were inculcated in the PPP Code, one, there's a new framework for unsolicited proposals. I understand that the private sector is interested to offer unsolicited proposals to government, right? But there's this one consolidated framework now for developing unsolicited proposals. So we'll now have to submit your unsolicited proposal to the PPP Center, and the PPP Center within 10 calendar days determines whether your proposal is complete. So the determination or the initial determination of the PPP Center is merely on the completeness of the documents. This reform was introduced in this law because we would want implementing agencies to negotiate and do a detailed evaluation with complete documents. We don't want the private sector, at least, or to be with the implementing agency, and then during the negotiations, may kulang palang dokumento, right? So this is now our reform, and then once an unsolicited proposal is determined to be complete, it is now being endorsed to the implementing agency, and the determination of the implementing agency is dependent on the preference of the proponent. And we determine also the appropriate approving body in that case. And then the implementing agency within 90 days would have to come up with their detailed evaluation. If they're interested with the unsolicited proposal, they can enter into a negotiation before issuing the original proponent status. Okay, so those are just some of the few reforms. We can have a PPP 101 on a separate venue, or at least the details of the legal framework. I think you're more interested with the pipeline of PPP projects that we have. But just to give you also an idea in terms of sustainability, the PPP Code now accepts or at least embraces alternative financial instruments, meaning you can use green fund or green financing instruments, sukuk or Sharia compliant bonds, capital market financing to use for project financing. You can use that as capital for proposing PPP projects. Before, it's just the banks and the lenders. But you can have access to green funds as well, so that you can use that for your PPP proposals or unsolicited proposals. And then we're also gearing towards regulation by contract. So I understand that you would feel that, like for example, during the operation and maintenance, you're applying for a toll or an adjustment in the toll, and then it's not how the regulatory agency assesses your application based on the parametric formula that you have in your contract. It's very different. So we're now gearing towards a regulation of adjustments of tolls, tariffs by contract. So at the very onset, yung parametric formula is already included in the PPP structure itself. Right, so those are just some of the reforms. And of course, I think you're interested also in this. It is now mandatory for PP projects to have independent consultants. So the independent consultant is a third-party neutral where part of the obligation is to assess the submissions of the private proponent and at the same time assess whether a project is to be accepted by government. Right? So the fees for the independent consultants is on a 50-50 basis. It's procured by the government, but it's shared because the IEC works for the project and not for any other party. Right? So we now have, down to the projects. So we now have 173 projects in the pipeline. And by meaning pipeline, these are the projects that we are developing, preparing with the implementing agency, etc., etc. These are not yet the awarded PPP projects because the awarded PPP projects is more than 300 as of today. But in the project pipeline, we have a 2.5 trillion cost, at least project cost or indicative cost. The disaggregation between a national PPP project and a local PPP project is 117 and 56. And if you would notice the sector disaggregation, in the past few years, we have not seen that much of project related to renewable energy, the health sector, but now we have seen some strides in that sector as well, or even in the social infrastructure market. So we're now seeing a lot of projects being developed on health, water and sanitation, renewable energy, agriculture and food security, tourism and education. But of course, the main or the more dominant projects in the pipeline would still be transportation, meaning our implementing agencies of DPWH and the OTR are still the main users of PPPs in our jurisdiction. In the local scene, or in the local PPP project pipeline, we have 56 projects in the pipeline. 15 are solicited and 41 are solicited. So you would notice that there are many private proponents offering projects to local government units. And you would see that this is more on property development, such as social housing projects, mixed use, realty development, etc., etc. Okay, so we're now also seeing a little bit of health projects, solid waste management, etc., etc. All right, so those are the sector disaggregation of the PE projects that we have in pipeline. And just on the topic of construction management, since this is the International Construction Management Forum, I'd like to contextualize also my presentation or my deck to how we can contractually manage PPPs. So this presentation is just a diagram borrowed from the presentation of Professor Kurt Dirkman. And this relates to how a PPP is structured. From the perspective of government, we're only dealing with the private proponent, with the SPC. But the SPC, or the Special Purpose Vehicle, or the SPV, is dealing with its downstream contracts, meaning its contractors, whether it's DNC contractors, your O&M operators, etc., your subcontractors. And at the same time, your SPV is also dealing with the financiers, your lenders, your banks, etc., in the upstream contract. And we are aware of the dilemma of the SPV as far as contract management is concerned. I typically call this as a hydra. So, and as mentioned by Attorney Otea earlier, even the best structured PPPs would always end up in a dispute, regardless whether it's a compensation claim, it's a time extension claim. It would always end up in a dispute, whether we like it or not. So the way how I see it is that how we properly manage the contract or the PPP is on how to manage relationships even with the SPV, even if government is just engaging with the SPV as the main contractor in the main PPP contract. And as you know, earlier in the video, the president said that the backbone of the economy is infrastructure. I still believe that if that is the case, then the backbone of the infrastructure sector would be our contractors. Because otherwise, if we don't have the best and appropriate contractors working with the government, we won't have that successful projects that we are now realizing. And at the same time, when disputes arise, the first one to be hit would always be the contractor. And we are aware of this in the PPP Center. We are not just saying that, for example, if implementing agency files for a claim on, let's say, there's a delay in the project, the first one to get hit would be the DNC contractor. Right? Kasi pinapass down lang naman ni SPV yung risk to the DNC contractor. Or if there's an issue in the operations and maintenance, the SPV would pass it on to the operations and maintenance. So we're looking out for other measures on how we can make that relationship be better and to make that public-private partnership and to put partnership at the core of that relationship. So our discussions right now are looking at some probably security of payment legislation, like pay now, argue later type of dispute resolution so that we prevent insolvency on the part of subcontractors and contractors. And we inculcate them in the contract itself. All right, so these are some of the figures lang as far as construction management is concerned. You would take a look at the main dispute points, or at least pain points, would still be on construction delays, environmental and social concerns, and KPIs and payment mechanisms. In the recent 2024 study of the Adjudication Society in their statutory adjudication survey, they said that the main reasons for the disputes submitted to statutory adjudication would still be one, the lack of competence of the implementing agency or the private party to manage the contract, and at the same time the capacity of the implementing agency to monitor the contract. Right? So some of the PE projects in the pipeline, and I'm just sharing this to you. Earlier, Yusek Cabral mentioned the TPLEX extension project. So this is already awarded by the DPWH. The Laguindingan Airport project, which is also an awarded PPP project by the DOTR. This Laguindingan project involves the upgrade, O&M, and future expansion of the Laguindingan Airport in CDO. The UPPGH project is already in its advanced stages as well. So this is the PGH in Diliman, right? So there's going to be a PGH in Diliman. So this would cater a new 400-bed public hospital within the campus of UP Diliman, and would have the target catchment of NCR patients and other contiguous provinces of Bulacan and Rizal. We also have the new Bohol International Airport, which is more or less about to be signed, I think, in the next coming days or in a few weeks. The Baguio General Hospital, and this is an offshoot of the pandemic. You would see a lot of PPP projects now gearing towards the health sector. So the BGH-MC, this is a retrofitting of the existing dormitory building into a functional dialysis center in Baguio General Hospital. There's also a cancer center that we are developing, or at least we are procuring in UPPGH Manila. So this includes a 300-bed cancer hospital to be located within the UPPGH campus. So there will be a dedicated 150-bed area for sponsored public patients and 150-bed area for self-paying private patients. For local PPP projects, we have the Bislig City Bulk Water Supply and Septage Project, and we are procuring this already. And this is a project for potable water supply to the city of Bislig. We also have a bulk water project in Negros Occidental, and this is also on the advanced stages. So this involves the financing, engineering, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of a bulk water supply system. We also have the Metro Manila Subway O&M project, which is, as you know, some of the packages are already being built by the DOTR. So yung O&M ng lahat ng packages niyan, it's going to be a PPP. And this would provide high standards of safety and levels of service for the Metro Manila Subway project. We also have the NSCR O&M. So this is the O&M component of the North-South Commuter Railway O&M project. Other PP projects, we have the San Ramon Newport project, which involves the construction of a world-class seaport at Zambo Eco-Zone. We have the Cagayan Valley Medical Center, the Hemodialysis Center also, which involves the design and construction of a 2-story hemodialysis center in Cagayan Valley. So the implementing agency would be the Department of Health. And a few more PPP projects that I would like to share to you in the pipeline would be the Iloilo International Airport Project and the Calibo International Airport Project. These are projects brewing up already and includes the expansion of the existing capacity of our local airports as DOTR and CAAP as implementing agencies. And I think the last two of the PPP projects and some of the PPP projects in the pipeline that I would like to share to you would be the Puerto Princesa City Airport Project, which involves the renovating, developing, and expanding an existing passenger terminal project, and the MRT Line 3 O&M project of the existing line station of MRT. Right, so those are the PPP projects that I have and I'd like to share to you. And some of these projects are targeted to be awarded on the first half of 2025. So if you're interested to join as a subcontractor or at least part of the entities that would bid to the project, you're definitely most welcome to get access of these information. You can just go to the PPP Center and look at the PPP projects in our pipeline, and we'd hope to see you there in the procurement of these PPP projects. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Lester. Attorney, I'd like to invite you to remain on stage with me, please. And at this point, I'd also like to call up on stage Miss Melissa. Because at this portion of the program, we are opening up the floor to question and answer. So all of those who are unable to ask questions earlier, now is your time to shine. Again, for all of those who want questions, kindly raise your hand and please do introduce yourself and from what company you are from and which speaker you'd like to talk to. Here, ma'am, have a seat. Can we also have a microphone, please? Ma'am, we do have some questions that were sent in earlier. Mga anonymous kasi nahiya po sila magtanong. But we do have one question for you. So, what measures are in place to ensure that PPP agreements are fair and sustainable for both the governments and private sector partners, especially in terms of risk sharing and long-term financial viability? So it says here, my question is for Melissa D. Feliciano, so specific but you.
Although I think that's more of a PPP question.
Yes.
PPP Center question. Yes. So we'll hear from the expert.
The thing with PPP projects is that you treat it on a per project basis. So we don't have a specific risk allocation on a sector basis right now. We treat contracts bespokely. Parang there's no standard form of contracts, no standard type of liabilities, or at least. But we are aware of the GPRAM. So the GPRAM is the Government Procurement Risk Allocation Matrix. This is something that the implementing agencies as well as the approving body looks at as far as risk allocation is concerned. So may preference na si government on this one. And then it's only a matter of negotiating na with the implementing agency on what risks can be transferred to the private sector. So it's a matter of negotiation. But the safeguards are there. The PPP code would have penal clauses for an administrative, civil, and criminal liabilities for those who are not compliant with the timelines, as well as those who would not be able to follow the approval guidelines under the PPCO. So it's quite strict.
And just to add to that, that risk allocation matrix is usually part of the concession agreement. So it's outlined in the concession agreement of each and every PPP project.
Thank you. Now we open the floor. Yes, sir. May we get for your name and where you're from?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Jerry Pancho from CM Pancho Construction. I must congratulate PPP. You have about 173 projects lined up for bidding soon. PPP is a partnership between the public and the private. In some biddings we have participated, based on the feasibility study, there must be a government subsidy for it to be viable. If not, it will be a long-term investment. So based on the 173, do you have allotted budget for the subsidy? Monetary subsidy? Because the PPP are regulated, the toll road, the water, so you cannot recover your investment immediately in 5 years or even up to 10. It will be more than 10 years. So there must be a government subsidy, which happened in the first PPP projects before. But right now, I don't think it's the reverse. The private is offering money to the government rather than getting the subsidy.
I think it also comes within the territory na we are now in a more mature PPP regime. So I think government now would be able to be in a more mature place on how we can manage government subsidies. I am not specifically aware of any fund intended for government subsidies per project. But as far as the PPP Center is concerned, we are aware that there is an ongoing discussion with the ICC on how to make sure that some sectors in PPPs are really viable only when there's a viability gap funding. Like for example, rail, and some of the social infrastructure projects, like when the revenue streams of the private is not that certain. For example, in hospitals, the one is rail projects. It's going to be full of viability gap funding or government subsidy. But there's no policy from the government yet. But we are discussing this with NEDA, DOF, to come up with a standard appreciation, specifically on projects on sectors.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your question. Does anybody else have any questions? Any questions? Yes, we have a question at the back.
Hi, good morning to our panel. So I actually have two questions, one each for our respectable panels. The first question would be for Attorney Anya Nuevo. With the provision of the PPP law, I would just like to ask, would that now supersede the previously mandated laws? And in a time of dispute, when it arises, can clients or contractors alike still quote the previously governing laws, or shall we invoke the PPP code instead?
Right. So my treatment to that, it would be really dependent on the dispute as well as the stage where that project was at the time of the PPP code was enacted. Like for example, if the project was already awarded, it is governed by the contract and the PPP code. So there is a specific provision in the PPP code when it repeals expressly and it modifies accordingly some of the legal frameworks that we have. But for existing PPP projects and awarded, we recognize substantive rights. Substantive rights of both parties, government as well as the private proponents, that it should be respected. Otherwise, it's an infringement of the obligations that was entered into by government at the time. So I would hazard to answer your question on a per project basis. There's no blanket application, but what I can tell you right now is The PP Code recognizes established rights and obligations of the parties.
Thank you, attorney, for the crash course also on lawyering. No? Thank you. Additionally, for Ms. Valdisa, I also work in business development, and business development is very broad. You mentioned earlier our common concern as contractors also is the need for manpower. So, excuse the quirky question, but do you think also in terms of manpower, we should treat it in partnership with TESDA as if we were also looking for reservists in workers also? Or in your personal opinion, how does the Clark International Airport deal with the increasing need for manpower, particularly in terms of skilled workers?
Thank you for that, sir. So I think Clark is very lucky because we have in the region we have a population of about 12 million, of which 5.7 million are part of the labor force. And in Clark, Region 3 in particular, our literacy rate is at 98%, so one of the highest in the country. So really, that's one of the strengths of Clark. There's no shortage in manpower. In fact, there's an excess of such. And consistently, we work with TESDA. That's to address the needs of our locators. We consistently ask our locators what their needs are so that even before they open their factories, we already have their requirements in place. So we coordinate with the local colleges, with the state universities around the area, and with TESDA especially for the upskilling in order to address those gaps.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One last question. We have one last question. Over there.
Hi, good morning. I'm Attorney April Santiago. I'm from Estrada and Aquino Law, and I have actually two questions for an Attorney Anyo Nuevo. So my first question to you is, you said earlier that the PPP law has several penalties, or that it is very strict in application in cases that there will be any violation to the implementation of a certain project. My question, Attorney, is where do we go to when we have a problem? And what are the common problems that are being referred to that particular body?
Right. So, are you referring to access to courts, or are you referring to, let's say, if there's a problem in the implementation of the PE project?
And the implementation, Attorney, because earlier it was mentioned that there was CIAC, CIAC for any arbitration costs, including construction or implementation. So I'm wondering now if there's a different body that will handle for PPP projects especially.
The case with SIAC is that it's an issue with an awarded project.
Okay.
Right? So if there's an awarded project, you still go to the dispute resolution mechanism first.
Yes.
Kasi I understand this is a condition precedent before submitting to judicial remedies,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So normally in a PPP project, there's a multi-tiered dispute resolution clause. So you can go for negotiations first, amicable settlement, a project dispute resolution board, arbitration, before going to court. So I think there's a laddered approach for dispute resolution mechanisms for awarded PPP projects. But if your question is referring to, let's say, the implementing agency not being able to comply with, let's say, the timelines as prescribed with the PPP code, and there's no awarded project yet, you'll have to go to the courts for a judicial remedy. I think that's the remedy that is provided by law.
Oh, may I follow up on that? So, is it okay? So you said we would go to court, assuming that there is no awarded project yet. What would we be filing?
It would depend.
On the
It would depend on the violation. Let's say, for example, if there are specific violations under the PP code for penal clauses. So tingnan mo lang doon kung ano yung na-violate. Specifically, let's say, there was no approval of, let's say, the ICC that was made for the project. So you can file for the remedy doon.
Okay. And sorry for the last question. you mentioned earlier that we can address our concerns to the PPP Center for any request for policy and non-policy matters.
Yes.
This is a practical question. Let's say I address it right now. I sent a query today to the email address. How long do you think the turnaround would be?
Oh, okay. So we follow the ARTA guidelines. So in the 26 non-policy matter opinions that we have issued, we have complied with within the 20-day period of ARTA.
Thank
So
you
we follow that.
Okay, thank you po.
Thank you also for your question. And right now, I'm very sorry, but I think we have reached our time limit for all the questions. At this moment, I would like to invite all our session 1 speakers to the stage, please, for a group photo. May I also call up Mr. Ronaldo R. Elipanio, Mr. Levi Espiritu, Attorney Otea, as well, to kindly give the tokens of appreciation to our speakers. Can I invite everyone to the center of the stage, please? Attorney Año Nuevo. Ms. Feliciano, can you join us at the center, please? All right, can I ask you all to please take a look at the cameras in front and smile? Okay, one more with thumbs up, please. One thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers. And thank you also for our presenters. Thank you, sirs. Okay, I have a quick question to ask everyone. Show of hands, who here is hungry? Wow, we have some very hungry people. All right, at this moment, we have our lunch break. I think you will be having lunch in your seats. We have allotted, is it 30 minutes? I think 30 minutes, 45 minutes for our lunch break. And then after lunch, we will be moving on to the next session, our next plenary speakers and question and answers. Don't worry, we will be offering coffee after lunch as well. So for now, thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed the first part of our session. And bon appetit. I hope you have a wonderful lunch.
Para magagamit.
has its own story to tell. You never know what to expect. But one thing is certain, your home is nothing less than ordinary. It is the most essential reminder that you will always have a safe place to go home to after each day. And with the right partner to build this with, you know that your home has a solid foundation you can trust. Yes, there were so many moments of bliss along the way, and everything was possible as long as you had each other's love and support. And in those moments, you knew right there and then you had found your home in each other's arms. When everything looked so perfect and you got the best things in life with a little dash of surprise along the way, you sometimes ask, what could ever go wrong in this perfect home? When all you ever wanted was to provide only the best for your home, no matter what it took. And regardless how big the sacrifices you had to make. When you only wanted to witness the simple joys of life together. When you've forgotten that the very source of your inspiration was just right under your nose, waiting to be noticed. When sometimes you tend to sacrifice who truly matters in life. Since you are too confident that she will always be there when you get home. When you tend to neglect the people you love for the things you thought they needed. When before, a simple bath time can be so much fun and you forget the time passing by when you're all together. When before, you are willing to carry all the burdens together, since you know that you have each other no matter what. Life was simple. When before, you didn't mind the mess, since you had each other's back to clean it up afterwards. Love was always constant. You have inner peace within the comfort of each other's love. From the moment you open your eyes to welcome a new day. Everything was perfect at a glance. You always saw the beauty in all corners of the room. When all you need is to open your eyes and see that the most important thing in building a home is just staring right back at you. Don't worry, we'll fix this. We'll fix this. You build your own home. You create timeless memories together. Your constant partner in building timeless homes.
We have a mission. A vision. With intention. For every structure we create stands on integrity, driven by excellence, fueled by innovation. Rooted in Malasaki. We don't just build or erect buildings. We create communities, support dreams. We transform lives. raising the bar with our globally competitive services. Crafting a better tomorrow for Filipinos. Building with intention. Stepping into a sustainable future demands trust. And we are Dayton. Your trusted builder.
Got an event just around the corner? For organizers, managing events with endless details, sudden changes, and surprises can feel overwhelming. But with GevMe as your complete registration solution, you stay in control from start to finish. Start with custom registration forms tailored to your needs, making signups effortless, organized, and optimized. As your attendee list grows, assign roles, build workflows, and manage every detail. When event day arrives, no need to stress. Watch attendees check in seamlessly through QR code, ID card scanning, or facial recognition. As your event unfolds, rest easy, as GevMe captures real-time registration data all in one place, allowing you to track every attendee touchpoint and follow up effectively. And when it's time to wrap up, GevMe's flexible payment system ensures revenue collection is smooth and easy. Ready to take the next step? Let GevMe power your next event.
Welcome to LDL, where dreams come true. Exceptional events just for you. Young and vibrant, our team so keen. Innovative, making every scene. Your vision, our innovation. LDL event solutions, celebration. Your vision, our innovation. LDL, it's a perfect creation. Since 06 we've built way. From local scenes to global sway. ACT summits and grand affairs. LDR's magic everywhere. Your vision, our innovation. LDR event solution celebration.
Every home has its own story to tell. You never know what to expect. But one thing is certain, your home is nothing less than ordinary. It is the most essential reminder that you will always have a safe place to go home to after each day. And with the right partner to build this with, you know that your home has a solid foundation you can trust. Yes, there were so many moments of bliss along the way, and everything was possible as long as you had each other's love and support. And in those moments, you knew right there and then you had found your home in each other's arms. When everything looked so perfect and you got the best things in life with a little dash of surprise along the way, you sometimes ask, what could ever go wrong in this perfect home? When all you ever wanted was to provide only the best for your home, no matter what it took. And regardless how big the sacrifices you had to make. When you only wanted to witness the simple joys of life together. When you've forgotten that the very source of your inspiration was just right under your nose, waiting to be noticed. When sometimes you tend to sacrifice who truly matters in life. Since you are too confident that she will always be there when you get home. When you tend to neglect the people you love for the things you thought they needed. When before, a simple bath time can be so much fun and you forget the time passing by when you're all together. When before, you are willing to carry all the burdens together, since you know that you have each other no matter what. Life was simple. When before, you didn't mind the mess, since you had each other's back to clean it up afterwards. Love was always constant. You have inner peace within the comfort of each other's love. From the moment you open your eyes to welcome a new day, everything was perfect at a glance. You always saw the beauty in all corners of the room. When all you need is to open your eyes and see that the most important thing in building a home is just staring right back at you.
Don't worry, we'll fix this. We'll fix this.
You build your own home. You create timeless memories together. Your constant partner in building timeless homes.
We have a mission. A vision. With intention. For every structure we create stands on integrity, driven by excellence, fueled by innovation. Rooted in Malasakit. We don't just build nor erect buildings. We create communities, support dreams. We transform lives. raising the bar with our globally competitive services. Crafting a better tomorrow for Filipinos. Building with intention. Stepping into a sustainable future demands trust. And we are Dayton. Your trusted builder.
Got an event just around the corner? For organizers, managing events with endless details, sudden changes, and surprises can feel overwhelming. But with GevMe as your complete registration solution, you stay in control from start to finish. Start with custom registration forms tailored to your needs, making signups effortless, organized, and optimized. As your attendee list grows, assign roles, build workflows, and manage every detail. When event day arrives, no need to stress. Watch attendees check in seamlessly through QR code, ID card scanning, or facial recognition. As your event unfolds, rest easy, as GevMe captures real-time registration data all in one place, allowing you to track every attendee touchpoint and follow up effectively. And when it's time to wrap up, GevMe's flexible payment system ensures revenue collection is smooth and easy. Ready to take the next step? Let GevMe power your next event.
Welcome to LDR, where dreams come true. Exceptional events just for you. Young and vibrant, our team so keen. Innovative, making never seen. Your vision, our innovation. LDR event solutions, celebration. Your vision, our innovation. LDR, it's a perfect creation. Since 06 we've the way. From local scenes to global sway. ACT summits and grand affairs. LDR's magic everywhere. Your vision, our innovation. LDR event solution celebration.
Win Radio.
Mapapakinggan
Kahit saan, kahit kailan.
Win Radio.
Win Radio.
Mapapakinggan
Kahit saan, kahit kailan.
91.5 Win Radio.
Every home has its own story to tell. You never know what to expect. But one thing is certain, your home is nothing less than ordinary. It is the most essential reminder that you will always have a safe place to go home to after each day. And with the right partner to build this with, you know that your home has a solid foundation you can trust. Yes, there were so many moments of bliss along the way, and everything was possible as long as you had each other's love and support. And in those moments, you knew right there and then you had found your home in each other's arms. When everything looked so perfect and you got the best things in life with a little dash of surprise along the way, you sometimes ask, what could ever go wrong in this perfect home? When all you ever wanted was to provide only the best for your home, no matter what it took, and regardless how big the sacrifices you had to make. When you only wanted to witness the simple joys of life together. When you've forgotten that the very source of your inspiration was just right under your nose, waiting to be noticed. When sometimes you tend to sacrifice who truly matters in life. Since you are too confident that she will always be there when you get home. When you tend to neglect the people you love for the things you thought they needed. When before, a simple bath time can be so much fun and you forget the time passing by when you're all together. When before, you are willing to carry all the burdens together, since you know that you have each other no matter what. Life was simple. When before, you didn't mind the mess, since you had each other's back to clean it up afterwards. Love was always constant. You have inner peace within the comfort of each other's love. From the moment you open your eyes to welcome a new day. Everything was perfect at a glance. You always saw the beauty in all corners of the room. When all you need is to open your eyes and see that the most important thing in building a home is just staring right back at you.
Don't worry, we'll fix this. We'll fix this.
You build your own home. You create timeless memories together. Your constant partner in building timeless homes.
We have a mission. A vision. To build with intention. For every structure we create stands on integrity, driven by excellence, fueled by innovation. Rooted in Malasaki. We don't just build nor erect buildings. We create communities, support dreams. We transform lives. raising the bar with our globally competitive services. Crafting a better tomorrow for Filipinos. Building with intention. Stepping into a sustainable future demands trust. And we are Dayton. Your trusted builder.
Got an event just around the corner? For organizers, managing events with endless details, sudden changes, and surprises can feel overwhelming. But with GevMe as your complete registration solution, you stay in control from start to finish. Start with custom registration forms tailored to your needs, making signups effortless, organized, and optimized. As your attendee list grows, assign roles, build workflows, and manage every detail. When event day arrives, no need to stress. Watch attendees check in seamlessly through QR code, ID card scanning, or facial recognition. As your event unfolds, rest easy, as GevMe captures real-time registration data all in one place, allowing you to track every attendee touchpoint and follow up effectively. And when it's time to wrap up, GevMe's flexible payment system ensures revenue collection is smooth and easy. Ready to take the next step? Let GevMe power your next event.
Hello again, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How was everyone's lunch? Fine. Was it yummy? Yes, thank you so much for answering. Can we see if everyone's energized? Hi. Hello. We can see who here, yung mga foreigners again. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi, very good. Now, sounds like everyone's a little bit more energized. Ready for our next session? Are we ready to proceed? Yes, don't worry. This will be a working lunch. And for all of those that want to have coffee during our session, please feel free to flag any of the waiters because coffee is overflowing this afternoon. All right, so now we move on to session 2 of our conference. Our next presenter is Attorney Matienzo, who is also the current Executive Director of the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, or PCAB, where he has been instrumental in modernizing licensing processes and ensuring compliance with the ease of doing business law. He has degrees from San Beda University, Manila, the University of Southern California, and Syracuse University, as well as specialized executive training from Harvard University. His deep expertise in both law and public service is truly impressive. Since his appointment in 2017, Attorney Matienzo has led significant reforms, driving efficiency and improving standards within the construction industry. His commitment to public service, influenced by his background, has had a lasting impact on the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Attorney Herbert D.G. Matienzo.
States of PCAB. PCAB is an implementing board of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, and our primary mandate under our enabling law, which is Republic Act number 4566, as amended by PD 1746 and further amended by RA 11711, to issue, suspend, revoke licenses of all contractors in the Philippines. We are performing this mandate for the safety of the public. Through our accreditation process, we ensure that only qualified and reliable contractors are able to engage in and undertake construction projects in the country. In addition, it is our goal to advance the orderly growth of the contracting sector as well as to increase and upgrade construction capability both for the advantage of the public and private sector. So I would like to provide you with an overview of the organizational structure of SIAP. SIAP is an attached agency of the Department of Trade and Industry for policy and program coordination. Currently, and concurrent to my capacity as PCAB Executive Director, I am serving as the Acting Executive Director of SIAP. So who are we regulating and providing licenses to? The licenses issued by PCAB are for construction contractors in the Philippines. Construction contractors are those who undertakes or offers to undertake or purports to have the capacity to undertake or submits a bid to or does himself or by through others. A contractor may be an individual, firm, partnership, corporation, association, or other organization, or any combination thereof. It includes the principal contractor, subcontractor, and the specialty contractor. As enabled by law, PCAB issues two types of licenses: regular licenses and special licenses. Regular licenses are for proprietorship, corporations, partnerships, one-person corporations, and for small-scale contractors, we issue the Pacquiao license. We launched the Pacquiao license in 2022 to encourage small-scale contractors to legitimize their operations and protect the public from untoward incidents affecting safety and security. The Pacquiao license shall apply to proprietorships only and to be used under private projects scope only. For special licenses, these are issued to foreign contractors, joint ventures, consortium, and project owners. Types of applications. PCAB processes various types of applications of for licenses. Aside from new and renewal of licenses, we also have services for amendments of licenses such as additional classification, category upgrading, changing of business name, changing of business name and status, as well as changing of authorized managing officers or officer. In addition to this, we also process registration for government infrastructure projects and of course, special licenses. In this slide, I would like to show you the registration criteria for applying for licenses. We have 5 qualification areas: managerial, financial, technical, overall credit points, and integrity. Each area has its own set of registration criteria. For instance, for the managerial qualification, we look at the minimum experience requirement for the authorized managing officer, which is 2 years. And you should be at least 25 years old. In the case of category AAA going down. And for quadruple A, you must be at least 35 years old. And for financial, we look at the minimum net worth requirements for the applied category. As to the technical qualification, we evaluate the employment of the regular and full-time sustaining technical employees and their relevant experience. The STEs or the sustaining technical employees could either be engineers or architects. Here, I would like to show you track record adjustments and allowable ranges of contract cost category. So it ranges from small a to large B. In 2022, one of the kumbaga po magandang dinulot ng COVID sa amin po is the launching of a fully online process of PCAB through the PCAB online licensing portal. This was a grant by USAID to us for free. We did not spend a single penny. And accessing our portal can be done in a few steps. The full list of application requirements is uploaded online. You might either scan the QR code or visit the website link shown in the next slide. Next, to fully access the portal, you must create an account. You're required to use only one account for all application types. And once your account is created, you may enter and log into the portal. All of the forms are in the portal and they are in digital formats. You may accomplish the forms and upload all the necessary supporting documents. After that, pay your application fees and submit the complete application. Our portal also provides updates on the status of the application in real time. Simply log in and check the status of your application, and notices are also sent to your registered email addresses. Once approved, you may download and print your digital license, and verification of such licenses may also be done through the portal. So ang atin pong PCAB online portal is you apply online, you pay online, you get your license online, you verify the license online also. So again, to view the complete list of requirements, you may scan this QR code or visit the link on the screen. Again, thank you for this opportunity and to share with you the gist of PCAB's licensing and accreditation process. And I look forward to some of your questions. Thank you po and magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, of digital tools and technologies, how is PCAB adapting its processes to streamline contractor accreditation and to enhance industry efficiency?
It started in 2020 when we migrated to being an online platform. From a 24, before we have 24 documentary requirements for renewals of licenses. And we cut it down to 9 initially, and right now we only have 8 documentary requirements which you need to pass or to file on that portal. Secondly, we are 100% online. And recently, one of our staff developed an app, a PCAB My App. Now it's now available on available na po siya for Android users. Soon to be available po sa iOS users, wherein pwede pong ito na po yung gamitin ng public to apply for a license po and to verify also the accreditation of a particular licensee. And just recently po, the board approved a budget for the upgrading of our system. It's a multi-million project po, which we already bidded out, waiting for its award. It's PCAB 5.0, which will somehow need the industry in terms of data gathering, data mining, AI, which can be also used by our students in the research.
Thank you. Okay, before anybody else, ako po, as I switch my hat, kasi we also have a family business is also construction. So I have a quick question. Lately po kasi there's been an influx of foreign contractors. How are you able to handle that influx of foreign contractors with the local contractors and the developers? And how do we prioritize, or is there, I guess, different measures in place to prioritize local contractors?
Contrary po to the belief of some that we limit or we do not allow foreign contractors in the Philippines, there's a difference between regulation. We just regulate. So they are welcome in the Philippines. Foreign contractors are very much welcome in the Philippines. In fact, if I may share, in 2018 alone, foreign contractors whom we issued licenses were able to participate in projects in the Philippines amounting to 518 billion pesos. So I think that's a lot.
So there is a very huge positive influence in the economy.
And the avenue for them to enter the scene, the construction scene, is available there also in the portal. They can apply for special licenses, joint ventures with our local big-time contractors or small-scale contractors, as well as consortium with other foreign contractors. So you're just
all about the regulations.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Okay, now I open it again. Hello, ma'am. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, Attorney Matienzo.
Good afternoon po.
I'm Sonia Valdeavilla, a former CIAP employee. My question is, I would like to be updated on how the decision of the Supreme Court to allow foreign contractor to register and get a license like what Filipino contractors are having, meaning a special license I know is okay for foreigners, but a regular license, I don't know if it's already open to foreign companies.
Thank you, ma'am. The foreign contractors may avail of, even before the decision of the Supreme Court, we are already giving regular licenses po via the quadruple A license po. So it was issued sometime in 2015, before I came on board po, with the capitalization requirement of 1 billion pesos. Now, with the decision of the Supreme Court po in the case of PICA versus Manila Waters, which became final in March of 2023, I think, or 2022, we are in the process of finalizing the IRR. During the last board meeting, mayroon na pong consensus. We're just, ang pinag-aaralan na lang po is who's going to approve the IRR. Is it going to be the board through the Secretary of DTI, or should it go to the Office of the President to have it approved po? So as of the moment, that's the latest update on the IRR po.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, we do have a question here once again. Don't be sorry, we love questions.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Attorney Matienzo. Again, I'm Attorney April Santiago. I'm from Estrada and Aquino Law. So, sir, I just want to have a quick question lang po to. The PCAB license, is it also mandatory if the project is between private developers and a private contractor?
Yes.
So, if the person cannot present a PCAB license, he's not allowed to be a contractor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And by virtue, if I can also share, the recent amendment of RA 4566 provided mas mabigat po yung penalty, wherein a contractor who is operating without a license, meron pong penalty of imprisonment.
Yes, sir.
Penalty before was only 5,000 pesos for doing construction without a license. Right now, it's 100,000 to 500,000 plus 1/10% of the project cost of the project you are constructing. So mas stiff po yung penalty. So I suggest that you only get licensed contractors, and I suggest that you apply for a license.
Yes, sir. Ano naman kami, sir? Personally, we're PCAB licensed naman, but this is a different issue, sir. So, right now, if a contractor submits a fake license just to appear legitimate to a developer, apart from the penalty, sir, can we seek recourse from PCAB against that particular contractor?
Yes, ma'am. Kahapon lang po, minahuli po kaming peking lisensya. Their excuse was Their last renewal was in 2020 and hindi na ho sila makapag-renew. That's true, hindi ho sila makapag-renew kasi hindi ho sila kayang makapasok sa PCAB portal kasi wala ho silang account sa aming sa aming database. So what recourses pwede po nating kasama po sa RA 11711 ang blacklisting nung AMO, nung particular na kumpanya, pagbabayad po ng fine at gagaya po na sinabi ko, imprisonment.
Also, last question, sir. Since you mentioned blacklisting, if a contractor was blacklisted, what is the recourse to lift, or when can they ask for lifting or clemency for the blacklist?
Depende po ma'am po yan sa number of years of blacklisting by a particular procuring entity. I believe under 9184, maximum is 2 years. So once that is served, you can approach us and we will reverse or provide you again with your government registration so you can now bid for government projects.
Sir, sorry, last question, sir.
Lahat po yan, ma'am.
Sorry po, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. So, sir, like you said, pag may blacklisting po, is that automatic to you? It's just ministerial upon PCAB to impose the blacklisting upon the contractor. Wala na siyang masasabi.
Yes, ma'am. Let's be clear about this po. We do not blacklist contractors.
Oh.
Blacklisting and revocation, suspension are different. So ang nagba-blacklist po ay government agencies or local government units. So once they blacklist a particular contractor, may tinatawag sa license na government registration. So automatically po, pag may interagency blacklisting, we will remove that government registration. Yung pinakita ko po kanina, yung large B, small b, medium B, matatanggal po yun automatic sa lisensya nyo. So, but the license itself, the private license itself, iimbestigahan po namin whether your violation with the particular procuring entity, be it DPWH, DOTR, or an LGU, is also a violation of those that were enumerated in RA 4566 or RA 11711. But yun pong government registration, automatically po, tatanggalin po muna natin.
Sige po, sir.
May last pa, ma'am?
Okay
Thank
na, sir.
you.
Thank you po. Thank you,
I think
Attorney
mag-chat
Matias.
room na lang po kayo mamaya. Okay, thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause for Attorney Matienzo and a special performance, special participation as well. At this point, can I please invite to show our gratitude? May I invite to make sure we have token of appreciation for you. May I invite on stage Mr. Ronaldo Alepanyo, Mr. Levi Espiritu, and Attorney Arthur Odinete for Thank you very much. All right, I would like to give a special shout out to our event partners who have helped us mount and support this event today. If I call your name or your event, I would like to ask one representative from your company to please stand up so we can thank you and acknowledge you. Our first event partner, thank you very much to Richfield Construction Corporation. Thank you over there. Thank you, Richfield Construction. Next, we have Benpar Construction. Benpar Construction. Thank you. Our next event partner is FR Sevilla Industrial and Development Corporation. Thank you at the very back. Thank you, sir. We also have J.E. Manalo and Co. Incorporated. Thank you. CM Pancho Construction Incorporated. 91.5 Win Radio. Smart Tech Solutions Philippines Incorporated. China Banking Corporation. And finally, Give Me. Alright, so at this point, I would like to invite everyone. Please feel free to scan our QR code to see the program schedule for today and tomorrow. For today, so this is the program schedule for today. And please, we would like to get your help. Please evaluate the event that we have so we can continue to improve for our future events. Thank you so much. At this point, feel free to scan it. You can answer while reading the next presenter. You can answer it later on. But this is the QR code. We will keep it on as I introduce our next keynote address. So, this is the exciting part of the afternoon. To give our keynote address, we are honored to have with us Professor Ronilo M. Balbirian, a specialist in e-commerce, digitalization, infrastructure policy and planning. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Professor Ronilo M. Balbirian is a senior economist, environmental planner, and infrastructure specialist with 18 years of strong record in delivering high-impact reforms through large infrastructure project development and budgeting, design and advocacy of public-private partnerships, projects and policies, political economy reform, Malaysia. Sir, thank you very much. Mind you, it was actually very wonderful that this morning they talked about infrastructure and about how we are trying to shorten time on the road because our special guest spent 3 hours from the airport to his hotel last night. So this talk is very timely. Sir, you look very excited. How are you finding the conference? Very important. Pwede naman. No wrong answers. All right answers. Very educational. Okay. And after that, I think with all of your audience participation, it looks like the gods of technology have heard our prayer. Please give a warm round of applause to our next speaker, our keynote address speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ronilo M. Balbiran.
And what's happening to the global construction and then the Philippine construction. And then after that, stop me anytime if we are running out of time. No? So, but I have 300 slides, so we can discuss the details. No? But we don't have the time. So, but basically, so for the world economy, after the global pandemic, we're still the world is still in a shaky recovery. But right now, as mentioned, no, so it's just steady at 3%, no, so 3%. But if we take a look at the Philippines, no, so we have twice the growth, no, the speed at which our economy is growing, no, 6 to 7%. And mabilis lang pong maging ekonomista ng Pilipinas. No? For the last 70 years, our economy has grown by 5%. No? So for the next 70 years, the Philippine economy will grow by 5%. No? So the last 70 years, with or without a good president, we have grown by 5%. So don't worry about what you're watching right now. No? So everybody, anyway, don't want to contribute to already tense situation. No? But whoever will be our leaders will produce at least 5%. No? So, but if we are more lucky, no? So then we can have 7%, no? So 6 to 7%. And then if we put together our efforts on government and private sector, especially in the construction sector, which is the mother of all industries. No? The construction industry is the mother of all industries, especially in the Philippines. No? So we can actually push it to 7 to 8%. So for the world economy, no? So we have the U.S. Slightly improving, and then but the EU is encountering a lot of challenges. And there will be a slight change of trajectory in the U.S. economy because of now the change of guards, now from Democrats to the Republicans. Especially, everybody's excited or afraid of what's going to happen to the U.S. economy because of President Trump. Especially that his preferences are towards patriotism, nationalism. So much tariffs, and many economists are saying that might actually increase our cost of doing business. Okay, and then but good news overall, global economy, inflation is slowing down. So I think you felt it, no, in the last 2 or 3 years. Talagang grabe po yung inflation, but now generally the whole world, no, inflation, global inflation is actually cooling down. No? And then on this side of our equation, no, so good news, I'd like to tell everyone that at the end of the day, whatever you say, whatever we think is going to happen to the Philippines, we have the dragons of spending. No? So we have entered the demographic dividend. No? Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng demographic dividend? A large portion of your population pyramid is very young. No? So especially the babies, the kids, the teenagers. No? So they are the dragons of spending. When we say dragons of spending, they are the part of the population that only think about consumption without regard to income. No? So, so that's the dragons of spending. No? So hanggang teenagers pa, kasi hanggang high school, Mom, I have a date. So can you give me something? No? But when you're already working, no? So the expenses for dates start to become, a computation of cost and benefit. No? But for when you're a teenager, when you're engaging into this romanticism, no? So sky's the limit. Okay, so. And good news, a large portion of our population is kids and teenagers, and this has been fueling our growth for the last 70 years, and this will fuel the growth for the next 200 years. No? So of course there are some alarms. No? I think one of the presenters already presented na our fertility rate has gone down to 1.9. No? So this is a very alarming situation despite the youthfulness of our population. No? So I think everybody here has an assignment. Once you go back to your house, no, please remind the teenagers, remind the college students, remind the young professionals, please lessen the time for Netflix. Encourage them to go out during weekends. So we need more kids, no? So we need more kids. 1.9, let's go back to 2.5, okay? So, and then harnessing the power of digital technologies, internet, social networks, no? The Google has just released that Philippines is one of the top 3 in the world in terms of curiosity in artificial intelligence. And in fact, we're one of the heaviest users of AI. Even Google and ChatGPT were surprised, no? So the shock of their lives, no? That students as young as 6-7 years old in the Philippines are actually using ChatGPT already. No? So creating pictures, mga wild, crazy renditions of their ideas, etc. So Philippines, being #1 in the world in terms of internet usage, naturally became one of the top users of AI, especially generative AI. No? So did you know that we are spending 10.5 hours in the internet? 10.5. No? So the average po yun, average Filipino spends 10.5 hours in the internet. So if average po yun, so it means one of you is actually spending time internet mga 25 hours per day. No? So because if you average it together with the babies and kids, that's 10.5. No? So, and we were unbeatable in the last 10 years as far as use of internet. There was that one point, I think, that Thailand became #1, but that was just a brief moment, and then now we're still the highest user of internet. Now, next is the power of touch. This is some medyo cliche, no? So, but the whole world, the whole economy will be rearranged in terms of what businesses will drive global economy, what businesses will drive. It is, in fact, businesses that have something to do with touch, warmth, and care. And as you know, the Philippines is very known for its hospitality, for its care. No? So countries, the richest countries, are paying for touch, literally, no? Literally. So, and in the Philippines, those translates to tourism, food services, transport, creative services, digital. So the combination of the digital technology and physical touch will revolutionize business as you knew it. So, sino sa inyo, who among you have heard, have used Klook? Taas ang kamay. So, kawawa naman ang venue na to. So, if you have not used Klook, try to ask your younger friends, your children, your grandchildren, ano ka yung Klook? Yan. So, and that is one of the peak example of how we are actually combining digital technology and physical touch. Klook is a tourism-related application where you book the package. Dati, magbubook ka separately ng hotel, ng transport service, etc., tourist guides, etc. Klook takes care of everything. So it makes everything efficient. Why? Not for the sake of using the app itself, but for you to be together physically with your family and friends. That is that combination, okay? Now, next is new policies favorable for construction because since the last few years of Duterte and the first 2 years of President Marcos Jr., the two of them have signed, monumental laws, laws that are due almost a century. So like the Public Service Act, after 100 years, finally, we have amended the Public Service Act, redefining what constitutes public utility and public services. So, and anong translation sa inyo? More investments for transportation, for energy, for airports. So, and Creative Industry Development Act, and now we are in the process together with, I'm very proud to say, that PCA is at the forefront. So first meeting pa lang, immediately after the President signed the new Government Procurement Act, immediately a few days after, we were talking already to the leadership of the PCA in terms of your inputs to how to procure infrastructure under the new regime of government procurement. And then lastly, growth of regions and LGU shares to national taxes. As you may have heard, so in 2019, the Supreme Court issued the Supreme Court decision on the Mandanas-Garcia cases, and that redefined the denominator on which the 40% share of the local government is applied. Why is it important now? It was signed 2019. Because the sharing of the local government is based on the 3 years prior. So when it was signed in 2020, then in 2021, it was 2021. For the budget of 2021, it was applied 2021 minus 3, 2020, 2019, 2018. But as it was being applied, the pandemic arrived. So the share, the absolute value actually dwindled down. But next year is 2025. 2025 minus 3 is 22. 22 is the first year after the pandemic that our national government has collected already huge amount of tax collection. Therefore, 2025 will be a year of battle. Not as you know it from the television right now in the last few days, but 2025 is the battle for that share, because the 2025 share of the local government is based on the 2022, which was after the pandemic. Presumably, larger collection, larger sharing. And this will now be the quest, the battle for the position for governors, mayors. Okay, and it will be a very exciting midterm election as you are feeling it right now. Okay, okay, anyway, some graph so that you know that I'm authoritative on what I've said. But basically, yeah, so the inflation, and this is the threat globally. I would just like to na-compress na masyado. But extreme weather, that's the number one. And the number two is misinformation, AI-generated misinformation. So those are the two largest threats to the world, according to the World Economic Forum. Extreme weather condition, wow, ironically, after that is AI-led misinformation. That's how huge AI can affect the entire world. So now, this is the Philippine economy, as I mentioned to you. So just the graph of the last 70 years. And I would like to focus your attention on the gray bar behind. The gray bar is the net additional income from abroad. From 1950 to 1990, we did not have extra income. After OFWs, BPOs, tourism, we now have extra income from abroad, Filipino companies from abroad. So those are tall gray bars, more than 3 trillion. No? So what's the point? The point is we've grown by 5% when we had negative additional income. We have grown by 5% when we have so much additional income. What are we doing with this country? So the problem of the banks in this country is that we have so much cash, we don't know what to do with it. That's our problem. If somebody tells you the Philippines is poor, no, run away from that person as fast as you can. Because that is exactly the opposite of the problem of this country. Yes, we have poor people, but this country's problem, number one problem, is what to do with those gray bars, and we receive 2 trillion pesos every year of net additional income from abroad. No? So, for example, in 2023, we just received 2.7 trillion. And that will add again to the surplus. Sabi ng mga bangko, ano ba yan? Don't lend anymore. We've been telling our depositors, don't deposit, just, avail of our mutual funds, bond funds, etc. No bank manager is encouraging any depositor to deposit anymore. They're encouraging you to buy transaction-related funds. Okay? So what is the problem of our country? The problem of our country is we're not using that money. We are not good stewards of that money. And the ideal growth that China did to their country to eradicate the poverty of 300 million Chinese, they grew by 10 to 11% for 10 consecutive years. The formula, according to Dr. Bernardo Villegas, is 8 to 10% of GDP growth for 8 to 10 consecutive years. The problem is we have not grown by 8% from a long time ago. We grew in 1951, in 1971, and that's it. And only for 1 year. We have that so much money and we're not growing by 8%. So 5 to 6% sinasabi nila, that's jobless growth. We say it, that's mediocre growth. So I challenge every one of you in this construction industry, we barely built the Philippine economy. The Metro Manila, this Metro Manila is only 0.2% of the land area of the Philippines. So if you ask me, what is the potential for construction for the Philippine economy? We barely 1% as far as the total opportunities of the construction industry in building our country. And that is our overall goal. Grow by 8 to 10%, and that's the only way we will eradicate. We're one of the few or 3 countries in the whole of Southeast Asia that has double-digit poverty rate. And still, and then there was just report today, while the biggest, most expensive brands of clothing and bags are downscaling globally, it was announced today that they will expand in the Philippines. I think you abangan, there's anyway. Wow, the most expensive bags and clothing announced today, they will expand in the Philippines. Anyway, so time na daw. Nagsisimula, hindi pa ako tapos sa introduction. Okay, 2.7. And what is our problem? Our problem is we are running out of workers, believe it or not. Our unemployment rate as of December, and this actually happened again last June, our unemployment rate was 3%. Unemployment means you're 15 and above, looking for work, available for work, and you did not find work. Sir, di ba ang daming tambay? Tambay is not equal to unemployed if he's not looking for work. So when I become president, I will tell all the tambays, when the Philippine Statistics Authority asks you randomly, so they will ask 3,500 Filipinos, the whole country, just say, I'm not looking for work, and our unemployment rate will be 0. Yan, okay, so, but I think I don't have to do that because only 1.6 million of the Filipinos who are looking for work cannot find work. construction industry employs 4.7 to 5 million today. And we have not even grown properly. So imagine if you just grow by another 20%, you've grown around 15% this year. And you're telling me, business is bad, Ronnie. Prof, business is bad. How much you've grown? 15% lang. Lang! So what if you actually grow by 20% next year? When business or economy will be better. How much would that demand for additional employees for construction workers? And the tourism industry is still yet to recover completely from the pandemic. And it will compete against your workers. The employee will choose between air-conditioned vans or being a construction worker in the field. You will have a good competition from the tourism sector as far as your workers are concerned. Only 1.6 million. If tourism demands another 500,000, construction demands another 500,000, and wholesale and retail trade is growing again. With all the malls' footprints becoming larger and larger, and that's wiped out 1.6 million. And you will experience higher demands for higher wages from potential employees. Okay? So, and then this is the, ano nangyari? So, ay, baka yan. Okay, so this is the poverty rate. So, again, we have not even started. No? So the poverty rate is 15%, but we are actually swimming with extra cash of at least 3 trillion pesos. The officer of Congressman Saceda corrected me, sir, it's around 6 trillion pesos already that the banks do not know what to do with. 6 trillion. So, yeah, and we have 15% poverty rate. And then this is what I'm telling you, the National Capital Region is 35% of our economy producing in a 0.2% land area. So, what's happening in these regions? But the good news is the regions are also growing. But if you take a look at Metro Manila as the benchmark for the quote-unquote ideal size of an economy in a 0.2% land area, that's NCR with 22,000 people per square kilometer. That's 0.2% of our economy, of our land area. So if you ask me, sir, ano pa ang i-build natin sa construction industry? The 99.8% is barely 1,000 people per square kilometer. Only 4A. So now tell me if we are overpopulated, if we have so much challenges in the Philippine economy, oh no, people will be shooting each other, etc. Guys, don't be distracted. This is the amount of opportunity that we need to take advantage of. Hindi ako makahinga, huh? Para i-build natin yung buong economy natin. So, and then the population, look at the population pyramid, and that's Japan all the way to the right. So ready to take off and go to heaven, no? So that's Japan. Okay? So, and then the Philippines still, no? So, and then only competition in Philippines and Africa. Okay? And this is the minimum 1.9. Why is it alarming? 1.9 as released last November 17. So you have to have, every woman must give birth to 2.1 babies to replace the mother, to replace the father, and the 0.1 for margin of error. No? For, ang daming usapin yan, okay? So, 2.1. So, we were very proud at 2.5 in 2017 survey. So now it's down to 2.5. So I think, no, we have to do something about it before we get to the problem of China, Japan, Singapore, South Korea. We are not as rich as them to enter into this less than 2.1 fertility rate. No? So it's not. No? So encourage your families, relatives, go out, socialize. No? It's not time to lock yourself in the room and watch Netflix. No? Ang tawag doon sa Japan is hikikomori. So search mamaya sa YouTube, wag ngayon, search na mamaya sa YouTube, hikikomori and the cleaners in Japan. Ano yung the cleaners in Japan? Old people in Japan are dying without everybody knowing. And they have the specific, special type of workers in government of Japan. They call them the cleaners. No? So because the body will just, will smell bad throughout so they will enter, and then there's a specific ritual, etc. And that's the trend right now in Japan. Dying alone. No? So that's the, eating alone, dying alone. So those are the trends. No? So let's do something about it. Anyway, so that's why, sabi ni Sir Barry, kahit ilang beses ko nang pinapakita to, 2019 ko pa favorite to, na bago pa nag-pandemic. After the pandemic, we even realized, I don't know, I think the Hug Cafe has updated the price of the menu. No? So what's the, you go there, that's literally a Hug Cafe. No? So you go there, 2,100 per 20 minutes. No touch. Just somebody listening to you for 20 minutes. And if you want to choose the face of the one listening to you, that's additional 2,000 pesos. No kidding. You can. These are actually screenshots from a YouTube feature. No, so you can search that Hug Cafe. Yeah. So and then head on the lap. If there's touch, head on the lap, head on the shoulder. That's 650 pesos per 3 minutes. Now, if you're, ang galing-galing ko kasi, 650 pesos per 5 seconds. So now, may I request everyone, no? Hindi naman hug. So reach out to the one to your right. At the back. Sa back lang, ha? Touch nyo lang yung back niya. Back lang, ha? Back lang. Oh. Idiin nyo lang, idiin nyo. 5 seconds. Let's count. Okay, count lang. 1, 2, 3. Diin nyo. 4, 5. Lalo kung maganda. Hindi, joke lang. 5. Tapos ganun kayo. 650 yan, ha? O, baliktad. Ibalik nyo lang. O, so, to the left. Ibalik. Para walang bayad. O, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 650 also. Tabla na. So, quits. Okay? 650. This is 2019 prices. This must be very much more expensive right now. I tell you, mga mathematicians, engineer, put in a Microsoft Excel, computing nyo 120 million Filipinos. How many seconds, minutes, hours do you spend listening to senseless talk by your office mates, by your spouse, by your children, and you keep on listening to them, you're hugging them, you are touching them? Compute. How much is our additional GDP if we monetize all of those? How much is our additional? I think we will surpass America as the largest economy of the world if we monetize and we add that to our computation. Anyway, so time na daw. Anyway, so the point is, at the end of the day, it's all about the credit rating. So you don't mess up with the credit raters. No? At the end of the day, whatever you say, whatever's happening politically in the primetime TV shows, TV news, at the end of the day, we're A negative. Kailan pa 2014 pa investment grade na yung Pilipinas. So we have the money, we have the population, we have extra money, we have extra population, we have extra emotion, and we have extra credit rating. So what are we talking about? No? So global, okay lang. Philippines, at least 10%. No? This is a slowdown period. 2024 is a slowdown year for our economy. And you managed to grow by 15%. So how much more can we have by 2025, where we will have an exciting midterm election? No? So, wow, okay? So anyway, these are just the numbers. I will just run them down. So this is, we went down, but I think we've surpassed the pre-pandemic level. So at 3.6 trillion pesos of business. No? And then this is growth rate. Government is red, blue is private. No? So at least for private, you have continued to grow despite the slowdown of third quarter, 12.7%. Government slowing down 3.7%. I think they will catch up by fourth quarter and the first quarter and the second quarter of next year. No? So, and then this is in relation to all other industries, construction was the fastest, but manufacturing and trade are the biggest. No? So that's construction. Then everybody went to the left during the pandemic. Then after the pandemic, after 1 year, construction as the antidote for the pandemic. Agriculture was left. And then after the 2022, guys, this is now the new direction of the Philippine economy. Now we have appreciated how much is it to move, to go to our loved ones, and to be with our loved ones physically. And so the 3 items that are now accommodation and food service activities, transportation, storage, and other services. Ano yung other services? Kasal, binyag, libing, concerts. Other services. So 2022, 2023, look, transportation, storage, services, accommodation. And tingnan nyo po yung mga growth rate nito. These are not 5 to 6%. This is 25, 30, 35%. And the rest of the industries are in 5%. No? The following year, we thought it was a fluke, 15, 20, 25%. So this is 2023. 2024, when we supposedly slowed down because we did not have money because of inflation, so we did not eat so much, manufacturing and trade, but we still, ay wala na tayong money para kumain sa loob ng bahay. Let's just eat outside. Okay, so accommodation and food service activities. So we saved on food inside, but we went out to eat outside. Wow. So, but agriculture is here. Conclusion, where did we get the food that we ate? Imports. Yeah. So because agriculture did not grow, but we ate a lot. Where did we get the food? Imports. Okay, so then, ito, second quarter, agriculture even went to the left. And then, other services, transportation, storage, we even eat outside. So where did we get the food? And where did we get the food that we are now serving to the tourists, which we are now getting the dollar revenues? Thank you very much, foreign tourists. We now have dollar revenues. We can now buy the imported food that we will serve to you. Okay, so, and then this is the most recent, accommodation, other services, transportation and storage, and look at construction, and look at finance, no? Matching construction. And then wholesale and retail trade, as I told you, I was just talking to the mall developers yesterday, no? Yesterday, and now they have changed strategy. Before the pandemic, in 2019, their strategy was to be smaller in many areas. Now you've seen that they have not changed their strategy. They are now building bigger, better malls. Why? To cater to this particular trend of tourism. No? And then the fastest internet economy, the fastest e-commerce in the world. No? So, and then the most mobile people on earth. No? After the pandemic, everybody, so bawal lumabas, pinalabas, lumabas, hindi na po umuwi. So, hanggang ngayon pinaghahanap pa. No? So, in Japan, all countries, they all went to zero, regular mobility. In the Philippines, it never went back. And that's why, tourism it's grown 82%, 59%. You will be building a lot of malls and places for large gatherings, especially MICE, conference halls. You will be building a lot of that. No? So look at this: accommodation, food, transport, shopping, miscellaneous services. Look at the growth rates here: 143%, 131%, 70%, 55%, 46%. Far from the 5 to 6% of the growth of the economy. No? Nobody wants to go home now. They just want to stay in the malls, and the malls are building bigger so that you will stay in the malls as long as you can. Okay? So, and then creatives, and then logistics. We will be having the logistics, the internet, and then the Luzon economic, the Luzon corridor, which was more or less, I think, explained by Ms. Melissa Feliciano. And then ito lang, advocacy namin, and this was filed by Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, the Bagong Pilipinas Highway Act, so that we can put our acts together so we can build a bridge from Sorsogon to Samar and Leyte Surigao. So I'm looking at the best engineers of the country. One young engineer told me it's not possible because the channel was too deep. I did not believe that engineer. I will talk to PCA officers. Such an incompetent engineer, not talking to me like that. You mean to tell me you cannot build a bridge from Sorsogon to Samar? And from Leyte to Surigao? I'm sure the PCA leaders will immediately tell me that's very easy. It's just a matter of cost. Okay? So, but you cannot tell me it's not technically possible. No? Now I'm validated. That young engineer needs more education from PCA. Okay, so and this was already filed. So and I think this was one of the rendition. One of the PCA members told me you research about submerged floating tunnel SFT technology. If we can put our acts together, the whole logistic services are behind the construction industry. With you, if we can build this. Some say it's 300 billion, some say it's 500 billion. Who cares? Our GDP is 27 trillion pesos. And we are closing this channel every time there's signal number 1. And the food coming from Mindanao goes through those tunnels. And then we close the RoRo services if there's signal number 1. And that's why our food is so expensive. It's actually cheaper to import than actually importing from Mindanao, especially when there are typhoons at signal number 1. That's our only way to bring down the cost of food. Okay? Anyway, so too much. We can build this over the next 10, 15, 20 years. Buhay pa po yung mga anak nyo by the time. So, okay, so and then legislations. There are more legislations coming up, new warehouse receipt law, transfer amendment, national land use amendment. So anyway, this is we'll go back to summary, global, steady, but the Philippines is an exciting game, no? Not just politically, but in terms of our economy and our construction. So yun lang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Professor Rodilo. Thank you for that very fun, engaging, and creative talk. There's no wonder that you are a viral sensation on Facebook. For all of those who want to follow him, please follow him on Facebook. Sir, can you plug? Nahiya pa ngayon. Please follow him on Facebook. And to give him a token of appreciation, can we please call on stage Mr. Ronaldo R. Elefanio, once again, Mr. Levy Espiritu, and Attorney Arthur Piotea to present the tokens of appreciation to our professor. Biglang mag-explode din po talaga yung Facebook niya from the Philippines all the way to Malaysia and Singapore. Can I kindly call the following also to join us on stage to receive their certificates? We have our event collaborators. First of all, let's give a warm round of applause for Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, or PCAM. Can I please call on representatives? Sirs, kindly join us on stage kasi po may token of appreciation for our event collaborators. Thank you po. Again, can we please call on the representatives from PCAM to join us on stage? Smile. For the camera po, smile. Kayo po yung sa gitna. Yes. And here we have the certificate. Let's call on both. Can we have CF and PCAP? Special request po ni Sir Levy. In the center of the stage po. Once again, thank you to our event collaborators. Let's give them a round of applause. We have PCAM, CF, and PCAB. Thank you po. All right, moving on. We are done with sessions 1 and session 2 of our day. Now we move on to sessions 3 and 4. First, we have Engineer Ramon F. Aliado, who is the President and CEO of Aliado Construction Company, Inc. Engineer Ramon is one of the driving forces of the construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the President and the General Manager of the Aliado Construction Co. Inc. and the private sector representative at the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, among other responsibilities. He has been a certified SIAC arbitrator since 2009 and a certified SIAC mediator since 2014. In 2018, he was awarded a Trailblazer Award as SIAC Arbitrator of the Year. We are honored to introduce Engineer Ramon F. Aliado to discuss risk identification and mitigation strategies in construction contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon for the, please accept my apologies for the title change. The original title is this. Risk management, risk identification and allocation in construction contracts, and mitigation strategies for effective contractual risk management. The reason why there is a change is because these two topics are merely components of risk management in general. So I would rather give you a 30-minute presentation on risk management in general. So pardon for that. Please accept my apologies for that change. So, can somebody move it's supposed to be a video. This one. Supposed to be a video. It's not working. What is not working? Anyway, you can just look it up in YouTube. Maybe some of your people can look it up in YouTube. This is actually a vehicle. that's negotiating puddles in the road, and there is that pedestrian who's walking. So as the car passes the first water puddle, there's a big splash. So our pedestrian picked up a boulder and showed the boulder to the driver. Guess what the driver did? Slow down and negotiated with care until the car went over the second puddle. So, as you can see in our daily lives, we manage risks. Fortunately or unfortunately, we do not think that way. But we do manage. This guy really managed the risk of getting wet, and mitigated the possible effect. So he did not get wet. So before we proceed with talking about allocation, risk mitigation, we have to know what risks are. Okay? And this definition came from ISO. The effect on uncertainty on objectives. Kinda difficult to understand. But a lecture from the risk doctor explained that risk is uncertainty that matters. And what matters relates to our objectives. Okay? Because there are numerous risks. The risk of my wife getting mad at me is always there. But it doesn't have a relevance to my objective here, which is to give you a good presentation. But, you know, when I go home tonight, there's a risk that she might get mad because I didn't say goodbye or I didn't say hello. Okay? So it is uncertainty that matters, and this when you say it matters, it refers to your objectives. Okay, and the objectives can be, if you'll allow me to go down, the rostrum is going to be a threat to my presentation. Well, the objectives are varied. It can be strategic. So if you're in the top management of your company, you plot strategy on the future based on Professor Bableran's lecture. You will plot strategy for the next 5 years and make sure that you have time holding the hand or the back of your seatmate, because that will bring you luck, I hope, Professor Ronnie, no? Okay? It can be financial, it can be technical, and it can be reputational. And these are very important matters as far as contractors and the construction industry is concerned. Okay? Now, uncertainty or risk does not just refer to events. Okay? It can also relate to circumstances, a set of circumstances. And as we proceed, I will give you examples of this. Now, I was not able to make the presentation. Originally, there was a module supposedly on case studies. I don't have enough time. I only have 30 minutes to do that case study portion. Anyway, that's good because Dr. Ernie De Castro is here, and the case study is some project that we're collaborating on. And he might call my attention that, again, I did not apply BIM to that project. Okay? So anyway, there are different types of uncertainties. I will not be very academic about it. That's why on the last sentence, I put examples. Okay? Stochastic events, which are random and unpredictable, may or may not happen. Okay? As applied to construction, you have a China-based contractor, fabricator, supplier. Your question is, will he deliver? Okay? Considering that there's geopolitical problems with China, I just use the term shipping problems, but that is geopolitical in the true sense of the word. An aleatory event, that's a word I just learned. Okay? And it relates to playing dice. I like to play dice, just like Doc Ernie. We both play dice. No? So, what do you do when you play dice? You're not sure if it's a 1 or a 6. Okay? But these are events that happen to us. Okay? So, for example, weather conditions. Yes, there is data from Pag-asa, historical data, but seldom does Pag-asa give us accurate data. In fact, because of climate change, weather patterns have changed considerably. Considerably. Okay? So, we talk about supply chain disruptions. They're still existing today. Labor problems, as Professor Ron said, we won't have labor problems because there will be there will be less people with more jobs. Okay? A simple question like, will it rain tomorrow? We don't know what the answer is. The Weather Bureau might say it will rain, but it may not rain. So, there is also epistemic events. This one related to knowledge, beliefs, and information that we possess about systems. Uncertainty that is a result of the lack of knowledge. Okay? For example, you're preparing a construction schedule and the specific activity you know nothing about. So what do you think will happen? It's either you overestimate the time duration or you underestimate. Okay? So the other one is ontological events, and this one is you're completely ignorant about it. All right? So I won't delve too much on this, but there are other risks. Risks that are not necessarily related to events. What are these other risks? Variability. I won't explain that to you. You already know. For those of you doing concrete, you don't know how concrete will behave if the temperatures are different. Cold weather concreting and hot weather concreting, they're not the same. So these are variables. Okay? Ambiguity. My good friend SP Castro will explain probably ambiguities in construction contracts. We have many contracts, provisions that only the one who wrote understands. Maybe he or she does not understand because she just copied it from somewhere. You smile, but this day and age, that still happens. Okay? Now, blind spots. I also learned about this only recently. I mean the term blind spots. What we mean by blind spots is when there's a 90-degree corner, you don't really know what's on the other side. But this can happen also in uncertainties and in risk management. I'll give you a specific example. We just finished our recertification audit by ISO last October. And the auditor asked about the Republic Act number 11285. How many of you, contractors, have heard of 11285? Be honest. Did you know that we are supposed to submit reports to the Energy Department on our usage of power or energy? And there is an equivalency between fuel consumption and energy consumption. So at least I'm comforted by the fact that I'm not alone. Okay? So these are blind spots. And these are uncertainties because we don't know unless we are made aware. I will not explain this anymore, but this term became very popular during the pandemic. And my mentor, as far as the pandemic is concerned, is right here. Mr. Jerry Pancho. Why? Because I believe he was the only contractor that really adjusted during the pandemic, even to the extent of having his people plant kamote in the job site. No, that's true. Okay? So, the VUCA world, a term I got from Anthony Mariano, was on steroids during the pandemic. Okay? Of course, there's disruption, uncertainty, complexity all the time, but during the pandemic, it was injected with steroids. So, again, not too many of us know that risks constitute not only the negatives, but also the positives. Okay? So, when we talk about mitigation, we talk about contracts. That's probably why you should read your contracts and make sure that there's value engineering in your contract clauses, because these are the positive or the good things. When you apply good things to a project, you should be able to share in the benefits. Okay? So again, ISO recognizes that it's not only the negatives, but also the positives. And that's why the main mode of analysis is the SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. In fact, you can measure opportunity with the same yardstick that measures the risks involved. They go together. Okay? That is why when my consultant, ISO consultant, was briefing our staff about ISO 9001 and 2015, she just said, you've been doing SWOT. You use the same thing. You use the same tool as far as risk analysis is concerned. Okay. Now, there is also a question of overall risk. We are sometimes bogged down by the detailed risks on the activities, say on environment, say on technical issues, say on financial issues. But seldom do we talk about overall risk. Why is this important? For the project owner or for the CEO of the construction company, there is just one question. What is the overall risk? Is it low? Is it medium? Is it high? Do we proceed with this project or not? So, what are some general guidelines as far as these overall risks are concerned? When you say implicit, that defines specifically the overall risk. And when you say explicit, it refers to individual risks. So, if you are familiar with risk registers, there is no risk register for overall risk. There are risk registers for individual risks. So that's why the terminology as far as the risk doctor is saying is the difference between risk and risks. So risks refer to the explicit and the risk refers to overall risk. Now, after having heard this, do you think about risks this way? Does your approach to project risk address what we just discussed? If not, why not? And what could and should we do differently? Which is a good segue now for the risk management process. And what is the risk management process? It's just basically identification of the risk, analysis, allocation, which is part of the topic, and management, which covers a lot of ground. I will try to explain as we proceed. So, the first is risk identification. But before we go to risk identification, we should know what the scope is, what our objectives are. Okay? So, how do we identify risk? In a project, be you the owner or be you the contractor. The risk doctor is saying you should only use 3 basic tools. And what are these? Validation of assumptions, A, and then B, it's ABC. B refers to brainstorming. I'm sure you know what brainstorming is. Putting together a group of people and they discuss certain things. In this exercise, identifying risks. Usually, these brainstorming people do the SWOT analysis. And C is checklists. As far as I'm concerned, my main checklist is the risk register. What was my risk register last year? And what were the risks that were registered there or were put in that matrix? Now, of course, contractors will know site assessments are very important, okay? Because no 2 job sites are exactly the same. So therefore, the uncertainties and the factors or the risk factors in those job sites are not the same. That's why it's very important to do site inspection before you bid a project. And the other way is to consult with experts, economists, technical experts, if there are questions on constructability or a question on the design. You also have to do risk analysis after you identify the risk. First of all, is the risk your concern? Does it matter to you or not? Just as my example was, okay, the risk that my wife will get mad at me, does it matter? If it doesn't matter, it was identified, then you discard that risk. Also, the risk might not involve you. Say your top management, the risks that you're concerned about are strategic in nature. If there is a technical matter, then you refer it to your technical people. Okay? So, this follows the quantitative analysis as well as the prioritization. Okay? The term they use is, if it is not your risk, you pass it on to whoever owns that risk. Now, identify and analyze. You have to identify and you have to analyze before you can address the risk. Okay? Now, once you have identified and you have analyzed, you have to allocate. Okay? I will do a short discussion later on risk appetite, especially for project owners. We have a number of contractors now that are going into property development. Okay? What is your appetite for risk? Later on, there will be a discussion on dispute avoidance. What are the contract terms and how are the risks allocated in your construction contract? The next slide, I borrowed this from Henry Rialon, shows the different kinds of types of projects and how the risks are allocated. Now, of course, there are owner risks, there are contractor risks, and there are shared risks. And all of these have cost and legal implications. So this is the relationship between mode of contract and the sharing of risks. Okay? A fixed lump sum, as you can see, that's pushing all the risks to the contractor. Same with the fixed unit rate. GMP means guaranteed yes, guaranteed maximum price. I don't like this kind of project. Okay? In fact, I've handled a lot of arbitration cases wherein the guaranteed maximum for owner-supplied materials is always an issue. Okay? Because it's like rolling the dice again. Okay? Now, as you can see, turnkey, management contract, and the design build, those are the types of contracts wherein the risks are better shared. So for example, let's go to guaranteed maximum price. True, the risks are shared, but in sharing the risks, you expose yourself to additional risks. Say if you're the contractor, you accept owner-supplied material. You think that you're sharing the risk with the owner, but you do not know that you are also taking on other risks that you should also consider. Okay? Now, as I said, I wanted to talk about risk appetite. Here, it's just simple. How much risk should you take? It cannot be strictly quantitative or qualitative. Sometimes this is dictated by gut feel. Okay? So what is gut feel? Tatagalogin ko, no? Yung mas malakas ang sikmura, yun ang magandang gut. And they're willing to take on as much risk as possible. Okay? I'm a conservative guy, so my gut is not so good. So I stay away from high-risk projects. In fact, for those of you who are still younger, contractors, you should learn how to turn down projects. Okay. When I was younger, I never said no. Everything is possible. But based on the experiences I've had over these last 40 years, now I am getting adept at saying no. Okay. How do you mitigate? There are mitigation plans. In fact, using owner-supplied materials is one way of mitigating risks. Okay, we have a supply chain problem. There was a time every week the price of the price of rebar would go up. So how do you mitigate that? By asking your client to purchase your materials. That's why owner-supplied materials became very prevalent. In fact, I think right now they're still prevalent as far as these big construction projects are concerned. But as I said earlier, these mitigation measures may also carry with it certain risks. What are the possible risks? The uncertainty of the quality of the material supplied. Okay? If rebar and concrete is owner-supplied material, who takes responsibility for the quality? On the owner side, what happens to warranties or guarantees and liability? If failure occurs, who takes on the responsibility? Since rebar and concrete was supplied by the owner. Will it be right to have the contractor take on the responsibility for any defects for the delivered rebar and concrete? That's a question that is often asked in arbitration cases. Of course, insurance and performance bonds. These are mitigation measures from the owner side. Okay? But sometimes in our world, as I said, it carries its own risks. From the contractor side, we have contractors all risk insurance. I don't know if any of my contractor friends here have ever collected on their contractors' all risk insurance. In my short lifetime as a contractor, I almost was able to collect on one project. Almost, because it didn't push through. Okay? In fact, if you're a contractor of the Department of Public Works and Highways, there is a term now they use as bid securing, ano yun, Jerry? Bid securing, they did away with the bid bond. You had an undertaking in writing that you will secure your own bid, with the caveat that if you did not honor, you will be blacklisted. Which means that the bid bond system didn't work. Okay? And of course, you have to regularly monitor and report your risk management plan, your risk management action plan. You have to regularly monitor this. I will make a in-depth discussion on this monitoring and reporting side. Now, you have to be able to review and adapt. Okay? There should be a continuous risk assessment. About a month and a half ago, my client suddenly called me and said, Mr. Aliado, we are going to conduct random drug tests. We will pay for the drug tests, but it will be random. We'll only accommodate 10 of your people. So I said, oh, why don't we test everybody? I will pay for the difference. Guess what? One employee tested positive. It was not in our risk register at all. We did not expect. Okay? So now you will have to know how to adapt once circumstances like this happen. Okay? So there was an immediate revision of our procedures manual. We had to study what the Department of Labor and Employment requirements were. And now we have included in our procedures manual what to do if somebody tests positive. Now, what are the other mitigation strategies? This one, the very first one, is really very, very important, especially for project owners. The Filipino project developers have the propensity of starting projects that are not well planned. And what do they end up doing? Well, they will end up in the courts, or in mediation, or in arbitration. A very common question that I ask the parties to a dispute resolution case: how did you determine construction time? After a little over 60 cases, I have not heard a logical answer. But that shows you how much care we do as far as project planning is concerned. Okay? So, next to that is detailed project scope. Sometimes the scope is not clear. The timelines and the schedules are not clear. The owner will just say, oh, I want the mall to open in December of 2027. How did you arrive at that schedule? Nobody knows. Because that is an involved process, determining construction time. Okay? Of course, when we talk about comprehensive risk assessment, you have to go through this process, as I said, of identifying. Time's up? My 30 minutes is up? Okay, all right. Anyway, you will have the benefit of getting these copies of my slides. So I just want to stress certain things. Anyway, this is a recap. Let's talk about here, these two frogs. I had some difficulty getting a picture of these three frogs. Okay? Three frogs, or two frogs, decided to jump from the branch. How many were left? Anybody there to answer? How many? The answer is 3. Because they decided to jump, but they didn't jump. So, why this story? Because many of us have risk management plans. We identify risk, we allocate risk, but we do not implement what we plan to do. Okay? We do not implement. It's true for me. If Chairman Bong David did not ask me to do this lecture, I would probably have not reviewed my risk management program because it's just a compliance thing. Auditor asked for it. Where's your risk register? It's here. But did we care to review or close out the risk register? Unfortunately, no. But because I'm doing this lecture now, rest assured I will be doing it. Okay? So there must be also an end to the risk management process. It's finished together with your project closeout. Because when you close out your projects, you should be able to learn what are the recurring risks, what lessons did you learn, and you will use this data in your future projects and in your future risks analysis. Okay? Now, very important. It is not processes that manage your risk program. It's people. So, do process manage risk? No. Do computers manage risk? No. Does software and hardware manage risk? I will ask Dr. Ernie De Castro, does BIM manage risk? The answer is no. people manage the risks. And these are merely tools. So if your people are not well trained, the attitudes, their behavior, and the culture are not aligned with your risk management program, then you will fail. Okay? Now, I will not discuss this. I will just go to this. I already told you this. I'm a gut feel person, now very conservative. When I was younger, I was risk-seeking. Taking risks and being focused sometimes are at odds. Both are required to build a great company. What are the takeaways? Risk management is too important not to do well. We should do better. We need to be innovative and be creative. Well, if you are familiar with this cycle of plan, do, check out, check, act, this has to be revised a little bit. And very importantly, as a segue to the next speaker, contracts must be well written and reviewed thoroughly. So I'd like to thank the people that contributed to this presentation. I'll be very happy to share with you my slides, including the slides of the case studies. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Ramon. Thank you. Is everyone still okay? How are we doing? Are we all good? Yes. Because now we move on to session 4. So session 4 of today's event tackles dispute avoidance and dispute resolution mechanisms. So let's jump right into our next presenter. Our next presenter is the FIDIC affiliate member, FIDIC contract trainer, and FIDIC trainer of the year 2014. He is a DRBF board member, Region 2, that is Africa, Europe, Asia, and country representative, the Philippines. He is also chairman and CEO of SB Castro Inc. Philippines and SB Castro and Associates. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Engineer Salvador P. Castro Jr.
Gising ba kayo o tulog na? Gutom o hindi? Well, my topic is quite short. I prepared sort of about 20 pages, but I was informed that I'm only given 30 minutes to share with you. And so I decided to cut it short. And I'll be discussing with you something that is very interesting. It may connect with all the other lectures, but this one is more or less the future. We're talking about the future because it is a new thing that we have to think about. And it's quite difficult to look back because things have changed, the world have changed. So I decided to cut my sharing with you. I call it sharing, or my paper. It's not a lecture. Lecture is for professors. And I decided to focus on appointment of dispute board. Malakas ba? Or tama lang? Tama lang. Because I intend to whisper sana para hindi nyo marinig. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank IFAO PCA for inviting me again, to share with you certain topic, which is the avoidance of dispute. You know, the first time that I lectured part of the invitation of IFAOCA PCA, is that in Bhutan, that was a very good experience because I thought it is something that is exciting. Yes, exciting when you're there. Unfortunately, which I call it fortunately, it's a good experience that you take off, you don't see the airport. Then all of a sudden, landing na kami. Because there are mountains left and right. The second one that was invited is in Nepal. And unfortunately, I was not able to make it because I was attending the FIDI conference in London, of which I was given sort of an award. And so it's really, I'm with the group, 18 members, and most of the members I have worked with, one way or the other. So my topic really is avoidance of dispute through the appointment of a dispute board. Ay, gumalaw. Ma'am. Excuse me. Ito na? Ito? Okay. Galaw na. So I have prepared 7, wag lang mahulog, ano? 7 topics, no? The first one, I will discuss with you the evolution of dispute board. What is dispute board about? As a matter of fact, ang tagal-tagal na nito dispute board. We have been deliberating, discussing dispute board in the Philippines for almost 12 years. And people are saying, hindi mangyayari sa Pilipinas yan. Sanay na kami sa arbitration. It will never happen. There is no such thing as a dispute board. And if you look at it, it is through the years. And as I go through with my sharing with you, you will see that there's an evolution on the use of dispute board. First, it started with something which is avoidance, that is the use of a review dispute board. Review dispute board is basically avoidance in nature. Then slowly, it went to dispute resolution by decision, which is almost very close to arbitration, except that there are different ways of doing it. And then slowly, through the entry of the foreign funding institution, it went to avoidance. In the last 2 years or 3 years, you will see that there is really an effort from FIDIC to focus on avoidance, and I will share with you. Because when I go into this evolution, I will not be explaining much to you because of the time that I have. And second, I will be giving you a definition of a dispute board. And this definition is my definition incorporating the definition of so many institutions. Every institution would like to have their own definitions, but actually, pag tinignan mo, it's just basically the same definitions. One removes the other, change the words, and it's basically the same. So I would like to share with you only one definition. The third is provisions of the contract showing the dispute board, the role of dispute board in the avoidance of dispute. And if you look at the dispute board, it is basically the creation of the owner and the contractor, incorporated in their contract. So what we say now, the dispute board is a creation of the owner and the contractor. It gives the power to dispute board coming from the provisions in the contract. So it is an independent one. It is actually the dispute board serves two masters, the employer and the contractor. Why did they have that? Because before that, you have engineers who make a determination. And the engineer said, as far as the contract is concerned, people would say, engineer ka, you're appointed by the owner. Therefore, you must be in favor of the owner. And you say, no, I'm very professional, I'm very independent. But they said, yes, you are professional, you're independent, but it's a question of perception. Our perception is not your affair. And that's why this so-called dispute board, this so-called animal, we call it, was created. Created because of situation. So I will basically give you certain provisions so that it gives you where are these provisions are. Number 4, the benefits of dispute board. Everybody can give you 1,000 benefits of dispute board as far as marketing is concerned, but I'll only give you about 4 or 5. And it basically answers the whole thing. And then number 5, the appointment of the dispute board from the original qualification of the dispute board to the latest qualification as of today. As of today. And the reason I've said as of today, because these new qualifications were developed in Geneva last September. Wherein I was a participant in that deliberation, and they started to change or modify the criteria in the definition of dispute board because of the word dispute avoidance. So we will show you the process. And then the number 6, which I think is very important to the members, is because of this, what are the opportunities that we have? Are you just sharing to us something about dispute board? What is it good for us? What is the advantage to the members as far as the opportunities is concerned? Or else I'll just be discussing you and sharing with you information just para bumilib kayo sa akin. So the purpose here is to see what are the opportunities because of what is happening. And the last one is that what will be the challenges for the members. This is something that I'd like to share with you, the challenges of the members, because it is something that would interest the member countries. And I'll start with my sharing. Mabilis na itong sharing, ha? Okay. So, if you look at the dates, I love to look at my calendar. It all started in the 1970s. No? In the 1970s, they're looking for something that would address the issue about the independence and fairness. So they introduced this so-called DRB. And it was first introduced in 1975. 1981, we have the first international DRB. So that is the first DRB. And if you notice, the word is DRB. What is DRB? Dispute Review Board. The board makes a review, the owner makes a decision so that they can discuss on how they will resolve the dispute. So it is more or less an avoidance process. Then the next one is that FIDIC introduced the DAB. DAB, Dispute Adjudication Board. Although there is avoidance, but the emphasis is dispute avoidance or adjudication. Adjudication is a legal process of just like making adjudication, lawyers would know what is adjudicate. You adjudicate a case. Then you come up now with the World Bank. The World Bank said, this is a good idea. Let's implement that. So they come up with the DB or DRB. And then eventually you had the Dispute Board Foundation was organized in 1996. And that was the start of the advocacy on the avoidance. And fortunately, the last 2 years, I'm been elected as a member of DRB in Region 2, which cover Asia, Africa, and Europe. So let's go into the next one. Asian Development Bank in 1997 developed and used that as part of their conditions of contract. However, if you look at Asian Development Bank and other funding institutions, they're not interested on adjudication. They're interested of avoidance. That's why you notice the word DAB, they remove the A and just make it DB, Dispute Board. So you see there's really a movement on how the implementers are moving from resolution to avoidance. And eventually you have the ICC, the same thing. ICC gives you an option. You have either you go to war, you go avoidance, you go both. And then in 2010, came out now the MDB Harmonized Edition, which is implemented by all the funding institutions, the foreign assisted projects. And that is being used in the Philippines right now. And they use now the standing DB. The standing DB means that the DB is appointed from the start of the project up to the end of the project. It is not ad hoc. Then JICA came into the picture. Why is JICA came up in 2012? Because JICA is not a multilateral bank. JICA is bilateral Development Agency, meaning to say it's multilateral, it's funded by the member countries, while if it is JICA, which is bilateral, it's funded by the country itself. So if you look at JICA, it is really Japan that really funds the project, and that's where they start now of the more emphasis on dispute avoidance. Then ACC came up, we have the Charter Institute of Arbitrators, and eventually in 2017 came up the new FIDIC books. In the new FIDIC books, they aligned now with the funding institution, and they call it DAAB, and they said, Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Board. So you see now there's an avoidance in the process. Then the LBF revised it and gave more focus on avoidance, and in 2023, FIDIC created an organization basically composed of the members of the present list of adjudicator, and they came up now with a new, and they said, the dispute avoidance must be focused on the dispute board. So it's really identified who is supposed, the captain of the ship as far as avoidance of dispute. And then last September, they came up with the second publication, which is the appointment of the dispute board. Well, there were two of us who is not a member of the president's list who attended, and we started arguing, asking questions about the appointment of the dispute board, who is not within the president's list. And that one I'd like to show it to you. So if you notice that there is a shift from decision to dispute avoidance, from decision to settlement, from reactive approach to proactive approach. Dispute board must be proactive, not reactive. So if you're a dispute board and say, if you have a problem, you let me know that you are not a dispute board. The dispute board must be the one who would initiate and try to resolve the problem, and not just the one and say, if you have a problem, punta kayo sa akin. That is not a dispute board. So this is how we look at it, and we're talking about standing dispute board. Mukhang gising, ha? Okay. So we go now into dispute board. What is the definition of dispute board? Well, the dispute board, will say, is this. No? It is a member of the contract team appointed by the employer and the contractor at the start of the project up to the completion of the project to regularly visit the site and give advices or informal opinion to prevent disagreement and claims from becoming a formal dispute. If the formal dispute cannot be avoided, the dispute board makes decision on the dispute which is binding on both parties and the engineer with immediate effect. The first one is avoidance. The second one is real-time dispute resolution. What is the difference between arbitration and dispute board? In the case of dispute board, when the dispute board makes a decision, the decision of dispute board is implementable immediately, even if you disagree with the decision of dispute board. If you disagree, you go to arbitration. In arbitration, when a decision is made, then the parties can still question, you cannot get your money right away. This one is immediate effect. So there's really a difference between the two, but we will not touch that because we're focusing on the avoidance rather than the dispute board. Okay. Let's go now into the topic, which is avoidance. I have about 3 slides that will show to you what is in the contract between the contractor and the employer. And this is the provision, this is the Bible of a dispute board. And this gives him the authority to act according to the Bible given to him. And that what is the first one? He renders an opinion. And he said, if at any time the parties so agree, both have to agree, they may jointly refer a matter to the DAB or to DDB for it to give opinion. And neither party shall consult the DAB or DAB at any matter without the agreement of the other party. So kailan mag-usap silang dalawa that they're going to refer it to the dispute board for opinion or advice. There's another one which is advice and opinion. And it says here, the DB members shall be available to give advice and opinion on any matter relevant to the contract when requested by both employer and the contractor, subject to the agreement of the other members. So kung tatlo kayo, the three members will have to agree of rendering an opinion. So iba ang arbitration tribunal. The tribunal is appointed by the commission. Dispute board, if there are three of you, each one of you will have a separate contract with the employer and the owner. Hindi kami tribunal. We're individual dispute board member. And we choose a chairman. So if you look at it, you have here where it came from. It is a subclause of the contract. And if you look at that, it is appendix on the general conditions of the contract between the contractor, the owner, and the dispute board. The next one is informal opinion. It again says, in the 2017, in addition to that, FIDIC added more provision, and that is the entry of an early warning. So meron ng additional clause which is to warn early in case of dispute, and it says, the DEAB, if jointly requested by the employer and the contractor, shall provide assistance and or formally discuss an attempt to resolve any issues or disagreement that may have arisen between them during the performance of the contract. If the DAAB becomes aware of an issue or a disagreement, he may invite or encourage the contractor and the employer to make such a joint request for opinion assistance. This is the proactive role of the dispute board. Now, there's another provision here that tells you and says, the DAAB may give informal assistance during the discussion at any meeting with the parties, whether face-to-face or online, or at any site visit or any informal written notes for the parties. In case of a three-member DB, all the three must agree. Further, it says, however, the parties are not bound to act on any advice given in such informal meeting or opinion, and the DAB is not bound in any dispute resolution process or decision by any view or advice given during that informal assistance or opinion. And let me explain. When the DAB renders an informal opinion, informal advice, whether orally or in writing, the parties are not required to follow that advice or opinion. If the parties disagree, then they can go and ask the DB to render an opinion, a decision. At the same time, the DAB, even if we give informal or written opinion, we are not bound to use the same informal opinion because it is, the ballgame is a different issue. Hindi mo namin pwedeng gagamitin yung aming informal opinion in rendering our decision. So it gives you that kind of authority because the parties cannot say, may informal opinion ka, yun na lang gagamitin mo, gawin mo na ang decision. And we have a case, something like that. Wherein we render an informal opinion, the parties agree, and finally one party disagree. And they ask of the DB to render an opinion. So our informal opinion, we put it aside, they submit another proposal or another statement that they have. So that is what the DAB or the DAB must function. Then we have the benefits. Ano bang pinakamaganda? Bakit tayo may DAB pa? Well, there are four that I can think. One is relationships. You preserve relationships. Magkaibigan kayo, hindi kayo magkakaaway. Pangalawa, efficiency. Instead of going to war, spending time preparing all these items, you improve efficiency. If you do that, then you save on cost, you save on time. Di ba? Walang wasteful time. And then the fourth one is, I think, very important to the contractor or to the employer's reputation. Now, right now, what's happening right now is that in the pre-qualification of contractors, may tinatanong, have you been involved in arbitration case? How many cases have you been involved? And that's part of a pre-qualification documents of contractors right now. How many cases have you been involved? Pag sinabi mo na, edi okay ka, di ba? So here we go now, the appointment of the dispute board. That is focusing now on the the dispute board. Now, the first slide I'd like to show you, this is the original. This is the original. This is what you have right now in FIDE contracts. One is that you have to give a warranty. This one is not a guarantee, it's a warranty. There's a difference between a warrant and a guarantee. In the general condition of contract which you have to sign, that there's no conflict of interest. Sinamarize ko na lang ito. Ha? The second one, independence, impartiality, and availability. The third one is qualification and experience, wherein they identify the three. First is that you may have experience on the work with the contractor to carry out. Experience is there. Second, you must have experience in the interpretation of the contract. And the third one is fluent in language of communications. So, yan lang ang tatlo. Pag binasa mo yan, that is what you will see. So, if you are a lawyer and you look at, say, what is the qualification of the dispute board, yan lang nakalagay. So, anybody can qualify and say, I have the experience. And the FIDIC and the funding institution realize that hindi kompleto yan if you talk about dispute avoidance. That's why in 2020, up to the 23rd, I think it will be finalized in this year, in December, there is now a finalization of this criteria. And I'd like to share this with you because we were ahead. When we have this information of the new criteria, we have a long meeting with PCA, with a long meeting with DTI, a long meeting with other stakeholders, and we said, these are the information that we have available. Would you want to consider this and include that? And this criteria that we have, which we call it the core criteria, is now given to the government to be used as a basis. So those that have been certified or trained, they know that these criteria are there. So, babangkitin ko na ngayon. Yan. Ito na. They added two more. One, attributes. Two, cultural competence. So this four, if you are going to focus on dispute avoidance, it is not only the warranties, but there must be attributes of that dispute board. The dispute board must understand the cultural competence. So these are the three criteria that if it will be finally implemented, this will be the criteria that will be used by the industry, especially for those that are non-members. So ano yun? When we talk about warranties, I think we mentioned about these warranties, but there were additionals. No? For example, extensive knowledge of FIDE contracts and how the clauses interact with each other. The second one is understanding of the governing law of the contract. This is an additional recommendation by FIDE in the forum that we have. So, dinagdagan, no? Next is that in terms of attributes, meron tayong attributes na dinagdag. Ano yung attributes? Number one, may communication and social skills siya. If he's talking about avoidance, he must have the interpersonal skills in engaging avoidance. He must have the skill in conducting meetings. And there were two that were added, which yours truly recommended during the session. And we said, there must be emotional intelligence and skills in problem solving. And the last one is possession of skills complementary to the other members, because this is more like a self-serving proposal that was submitted. I'm not so sure whether FIDIC will eventually add that. Then the next one is cultural competence. This is something that was deliberated, but they did not know that there's a catch to this. What is that? Selecting nationals of the country or same region as TB members to minimize the long-distance travel. And the national that we're referring is President list of adjudicator. Next, one of the DB members as a national of the country where the project is located has knowledge and understanding of the local customs and laws and cultural awareness, sensitivities, and other local regulations. The next one is knowledge and understanding of cross-cultural communications and knowledge and understanding of the geopolitical and economic realities of the countries. This B, C, and D are part of my suggestion if they will consider that. So if you see, it will consider that more or less galing sa taga Pilipinas, if they will consider that. Remember, these are going to be deliberated with the President's list of adjudicator, wherein I am not. So, alam mo, may turf yan, may grupo yan, ano? So this is one of the recommendations that was suggested. And what happened here is that we look into the opportunities now. Well, I think I mentioned the appointment as transparent countries, minimize cost. Well, in short, what I'm trying to, sa pagmamadali, there were two effects. No? The first one, the appointment of nationals from the country of origin where the project is located will achieve. Number two, it will minimize cost of travel. And number three, avoidance of dispute due to the cultural competence and attributes of the nationals, resulting to effective communication, collaboration, and trust of the parties. Now, what is the opportunities? Well, andyan na yan. What is the opportunities? I discussed the opportunities to the Philippine team, to PCA, about the opportunities, and they said it's worth pursuing. So I just decided to share it with you as the members as far as opportunities is concerned. Now, these are the countries, these are the 18 countries that are members of IPAO-PCA, right? These are the members, and there are 18 member countries. I hope I'm correct. And if we were doing the survey, the office did the survey, and we found out that a number are using FIDI contracts. Not necessarily that it is funded, but they're using FIDI contracts, and some are using the MDB Harmonized Edition with dispute board provisions. So there are 16. 2 appears not to be using FIDIC, but that is something that I have to check. But this is the statistics I have. So meaning to say, in Tagalog, marami pala ang gumagamit ng FIDIC, marami pala gumagamit ng MDB contract, at marami pala gagamit ng dispute board. So what is the opportunity with that? I'd like to show you. Don't take photograph, please. please lang. Don't take photograph or else I'll be in trouble. I'm in trouble if this one will reach FIDIC. This is between us girls. Okay, tingnan natin ha. You see that circle? That is where the members are. If you work within that circle, the travel time from, let me see, pinag-aralan rin, ano? The travel time from Sydney, Australia, to the Philippines is about 8 hours to 9 hours. The travel time from Tokyo to the Philippines is about 5-6 hours. So the travel time within that circle would be about 8 hours. So it's about less than a day. To travel from one country to the other would take you about less than a day. Now, let us see. There are 117 of the President's list, and 104 are coming from Europe, Middle East, Africa, Latin America. So you see, 89% are coming from outside of the circle. What does that mean? The travel time from London to the Philippines is about 16 hours, excluding the laydown. So that's about two days, right? So if you come here to the Philippines, if I'm in London, I spend 2 days coming in, I stay in a hotel, leaving, that another 2 days, that's 5 days. So if I stay 2 days in inspecting your site, that's equivalent to 7 days. So if you're paying me in US dollar, just imagine how much you'll be spending for me. Tama? Okay. Next. if you're coming from South Africa, assuming that you came from Cape Town, that's about, with passing by Dubai to the Philippines, that would take you about almost the same hours because there's a lot of laydown time that you have. So if you look at, if you look at all of this, outside with the circle, that's basically a long distance travel. Tama? Right? Okay. So if you look at the number of members, there are only very few from the circle. So what is my observation? Mahulog tayo. Number one, the high cost of long distance travels of the FIDIC President's List as DB members for Falcon PCA members remains the same. The objective of reduction of cost saving on long distance travel cannot be achieved. Diba? Diba? Because there is no savings. Number two observation. Appointment of nationals coming from Falcon PCA members to provide attributes and cultural competence is not possible if I'm a foreign DB. I'm not a national of the Falcon PCA. So what does it mean? Only 9 adjudicators from the President's List are from the region and may not be able to support or protect or provide the requirement of dispute board. You see the statistics? These are realities. And I'll give you an example. In the Philippines alone, from 2017 to 2028, the country needs 418 DB members. 418 DB members. So if there are no nationals, 418 DB members will come from the President's List or outside, right? Because the country, the employer and the contractor are required to appoint a DB member. So there are 134 packages that are going to be awarded, and these are the contracts. So what will happen is that you have 276 standing DB members, 92 DB chairman, and 184 DB members. On the right side, you talk about avoidance, which is DRB, and you have 46 and 92. Philippines alone. We did not include the other countries because I don't have the complete statistics yet. But I'm sure the IFACA PCA will give you more information and we'll have a better review. So this is an opportunity, right? This is an opportunity. So if it is an opportunity, what is the challenge? The challenge, there are 2 challenges. First, ICAO CA members may develop and train their nationals to be included in their own country's list of trained adjudicator that will sit as DB member in their country's constructions. And the second is that ultimately, ICAO PCA may establish ICAO PCA master list of adjudicators for the DB needs of the other countries. Now, I have here, I'll show you the example of protocol in the appointment of national. This is the protocol that I submitted to FIDIC, and this is the protocol that is going to be implemented in the country, in the Philippines, eventually once it is approved. And this is what are this protocol. Number 1, nominate and appoint at least 1 qualified national citizen of the country as DB members whose key task, aside from their experience, is to provide the attributes because they know. Number 2, the cultural competencies because they are local. To the other foreign members, specifically to the parties. Number 2, as a minimum training entry level, the nominated national as DB members, aside from their technical competencies, as warranted, he or she must complete a formal training in the FIDI contracts for DB and DB workshop roles and responsibility of DB conducted by a certified trainer for DB by DB Academy and DRBF, and I will explain to you the reason why. If a person, you may be very qualified, you want to take the examination as the certified DB or adjudicator. The first thing that they would like to see is that he must have good experience. Well, that's very good. Meron ba siyang training on contracts? Wala. Meron ba siyang training on dispute board? Wala. What is his experience? Arbitrators? We don't need arbitrators. We need dispute board. Why did I know that? I'm a member of the certified board. So we see now the entry level of the entry. And in addition to the minimum training entry level, additional consideration may be given to those who have completed mediation training and experience in mediation, since mediation soft skills are the necessary skills or attributes in dispute avoidance. Now, this is now the, how do you call that, the sweetener. The sweetener is that the standing DB members shall be composed of at least one national citizen of the country as DB member. The chairman shall be from the FIDIC President's list of adjudicators. The chairman. Why? Because of their experience, and secondly, their leadership, and they can become a mentor of the national DB. Well, the third member may be another national or member of IFAUCA member countries or foreign dispute board, depending on the flexibility and specific requirements of the project. So the last one I would like to share with you is that these are the challenges that I am proposing and showing. It may be worth looking into, but I'd like to share the one that was always being quoted from Graham Aston. He is the past president of the RBF Executive Committee, and he said, successful dispute avoidance depends upon the collaboration, the trust, and the effective communications between the national, I put DB, and the parties. And that sharing that I'd like to share with you, I hope you do not take photograph or else I will be in trouble. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Maraming salamat po. Okay na po. Thank you. Thank you. Later again, sir, for the question and answer. We have you up on stage. Yes. With all the other speakers. But for now, kamusta po lahat? Is everyone still alive, awake, okay? Parang it's a little down. Can I ask everyone to please stand up? Let's just get the blood in our bodies moving just a tiny bit. Okay, stretch. Shake your legs. Shake your legs. Move around because let's burn a few calories before our afternoon snack, which is already on the way. Okay, is everyone feeling a little bit more energized, a little bit better? Yes? Yes, thank you. Now please have a seat again. Yan, yung iba nagsa-stretching na. Feel free to do that. Okay, while we have our afternoon snacks, allow me to present our next speaker. I am very excited to present Mr. Enrique V. De La Cruz Jr., who is a His contributions to the legal field have been recognized in Asia Business Law Journal's Philippines A-list Top 100 Lawyers 2020 to 2023. Please give a warm round of applause to Attorney Enrique V. de la Cruz, Jr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge my mentors at SIAC, President of PICAM, Art Autea, our Chairman of SIAC, Bong David, thank you for the opportunity. And to all my mentors here, thank you. The topic assigned to me is on resolving disputes, mechanisms for resolving construction disputes. And allow me to present a brief discussion on construction disputes. When we say construction dispute, it's an umbrella term for the process that we use to deal with and settle conflicts. The role of a lawyer is to avoid litigation, not initiate litigation. And that is why we develop several mechanisms to avoid these conflicts. And we prepare for all of these conflicts. The common causes of construction disputes, we summarize it into three. Number one, usually we have conflicts with contractors and subcontractors involving defects in the construction, quality issues, variations from the original contractual scope, and cost increases. So usually it's a question of poor quality workmanship or the use of substandard materials. Sometimes, since we assign parts of a project to subcontractors, our works engineers and project managers often conflict with the subcontractors on these issues. So this is one major source of construction dispute. Next, we have issues on delays and disruptions. And due to unscheduled overrunnings of and or delays of a project, you have slippage, you have variation orders and change orders. These may cause delays. And delays and disruptions on the work schedule is another source of conflict or a cause of construction disputes. The last part, the last tranche of construction issues or disputes pertain to payment disputes. And this is likely due to unpaid materials and labor or interpretation of when is payment due and demandable. There are also issues about surety and performance bonds. So these are the three major sources or causes of construction disputes. Our job as legal advisors to companies and clients is for them to avoid being in a situation where any of these disputes may arise. And so how do we avoid construction disputes? Basically, three important advice. Number one, you need to have good contracts. Most of our clients are saying, can you simplify this? It's so voluminous. Well, the reason why it's voluminous is because we want to cover all potential conflicts. Most of the time, the issues arise due to vague terms, failure to cover areas, silence of your agreements on certain issues. And that is why we have templates, we have standards. These standard terms are meant to avoid issues on interpreting provisions, especially on the dispute resolution clause. The language to use in providing an arbitration clause, for example, is very, very important. Second, you need to have effective project planning and documentation. The annexes, the warranties, the sureties, all of this documentation must be annexed to the main contract, and they must be referred to in the contract, including all reports of your work engineers and project managers. And third, due diligence, and project management. All of the issues on slippage and delays and variation orders or change orders can be avoided if you have a plan monitored by your project manager and you stick to the schedule as planned. Now, there are various ways, assuming we fail to avoid these disputes. Nandiyan na, nagkaroon na ng problema. Now that we have a problem, how do we resolve these disputes? First, you have alternative dispute resolution. Again, we don't want to go to court. Our intention is not to go to court. So there are alternative dispute resolutions. And in fact, one of those type, the DRBs, the DBs, was discussed excellently by one of our mentors, SP Castro. There is also mediation. Meron din tayong tinatawag na expert determination. No, these are some other modes of dispute resolution other than going to court. Second, of course, is arbitration. And most of us here, lawyers, are familiar with arbitration. But there are different tribunals where you can bring your issues. You have the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission in the Philippines. You have the Singapore International Arbitration Center, as well as the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center. I'm also a member of the London Court of International Arbitration. You also have, for investment disputes involving states, you have the ICSID, the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes under the World Bank. And finally, if we can't avoid it, we go to court, litigation. So let's discuss a few of these options or mechanisms in trying to resolve construction disputes. When we say mediation, usually these are qualified third-party mediators. And we have here with us a group of accredited, excellent arbitrators and mediators under the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, headed by our President, Art Otea. May listahan po sila ng mga pwede niyong piliin for that purpose, no, mediation. If a resolution is reached through mediation, you don't go to court, the agreement becomes binding, the parties agree, no, on the terms of the mediator. Next is the dispute resolution boards. Hindi ko na i-discuss. I might not do justice to what SP Castro already discussed thoroughly. Third, we have expert determination. Ang kaibahan, the difference with expert determination and mediation, si mediator negotiates, persuades the parties to arrive at a settlement, while an expert determination focuses on technical issues, not legal issues. So the expert, under expert determination, comes up with a report. And by agreement of the parties, prior to the release of the report, they bound themselves to comply with that report. So it becomes binding on the parties, by agreement, of course. Next, we have construction arbitration, which I will focus on a few bits. No? Maiksi lang po yung aming mga slides because the instruction of the organizer is to limit it to around 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So we'll have enough time for questions. If the construction project is in the Philippines, even if the owner is a foreign company or a local, as long as the contract is to be done or executed in the Philippines, it is covered under EO 1008 as well as RA 9285 on the jurisdiction of the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission or the SIAC. So, ang definition po ng construction dispute under EO 1008, it says that the SIAC shall have original and exclusive jurisdiction over disputes arising from or connected with contracts entered into by parties involved in construction in the Philippines. So if you think about it, nalilimitahan po ang options. Our options are actually limited if it pertains to construction contracts in the Philippines. If you have a dispute involving construction contracts in the Philippines, there is a very specific provision under EO 1008 that vests jurisdiction on such a dispute with the CIAC. And even if it's the government that you are dealing with, it's covered by EO 1008. It says these disputes may involve government or private contracts. But for the board, for the SIAC board to acquire jurisdiction, the parties must agree the parties must agree to submit the same to arbitration. So they can agree prior to any dispute, meaning they can include an arbitration clause in their agreement saying that any dispute will be resolved by arbitration. They don't even have to name the CIAC as the venue, as long as they agree to arbitrate. Or they can agree to submit the same to the SIAC after the dispute has already arisen. Even if the contract is silent on the matter, they can voluntarily submit the issue to the CIAC. So what type of cases are covered by the jurisdiction of the SIAC? Section 35 of the ADR law, Republic Act 9285, clarified what falls within the coverage of the power of the CIAC. So it says, construction disputes which fall within the CIAC shall include those between or among parties to or who are otherwise bound by an arbitration agreement directly or by reference. And whose parties are involved. They may be project owner, contractor, subcontractor, quantity surveyor, bondsman, or issuer of an insurance policy in a construction project. So kahit sinong connected sa construction contract, pwede pong pumasok, can fall within the jurisdiction of the CIAC. So there are three requisites before the CIAC can acquire jurisdiction. Three requisites. First, the dispute must arise from or connected with a construction contract. Second, such contract must have been entered into by parties involved in construction in the Philippines. Kahit po foreign company yung developer or contractor, basta sa Pilipinas po nangyari yung project at yung contract to be executed in the Philippines. And third, an agreement by the parties to submit their dispute to arbitration. There must be that agreement. Karaniwan, more often than not, the issues arise because of a dispute on the concept of construction disputes. Ano-ano po ba yung mga conflicts that fall within the definition of a construction dispute? So we go to two laws. There are two provisions of laws that we refer to, EO 1008 and Republic Act 9285. So we go back to what we read earlier. Under EO 1008, what falls within the coverage of the jurisdiction of the SIAC? It says disputes involving all on-site works on buildings or altering structures from land clearance through completion, including excavation, erection, and assembly, and installation of components and equipment. This was quoted from a decision of the Supreme Court in Papa versus Design Archie. Also, in a recent case, in Fort Bonifacio Development Corporation versus Domingo, the Supreme Court said other issues which the SIAC could take cognizance of must be of the same or a closely related kind or species applying the principle of ejus dem generis, meaning the enumeration in the law is not exclusive. It can include any other similarly or similar nature of disputes. So mas lalong lumawak, mas naging broad yung provision. A while ago, the expert on FIDIC and the Dispute Resolution Board gave us a lecture on this system. I'll give you a hypothetical. What if the parties to a contract agree that the dispute will be submitted first to DRB or DAAB, and if they do not arrive at any settlement or binding agreements, then they can go to arbitration. And one of the parties decided to go directly to arbitration and not pass through the DAAB or DRB. Immediately files a case with the SIAC, and the contract is in the Philippines. What do you think? Should we say that it has to first undergo the condition precedent of going through the DRB or DAAB? Hindi ba? Another hypothetical. I'm not yet answering the question. I'm just saying the hypotheticals, because the Supreme Court already answered these two questions. Another hypothetical question. What if the parties decide and they placed it in their contract that any construction dispute involving a project in the Philippines will be resolved under the Singapore International Arbitration Center under its laws? And under the basic concept of arbitration, it's voluntary, it's consensual, and the parties chose the seat of the arbitration, the venue of the arbitration, including the governing law. What if one of the parties disregarded that provision and filed a case with the CIAC instead? The Supreme Court has answered these two questions. Let's start with the latter one. The Supreme Court said in the case of China Changjiang Energy versus Rusal in 1996, in this case, a construction contract between the main contractor and a subcontractor containing an agreement to submit the disputes arising therefrom to the International Chamber of Commerce. The parties to the contract indicated, stipulated in their agreement, that any construction dispute will be resolved by the ICC. The office of the ICC is in Hong Kong. But one of the parties decided to disregard that provision and went directly to the CIAC. The CIAC said it had jurisdiction. The case reached the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals said the CIAC is correct. It had jurisdiction. And the Supreme Court affirmed that decision. The Supreme Court said, citing Section 4 of EO 1008, for SIAC to have jurisdiction over a dispute involving a particular construction contract, the parties must agree to submit the same to voluntary arbitration, not necessarily the CIAC. As long as the parties agree to submit to voluntary arbitration, regardless of what forum they may choose, their agreement will fall within the jurisdiction of the CIAC. So kahit po, even if we enumerated so many options on mechanisms in resolving disputes, by virtue of this decision, our options are actually limited to the CIAC. If you place in your contract an agreement to arbitrate, even if you chose a different venue or seat, if it's a construction contract in the Philippines, by virtue of China Changjiang case, then the SIAC will have jurisdiction. A while ago, we also discussed the question of a condition precedent not being done. What if the parties agreed to first undergo proceedings with the DRB or DAAB, and this condition precedent was not complied with, and they went directly, one of the parties went directly to court? Will the case be dismissed for failure to comply with a condition precedent? The Supreme Court said in the case of Datem versus Alpha Land Makati Place in 2021, the Supreme Court said as long as there is a provision on arbitration involving a construction contract, I see Levy smiling, my client. This is their case. The Supreme Court said that the SIAC still has jurisdiction, even if the condition precedent was not complied with. The Supreme Court said that since the SIAC's jurisdiction is conferred by law, it cannot be subjected to any condition, nor can it be waived or diminished by the stipulation, act, or omission of the parties as long as the parties agreed to submit their construction contract dispute to arbitration, or as long as there is an arbitration clause in the construction contract. The SIAC will have jurisdiction without qualification. Yeah. So I decided to choose these two cases lang to focus on because it involves issues on resolving mechanisms to resolve construction disputes in the Philippines. I'd like to end with a phrase from the Supreme Court. In the case of Datem, it says, allowing a condition precedent to effectively suspend the jurisdiction of the SIAC until compliance therewith would conflict with the intention of the law to automatically, I repeat, automatically vest SIAC with jurisdiction over a dispute if the construction contract has an arbitration clause. To sum up, we enumerated the causes of construction disputes and the mechanisms on resolving construction disputes. While it may appear that the parties have a choice of the different mechanisms and avenues to resolve the dispute, but if it's a construction contract in the Philippines and you included an arbitration clause, you're bound to be within the jurisdiction of the SIAC. That is why you need to have a good, well-written contract to cover all the possibilities so that your interests will be protected. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to almost the end of the day. Now we need audience participation. This is the Q&A where we can ask all of our speakers as well as our distinguished guests of the panel any question you would like. It's a new opportunity now. So before we begin, I'd like to call upon stage again our presenters. Kindly join me up here on stage, Engineer Ramon Aliado, also Engineer Salvador Castro, and Attorney Enrique de la Cruz Jr. Can you kindly join me up here on stage? And feel free to find your place here among our seats. As well as them, I'm very honored to call up on stage the rest of our panel. And mind you, this is a very distinguished group. Let me begin by saying I'm very honored to call Mr. Oliver Reed, the President of the Master Builders Association Malaysia, or MBAM, as one of our distinguished panels at the International Contract Management Forum. Can we please give him a round of applause? For those of you who don't know, Mr. Wee was the person I was referring to a while ago, who flew in from Malaysia last night. It was a 3-hour flight, and then spent 3 hours on the road from the airport to his hotel just to be here with us today. I think that alone deserves a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Mr. Wee has over 40 years of experience in the construction industry and has been a dedicated and active member of the association since 1994. He was then appointed in March 2023 as a member of a panel of experts under the Local Government Development Ministry, and he sits on the advisory member for the CIAB Construction Law Report. He is also currently the board member and chairman of International of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Association, or IFOPA Conditions of Contract Committee. Thank you for joining us once again, Mr. Oliver Reed. Now to join us next also on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Augusto F. Manalo. Can we give Mr. Manalo a warm round of applause? Hello, sir. Mr. Manalo is the president and CEO and one of the owners of JC Manalo and Co. Inc. It's a triple A for the Philippine Contractors Taxation Board, or PCAT. He is also currently the chairman of Construction Manpower Development Foundation and the vice president of Phil Construct Events, Exhibitions, and Conferences Corporation. He is also board of trustees or director for IFOPA Inc. and the current chairman of the Steel Constructors Federation, or ACF. Our next panelist, let's give it up for Engineer Isaac or Engineer Bong David. Hello, sir. Can you kindly join us on stage? Engineer David has a track record of over 5 decades in civil engineering, specifically in infrastructure development. Throughout his career, Bong has dedicated himself to the development and modernization of critical infrastructure in the Philippines, focusing primarily on transportation. Also, Engineer David participated in various public-private partnerships projects, and currently, he is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, or PICAM. Our next panelist, let's give it up for Mr. Ernesto S. De Castro. Thank you, sir. Mr. De Castro is a well-known and well-respected authority in the field of civil and structural engineering. He is also known as Mr. BIM, or BIM of the Philippines. With his formula of people and among the thorns. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Engineer Sonia T. Valdeavilla, MAURP. The lone rose among the thorns. Engineer Sonia serves as the Vice President for International Affairs at RC Ramos Construction Corp. Inc. She was the Executive Director of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines from October 2014 to June 2016, and the officer in charge and Executive Director of the Philippine Domestic and Overseas Construction Board from June 2006 to October 2014. She has significant expertise in international marketing and promotion and has organized and led outbound construction missions and facilitated joint ventures and strategic alliances with foreign clients. Wow, talk about a very prestigious board. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to open the floor for questions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If anyone has questions, kindly raise your hand. And once again, please introduce yourselves and where you work and who you direct your question to. Yes, sir. We have a brave gentleman right here in the front. There's nothing like a little suspense, no?
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you especially to the people who were presenting in the last session. No? I think the theme was about really avoiding disputes more than addressing them. Also, you touched on addressing them. Well, this question is mainly addressed to those speakers, although the other practitioners feel free to address. No? So I'm not a technician, no? I'm not a lawyer, but rather more of oversee or try to see if the details are complete, right? So from that perspective, and in the spirit of avoiding disputes, what are the questions I should ask the team? What are the things in the project or in the contract that I should ask the team that might help or might help guide them in avoiding disputes?
Thank you for your question.
The topic is really avoidance. How do we avoid dispute? I only give one guide to whoever would use the construction contract. One question, to answer the word what if. If you know the answer of the what if, you know already who is going to be responsible for the risk. Because there are three risks that was mentioned. One is the risk of the contractor, the other one is the risk of the employer, and the other one is shared risk. There's fourth, insurance risk. Because you can insure a lot of risk through insurance, but people do not insure the risk because that is applicable. So every time I always hear that word, how can we avoid dispute? I said, you answered the question, what if? And that will already give you the answer. So I think that is the shortest that I give. A very layman statement, what if?
I have a different take. Do you happen to be married? Okay. That is going to be the best contract that you should study because it's a lifetime contract. So many of us, me included, when I signed the marriage contract, I did not read it. Did any of you read your marriage contracts? I'm sure you didn't have any hand on it. But now things have evolved. I'm sure Divina Law has some clients who have these prenuptial agreements now. But during my time, there was none. So before you sign your marriage contract, you talk to your fiancé, and you discuss how do we resolve a dispute when it comes. I think if you settle that before you sign the contract, then you're on your way to avoiding disputes. So remember, those of you who are not yet married, okay, this will be the most important contract in your life. It's a lifetime contract. Lifetime contract. No close out. No expiry. Yeah. I hope I was able to help you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you better don't read, else you won't get married. Now, speaking as a contractor and businessman point of view, I don't think we can avoid dispute. But what is the best form of resolution? Simply because our business model is very, very different. We guarantee everybody from day one. When I want to get a job, I have to compete with all my friends. Make sure I'm the lowest. Make sure I accept what the condition contracts are asking for without really knowing it, you know. And then when I start work, I have to guarantee the bank for the repayment. I have to guarantee my whole supply chain. I have to guarantee my worker that I have to pay them in time, but no one guarantee me. That is the nature of construction or contractors. That's why contractor risk is very, very high. Now, I can see that your country is having a lot of projects coming up. I hope contractors can make this opportunity to bargain a better position for yourself, rather than just sign up whatever is offered and just grab the job. At the end of the day, you know, there's no recourse for you. When you are in a dispute, you are still liable to finish the job in time. You can't terminate the job with a good reason. So be very, very careful on selecting client, and be very, very careful on understanding your condition of contracts.
All right. Today we talked about risks and disputes. No? For me, I have always, in my so many years of practice, I've always been trying to promote my solution to minimizing risk and minimizing dispute. And this is to use the three terms: people, process, and technology. No? It used to be that with just the right people, you can get things done, no? Through leadership, but that doesn't seem to. So we are now introduced in the process. Dapat sumunod tayo sa process, but even that, the process is very difficult to comply with. It can be a very. My final solution is to put the three together: people, process, and technology. Right now, we have that technology so that we can minimize a lot of this risk. No, for example, well. Everybody knows that I'm promoting BIM, no? Of course, BIM will reduce a lot of risk for contractors because you have a lot of the information already there. If the information is not there, then you know, no? So that you have to try to use that technology, make that investment, make the training, so that you use BIM in your construction processes, construction planning, and in decision making. Now, unfortunately, the Philippines is very much deliberate in not using technology. Right now, we're just talking about BIM, but other countries are already using PIM or project information modeling, and right now they're already talking about digital twin or asset information modeling. Now, we're still not talking about that now, but we really should be. No? These are being introduced now in many countries, and we should follow, because these are the many things that will reduce risk. You can have better decision making if you have a lot of information that you have. Now, disputes will arise if you have a lot of issues. So reduce a lot those issues with more information that you have. The more informed you are with your contracts, the more informed you are with what you need to do, with what you need to perform, then you minimize a lot of this risk. So this is my brilliant advice. No? Let's use technology. We cannot get away from technology. No? As Professor Balbilian had said, no? The digital age is here already. The Philippines is in the best position to use technology. We can actually, my dream is really to upgrade, upskill all of the Filipinos, and together we can really perform better services than all the other countries because we have the competence to use technology in our processes and procedures. So I hope that we can think about this, and hopefully this will solve quite a lot of our problems in the industry.
Okay. Simple lang. Sa akin, you have to review your contracts very well. No? That was mentioned already by all the speakers. But after reviewing your contracts and spending time searching for all the details, we have to be upfront with our clients. Okay? Kasi most of the time, medyo nagkakahiyaan pa eh. So, kailangan, we have to put it on the table, the things that we find that are not, that are unfavorable. But, of course, we have to think also of the other party. So, that's one. We have to be upfront. And the second is related also that you need to put empathy also. To think of what, if you put yourself in the position of your client, what is he thinking or what is their objective for putting this together? And piece it together, discuss it. So maybe you will be able to find a solution to certain conflicts in the contract even before the contract is implemented. We spend a lot of time reviewing our contracts before signing it. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 months, but we have to really perfect it and put everything in proper perspective before signing it. Because as Mon said, it's like a marriage contract. Pag pinirmahan mo, wala na, tapos ka na doon. Although, marami pa rin paraan, di ba? Okay. So yun, I hope that answers your question. Anyway, you're my son, so I will answer that to you later.
Okay. This is my observation and also my experience in the construction industry. And this is a sort of advice to contractors who are just starting or those contractors who have no projects and just to get the project, they will just, they will be persuaded by a friend, a compare, or a politician, excuse me for that. Now, without even thinking, they want to get the project. I'm hungry, I want a project. Okay, I'll think of the problems later. But this is very difficult because chances are, magkakaroon kayo ng problema. Because sometimes, they do the project without a contract. And then they will realize that, oh, we are in trouble, and we have nothing to reckon with because there is no formal contract. Or if there are contracts, it was probably drafted by somebody who is not a lawyer, or maybe there are good engineers who assume the role of the lawyers to draft the contract. Actually, I think for me, the first thing that you should make good is the contract. Yeah, Mon is right. Because if your contract is good, you will, the problem of conflict or problems in the future will be lessened. Unlike if there is nothing. So please, yung mga contractor po natin dito, it's not enough that you have friends or politicians that's offering you the project. You have to think also of the owner of the project. Even if it is a government entity, nagkakaproblema pa rin po eh. So, more so if it is a private owner na they just want to implement a project but maybe they don't have also experience in dealing with construction projects. So marami pong ganyan dito sa country, and I think it's the same thing in the international market. In fact, there was one Filipino company who get a project outside. He was doing very good at first because he has a strong connection with the secretary of a certain department in that country. But unfortunately, the secretary was changed. And the problem arose because the new administration was bad-mouthed by this contractor because that head of the new department is also connected to the project, but he doesn't mind him because he is very close to the top official. So when he assumed the post, so he has a problem. Some of the accomplishment that was credited before were not credited. So, and also, he has a certain violation of the contract, like if he defaulted in the project, everything that's in the job site will be confiscated. Unfortunately, this contractor was very enterprising that he bought so many equipment for the purpose of leasing the equipment. But it was placed within the area, within the project site. And then when he defaulted, because there's a lot of issues unresolved, it was decided by the owner to terminate the contract, and the provision of the contract worked against him. So his equipment were confiscated, and so he incurred a big loss. The government the government intervened. In fact, the government has some stake at that project because the government give guarantees. So he was able to, through the intercession of the government, he was able to retrieve some of the equipment that were confiscated, but not all. And he, unfortunately, closed his operation in that particular country. So it is very important na talaga. You choose your client. You should work with your client very well. And then you have a contract, a very good contract. So that's my take. Thank you.
Would you like to, sir?
Yeah, I would like to share my experience on a project whereby when we were the developer and we gave a contractor the traditional, typical 15% or 20% advance payment. Lo and behold, a day after the 20% down payment was given to them, he flew to the United States. Nag-abroad, with our money, of course. I told the owner of the company, don't worry, because we have a callable on demand, surety bond, and we have it. I did not know that the provision of callable on demand on surety bond is not really callable on demand. you need to file charges against the insurance company to pay you. Unfortunately, there was no SIAC then. Okay? Now, we are now lucky, I mean the contractors, including us, we are now lucky because there is now this CIAC. No? It was invented actually by the construction industry because a contractor who will not get paid by a owner and he will drag him to court, it will take 10 years. By the way, it took 10 years for us to be able to recover from the insurance company to get paid. If a contractor has a shallow pocket, he will get bankrupt before he gets paid. That's why, thanks to the PCA, the industry, that this arbitration commission was invented. No? It protects the contractors and the owners, of course. No? So, my colleagues have discussed about dispute avoidance, but there is no discussion on or question on how do you win a dispute. Okay, let's just move on. No?
So I think that should be the next question. How do you win a dispute? I have several people nodding their heads. I think you have moved on.
May I answer?
Yes, of course.
You prepare for dispute resolution even if there's no dispute yet. And the first item is to have a good contract, good grasp of the contract. Secondly is documentation, documentation, documentation. And what do I mean by documentation? It starts with the request for proposals or invitation to bid. Pre-bid conference, minutes of meetings, all the way up to punch list, turnover papers, even occupancy permits. Many arbitration cases are won without presenting witnesses because the documents speak for themselves. So, best way to prepare, read the contract and make sure your documentation is complete.
Well, to me, I think should any legal battle were to take place, the only winner is the lawyer. Whether you win or you lose, you got to pay him. That is the main issues we have in Malaysia. Every year, we have runs into billion in arbitration, hundreds of million in adjudication. That's without the hundreds of thousand cases at various courts. We have a special court called construction court to deal with construction dispute. And back in 10 years ago, we started our adjudication. It's a very good option for us to go after our money because I think more than 90% of our dispute is payment dispute rather than contractual. Contractual we can resolve in arbitration, that is end of the project. But it's the payment that kills us. Construction is an art that how you manage your timeline and your cash flow. No cash flow, nothing you can talk about. So 10 years ago, we started our Adjudication Act, which started very well. But then we realized that it doesn't help at all, simply because it takes too long. It takes 10 months. If you ask me when you need the money, I will tell you last week, not 10 months down the road. That's why since COVID 2010, we started the revamp one of our standard form called the CIDB. Now it's called CIDB 2022. We call it a collaborative contracting, something very close to NEC4 that I think Mr. Salvador has shared some the elements of the figures of the contract, like the early warning system, we get away with the condition precedents. We have a DB in the provision, because we are having some modification on the disputing board, where the DRB is only deal with payment. Only deal with payment, which to replace the process of adjudication. Adjudication is taking too long. We can't wait. That's why we push out the DRB. Mediation doesn't work, because mediation, even though we put a condition precedent to mediation before arbitration, but mediation is a very voluntary process and non-binding. So we are pushing, we hope that DRB or DB itself will sort of speed up the issues, speed up the process. So the contractor would not sort of abandon the job because of cash flow. Because end of the day is all the house buyer facing problem. They can't get their house in time. They still have to pay their renter. They still have to serve their loan, So we are working towards the collaborating contractings. Yeah.
Further to what Sir Ramon was saying, for documentation, just during the process of your contract, while your project is ongoing, it's very important to always give notices to your client of all the incidences that are happening in your project. And what effects would this have on either your timeline or your cost? Because you will never know if this documentation or notices will come in handy later on. So just be religiously putting that together and informing your client, being very transparent with your client on things that are happening in your work site. Now, with regards to variation orders, which are also very common areas of dispute, I think many of us have the notion of performing certain work orders upon the request of the owner. And that would prove detrimental to us. But of course, there are considerations to make. If you stop work or if you don't proceed your work, what will happen? You will also incur costs. So you have to weigh in these decisions before you actually finally decide. But of course, the most logical and most right thing to do is really to document it first and get the approval of your client before proceeding with any variation order, because that is what is foremost and what is written in your contract. But considering all the aspects in relation to time, in relation to overhead costs that you may incur for certain work stoppages, put this together and advise the owner religiously and timely until you exhaust all possibilities, so that in the event that you go into either an arbitration or a mediation or a dispute resolution, then these things are very much at hand, rather than when the time comes, you're caught flat-footed because you did not give a notice, you failed to act on time, you failed to act within what was the context or pretext in your contract, and you lose the opportunities to be able to do your claims properly. So yeah, just put it together and put it in order.
Okay, I'll have to repeat what many have said before. For you to avoid, to win in disputes, you have the first thing really is try not to have any dispute, try not to have any claims, and then you are already a winner. And this points actually to a dispute board to be a very good solution to this. I've been in a dispute board as Picasso, and I had been in a dispute board for 2 major projects, infrastructure projects, very large one, it is for 2 years, and both our projects proceeded and finished on time without any dispute. One of the most important attributes or happening in the dispute board is that you can render an opinion, a non-binding opinion, no? And if the parties agree to that, then there is no subsequent issues or dispute to claim later on. No? An example in our case would be the contractor had a hard time maintaining 200 kilometers of the project during the period of 2 years, no? And they were suggesting that according to their schedule, they're supposed to work on only 50 kilometers of a project at one time. So they say that we should only secure and maintain only 50 kilometers, no? So they asked me, is it, can they claim for the 150 kilometers that they're not working on because they're maintaining that portion of the infrastructure? What I did, because it's an opinion, no? I said, I only asked the question, did you accept the whole 200 kilometers of construction project? And the contractor said, yes. Well, because you have accepted the 200 kilometers as your area of responsibility, you have taken on the responsibility of attending to that 200 kilometers. So there was no dispute after that. Many similar cases, for example, if I see that some, they call this excavation or cutting of slopes is unstable, the dispute board, in my case, I told them already, please look into that. There's a big risk in that, big accident can happen there. So the parties asked their designer to look into that. They looked into that. They made their own change orders on how to change that. So there was no dispute or change order, or well, there's a change order, but it's became owner initiated, became very easy, no? So this is how so that is a tool, no? And that was discussed very well by SP Castro on how a lot of these disputes can be avoided. I'd like to bring up again one of the major risks that contractors are doing, but in the Philippines, we are not putting very much attention to this. Now, this is on risk on accident, risk on damages. And in other countries, they have a big penalty if you do not follow the checklist, safety checklist. But in the Philippines, we have the same safety requirements, but we see very, very few compliance, no? And it's because we are not checked by the proper authorities. In other countries, they actually check that, and the contractor is supposed to report. Now, those kind of reporting with technologies becomes very easy, no? We are monitoring a project in Singapore, for example, where we report all the checklist activities for safety requirements of the contractor, and the contractor submits that for every activity, no? And there's a process by which this is checked, submitted, and approved every day, and a lot of accidents have been prevented because of that way, no? Now, it's because they're forced to do that because they are big penalized if they don't do those types of work. But in the Philippines, we should try to look into that also, no? We have the technology right here. If we require those kind of reports, we should be able to submit those reports. Earlier, Engineer Ariado talked about reporting the energy requirements of a project. Now, that has been a law for a long time, no? But we don't have the technology or for owners of buildings to report on the energy demand per square meter of the project. But it is in the law already. So, but our implementation is very weak. So these are the things that we have to work on, and hopefully together, I know it can be solved with technology. It doesn't take very much, but we just need to agree, okay? Let's agree that there is a solution, there's a technology, there's a process. Let's try to use that. Thank you.
Okay, to answer, this is my take on the how to win dispute case. I think the contractor, especially the big one, should not dispense with getting a contracts manager, and document controller. These are two important things that you will be needing. Their output, meaning the contract and the documents, when you submit your arbitration case or dispute for dispute resolution. And you have to make sure that you can substantiate your claim by having the proper document, the witnesses, probably the photographs, because during the hearing or the process of arbitration, these things will be very important. If you cannot provide any document which will substantiate your major claim, chances are you'll have a problem. Baka, like for example, there is a case that I know that the contractor also a design and build contract. And then the contractor is given, parang very lax yung owner. They don't have any, diba, in big contracts, in big projects, it is almost a requirement that you have a regular contractor owner meeting. When it was found out that there's no such thing, so communication is very poor. They did not communicate like changes in use of materials. They just the contractor just changed the materials, and when we during the hearing, when we requested for a copy of the owner's approval, because of course, if you are going to change anything, even the size of the material, the owner should agree. And according to the contractor, there was a conversation between the representative of the project owner and the contractor that it's okay now to change the specs. But it's not documented. There is no document to show that, because that was verbal already. Verbal only. So it will not serve as a supporting document to your claim. So if you are certain of your claim, make sure that it is substantiated. That's okay.
All the answers given were, I hope everyone was listening, no? Especially our Professor Monaliado, no? You know, he's one of the best contractors. He's based in Mindanao, and he gives lectures to all contractors. Kaya walang masyadong dispute sa Mindanao more. I noticed, even when I was still in SIAC, there are no cases there, no? I hope you listen to him very intently, you know, kasi lahat ng sinabi niya are true and correct, no. I had that privilege of reading all cases filed with SIAC when I was still a commissioner. For 8 years, imagine that I was reading all cases rendered by all the arbitrators, and I saw one technique on how to win in the dispute. That's why I thought this should be shared to everyone, the contractors, no? Kung paano kayo manalo. Well, number one, first of all, if there is a dispute, there is a misunderstanding, di ba? So somebody defaulted, either payment, quality, quantity, and everything. So, first and foremost, the reference is the contract. So, Engineer Rallado mentioned, read the contract, line by line. And please, engineers, be guided by lawyers. Let's respect their expertise on law. No? So kami, while we have ample experience already on PPP, big ticket projects, we always refer to lawyers, no, who would guide you on all this, no, and protect your interest. So number 2, documentation. He mentioned documentation. You know, that because of that lesson, Mon, every time that we have a project, on day 1, our instruction to our construction group is to prepare for war. Tomorrow, we will have a war. The client will file charges against us. As early as the first day, document everything. Take photographs. Miss Sonia. Miss Sonia used to be the executive director of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines. She is an authority on construction and contracts, you know. That's why I like what you said, Miss Sonia. Document. So I found out arbitrators, they always refer to the contract and to the evidence or the documents that are available, no, which is the subject of the dispute. Yun lang ang kanilang yan ang kanilang major reference in determining who prevails in a dispute. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think the question was very, very apt. How do you win a dispute? Of course, you hire good lawyers. It's number 1. Promote na namin yung law office namin. No? But secondly, seriously, our young associates, we mentor our young associates, and they often ask us, sir, how do we win this case? There's a formula, actually. I don't know if this was taught in all law schools, but there's a formula on how to win a case. In essence, you have to prove your case. Clients, when they come to us, they tell us everything. They narrate things, but they don't know how to prove it. So you win a case by proving your case. And there's a formula. Allegation plus evidence equals proof. The client might allege, but doesn't have evidence to prove it. So you don't have proof. Sometimes you have a letter, you have evidence, but you did not allege it in your complaint. So what you did not allege, you cannot prove. So that's a simple formula. So we ask our associates, or you met with the client, you make 2 columns. What did the client say? That's the allegation. And what evidence do they have to prove it on the other column? So you'll see there's a lot of statements on one side, but empty on the other side. We cannot win the case with pure allegations. We need to find the evidence. So that's our simple advice. Allegation plus evidence equals proof.
Okay, that's nice because I'm the last, no? Pasensya na kayo because for the last, I think, 15 years or so, I've been brainwashed by the FIDIC contracts and orientation. So, June Elipanyo and myself and Sid Consuni were the first one who used FIDIC, and that is outside of the Philippines. We were then in our shorts, no, at that time. So just imagine how many years was that. I didn't realize that what we're doing is FIDIC. So since 1999, the only thing I know is FIDIC, and I tried to study FIDIC very well. I tried to understand FIDIC, and FIDIC is dispute avoidance by itself. So that's why the mind I have is dispute avoidance. So when the question is raised is that, how can we win a dispute? My answer is, no winner, all losers. Walang mananalo, talo kayo lahat. Lawyers. With your respect, he's my partner. So we decided to be together and eventually start a new business. Okay, so walang mananalo. Now, we have a lot of research survey by FIDIC. The beauty with FIDIC is that if you're a member of their group, you have all the statistics, all over. 2 items are there. Number 1, you have a good contract, but bad implementers. How good is your FIDIC contract, which is answers the what if, but you have bad implementers, you have dispute. So therefore, what is important is not just to understand and read the contract, but implement the contract through the life of the contract, taking advantage of the answer of what if. So as you go along, you always ask yourself, what if, what if? So you'll be able to anticipate. That's why if you notice in all FIDIC, there are two things that you see. Notices. Warning, warning, notices, notices. Because you're giving a notice that if you don't do this, you will have a problem with me. If you don't have notices, what will happen in your contract? You will start war the moment it happens because there is no warning. FIDIC has the warning. And FIDIC lately even added the early warning in all the contracts. So in FIDIC, you are aware of what is happening in the industry. You're trying to avoid that. Avoid and avoid. Now there is, so walang winner. Talo tayo lahat. Administer the contract. Always be aware from the time you start signing the contract up to the time you end with the contract. It doesn't mean to say you have a contract, okay? You're not okay. It is a question of monitoring your obligation under the contract up to the end. Even you'll have encounter wherein close out na, magsi-certificate of completion. Both parties have agreed. Then you went to have a dispute because the last payment will not be paid. You have already the certificate of completion, but there is one condition there is that there must be a quit claim. The quit claim will only apply the moment full payment is made. So the contractor said, mayroon pang utang. So therefore, what's the use of certificate of completion? You went into a dispute, and there's no more dispute board there. Tapos na kasi happy na kami. So up to the time that the payment is made, that is the time you can say, I'm okay. Okay. Another thing, there is one character we have, Filipinos, Asian, which we are not using. What are we taught? Write. Sulat. Anything you write. When you have something, you write. You write. That is wrong. We copied from the foreigners on the Americans because our training, if there's anything, we write. Filipino or Asian is you talk first before you write. So the dispute is not a dispute, but it is really a misunderstanding kasi when you write, you must, Tony Ortega, you must be the best lawyer in the world. Siyempre, sasagutin naman ni Art ako. You're expected to be an excellent consultant. The issue is not there anymore. The issue is our personality. That is the trait that we have, which we do not do. That's why I said that because during the 100-year anniversary of FIDIC, I'm one who presented a paper in Madrid, and my paper is the cultural sensitivities of Southeast Asian. You can still look at in the FIDIC publication, cultural sensitivities of Southeast Asia. So just imagine that is the character we have. So don't lose that kind of character. When we communicate first before you write. FIDIC will not tell you that. All contracts will not tell you that. But it is a character of us, Asian, that we must communicate first before we write. Because you may be able to understand each other. So again, what I said, collaboration, understanding, communication. We have that already, communication. And you try to work it out together up to the end. So you'll end up as friends. My summary is this. Whenever there is dispute, there will be no winners or losers. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panel. And thank you as well to everyone for all of your questions. Right now, I'd like to please call on stage to show our gratitude. Kindly join me, Mr. Ronaldo R. Elepaño, Mr. Levi Espiritu, and Attorney Arthur P. Otea to present the tokens of appreciation. May I please ask all of the panelists to stand up? Thank you. Sana po nag-take down notes lahat because it was a very meaningful, very fruitful discussion. And perhaps during this time as well, while we're having a photo, I'd like to invite everyone once again, please, if you haven't filled up the survey form, the evaluation, perhaps we can flash the QR code on the screen behind us. Please scan the QR code and do send in your evaluation forms. We would really appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. And for everyone on stage, kindly find your place. Lahat po na nasa likod, please feel free to come in front to take pictures. This area is welcome to everyone. Ayan. Here, this place is free. All right, everybody, take a look in front. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Tawag po kayo sa picture taking. All right, everyone. Ma'am, would you like to come here? Mas klaro po yung picture dito sa harap. Si Ma'am Doris daw. Calling Ma'am Doris. Ma'am Doris, you are very requested po. All right, everyone, please look in front. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, everybody say, on 1, 2, 3, say, ifop ka. Can we have everyone do a thumbs up, please? 1, 2, 3, thumbs up. And for the video, can everyone please wave to the cameras? Sir Chito, sama daw po kayo. All right, one last, according to photographers, one last smile, please. Thank you very much. Once again, let's give our panelists and presenters another round of applause, please. A round of applause and a standing ovation. Maraming salamat po for joining us, for gracing us with your presence. However, I would also like to have, please on stage, can I have Mr. Ronaldo R. Elipanio, Mr. Levi Espiritu, and Attorney Arthur Otea to please stay on stage, please. Thank you po. Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, can I please have Mr. Ronaldo, Mr. Levy, and Attorney Arthur to please remain on stage for the certificates for all our event partners. For all our event partners, please come in front to receive your certificates. First of all, Megawide Construction Corp. Once again, Megawide Construction Corp. Please come in front to receive your certificate and have a photo opportunity with our 3 dignified gentlemen. Our next is J.E. Manalo & Co. Inc. Our next event partner, hello po from Megawide Construction Corp. Thank you. Oh, wow. On behalf of Sir Eric, thank you. After Megawide, we have J.E. Manalo & Co. Inc. Okay, everyone look in front, smile. Okay, thank you. Next, we have J.E. Manalo & Co. Inc. And to stand by after J.E. Manalo, CM Pancho Construction, Inc. Can we invite you to the side of the stage, please? Again, CM Pancho Construction, Inc. After CM Pancho, Archipelago Builders. Archipelago Builders. I think CM Pancho po has left. Mr. Pancho has left. Do we have a representative here from Archipelago? We have 3. We'd like to invite all 3 to please join us on stage for the photo. After Archipelago, please be on standby 91.5 Win Radio. Win Radio. Win Radio. Do we have a representative from Win Radio? Meron daw po. All right, sir. All right, 1, 2, 3, smile. This is Archipelago Builders. Thank you for your participation in this and for helping us. Next, we have 91.5 Win Radio. We have Win Radio present. After Win Radio, on standby, we have Give Me. Can Give Me please join us on the side of the stage? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have Give Me. And after Give Me, I'd like to call on the side of the stage FR Sevilla Industrial and Development Corp. FR Sevilla Industrial and Development Corp. Are they still in the building? We also have Datem, who is right on stage. Would you like your team, sir? Sir Levy, will your team join us as well? We have the team, Datem Inc. Can you please join us on stage? Sir Levy, perhaps you should be in the center po. Okay, we have 2 more joining us. After Datem, CW Marketing and Development Corp. Is CW Marketing and Development still here? Next, we have China Banking Corp. Is China Banking Corp here? After China Bank, we have Smart Tech Solutions Philippines Incorporated. Smart Tech Solutions. Thank you. Here we have Smart Tech. After Smart Tech, can I please call on Rich Build Construction Corp? Rich Build Construction Corp. Okay, everyone look in front, smile. Thank you. Following Rich Build, we have Bemcar Construction. Bemcar Construction. Bemcar. And our final is for LDR Event Solution. For LDR Event Solution, kindly come on stage for your photo. Miss Mel, gusto mo yung sobrang haba? Yung short na lang, no? Yung short na lang? Okay lang? Ito po, I made it. Yes, Chairman and CEO. Which one for? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, po. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our event. To officially close today's program, we are calling on somebody very special, somebody who's really been monumental to this event. Let us welcome Engineer Liberito Levy Espiritu, who is the Chairman and CEO of Datem Inc. With over 40 years of experience, Engineer Espiritu has led Datem Inc. to become a leader in innovative and sustainable construction. His vast expertise and leadership have made significant contributions to the industry. Concurrently, he is also the treasurer for the PhilConstruct Events, Exhibitions, and Conferences Corporation, which started in 2014. He also holds positions as a board member of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, as chairman of the Philippine Domestic Construction Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding applause for Engineer Levy Espiritu.
Good afternoon, everybody. As we draw this insightful session to a close, we are filled with both optimism and a sense of urgency. We have dwelled deep into the world of sustainable infrastructure projects, exploring the myriad opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. But in today's session, we discussed about what are the opportunities. We have innovation and technology. The realm of sustainable infrastructure is ripe with opportunities for innovation. From smart cities to renewable energy grids, technology is transforming how we build and manage infrastructure. Embracing these innovations can lead to more efficient, resilient, and environmentally friendly projects. What else? What are the other opportunities? Economic growth. Sustainable infrastructure projects have the potential to drive significant economic growth. By creating green jobs and stimulating new industries, we can build a robust economy that is both prosperous and sustainable. The next opportunity is improved quality of life. These projects offer the promise of a better quality of life for all. Cleaner air, efficient public transportation, and safer buildings are just a few of the benefits that can enhance the well-being of our communities. But in this session today, we also dwelled into what are our challenges aside from what are our opportunities. First is funding and investment. Securing adequate funding remains a critical challenge. Sustainable projects often require significant upfront investment, and we must find innovative financing models to support these endeavors. Next challenge is regulatory and policy hurdles. Navigating the complex web of regulations and policies can be very daunting. We must work towards creating a supportive regulatory environment that encourages sustainable practices and streamlines project implementation. And the most challenging, I guess, which was tackled in this forum is contract management. Effective contracts management is essential to the success of sustainable infrastructure projects, ensuring clear, transparent, and fair contracts can prevent disputes and delays, promote accountability, and foster strong partnerships among stakeholders in the industry. This involves diligent oversight, regular reviews, adaptive strategies to manage the complexities of long-term projects. As mentioned earlier, documentation, reading your contracts. What most important as what struck me is relationships, communication, talking first before writing. I guess that was the advice of one of our panelists. And the last challenge is the community engagement. Engaging communities in the planning and execution of sustainable projects is vital. It is essential to ensure that these projects meet the needs and expectations of the people they are designed to serve. And in conclusion, the journey toward sustainable infrastructure is not without its hurdles. It's not without its problems. But the rewards are immeasurable. It requires collaboration, it requires creativity, and a shared commitment to a better future. As we move forward, let us harness the opportunities, address the challenges, and pave the way for a sustainable and prosperous world, our construction industry. Thank you for your attention and dedication to this critical cause. Maraming salamat and good day to everyone.
Thank you very much, Engineer Levy, for your closing remarks. And thank you once again, everyone, for joining us today. We hope this has been a meaningful and fruitful event for you. Engineer Levy, we do have a special certificate of appreciation for you, sir. Here, thank you very much. Can we please call up again? Can we please call you up again, sir, for a photo in front for your certificate of recognition? A special award. You deserve to take the stage alone, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Sir, kayo po talaga yung man of the hour. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us today. We hope you had a wonderful afternoon. Now is the time that you can network with everyone, and we encourage you to do so. Thank you for joining us today at the International Contract Management Forum 2024. And before we end, kindly watch our same-day edit on this video screen. Take two. Let's try that again. I think we want this to be live. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, diba, shall we? I think we're just experiencing a few glitches. Now, who would like to hear some Christmas carols in the meantime? Can I? Whenever I see girls and boys selling lanterns on the street. This is for you, sir. Mr. Wee, thank you. Very early on, we are now experiencing and celebrating Christmas all around. Again, as I said a while ago, after you watch the same day edit, I hope you take this opportunity to network with each other. We have the best of the best, the industry leaders, the wave makers, and I don't think there will be another opportunity like this, except perhaps in 2025 when you are here once again. I think there is a little bit of a glitch. Okay. So while we wait for the SDE to load, I think now is the perfect time for everyone to... Now is the perfect time for everyone to please feel free. I think there will still be food a little bit later. Try to ride out the traffic just a little bit more. And once again, I would like to thank all of our event partners who have joined us today. There will be another event tomorrow. I hope I see several of you. If not, then your friends could be joining us tomorrow for our free forum. It will be very similar today with all the same learning. So if you have learned a lot, and if you have friends in the construction industry, if you have friends who are contractors, please do invite them to join us tomorrow. Again, it will be here in Chardonnay by Astoria from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So you do not want to miss this very special opportunity. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we please dim the lights? Because I've gotten the go signal that our SDE is now ready. Ladies and gentlemen, as I guarantee you, today will be a jam-packed event. Welcome to the International Contract Management Forum 2024.
This event was organized by the International Federation of Asian and Western Pacific Contractors Association, or AUCA, and hosted by the Philippine Constructors Association in collaboration with Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, and Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board. But then somehow in the process of implementing the contracts, the equality among the parties are disturbed. The equality, the equilibrium, and you will need a forum that will resolve the dispute.
It has been so strategic that we have actually attracted the attention of various governments, including the United States and also Japan. In fact, recently, there was a tripartite agreement between the Philippines, US, and the Japan to develop the Luzon corridor, of which CART is a very strategic player in that development.
I am very honored to share with you the DPWH vision and initiative for sustainable development. Not only here, sustainability was mentioned. It always is. It's part of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the President's administration.
We are now institutionalized as the PP Center of the Philippines, and we facilitate the implementation of the country's PPP program, and we serve as the central coordinating and monitoring agency of all PPP projects.
PICAP is an implementing agency, implementing board of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines. And our primary mandate under our enabling law, which is Republic Act number 4566, as amended by PD 1746 and further amended by RA 11711, to issue, suspend, revoke licenses of all contractors in the Philippines. Global, steady, but the Philippines is an exciting game, no? Not just politically, but in terms of our economy and our construction.
terminology as far as the risk doctor is saying is the difference between risk and risks. So risks refer to the explicit and the risk refers to overall risk. When the TAB renders an informed opinion, informed advice, whether orally or in writing, the parties are not required to follow that advice or opinion.
The CIAC said it had jurisdiction. Case reached the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals said the CIAC is correct. It had jurisdiction. And the Supreme Court affirmed that decision.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that video. If you want to see it again, please feel free to grab it off of the AFOPCA Facebook page. Once again, that concludes our event today. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. And because we're here in the Philippines, advanced Merry Christmas. This has been Janina Van Hoven. Good afternoon and enjoy the rest of your day.
But